to have just one night with you. I'm thinking
I can't give up because my story isn't over yet. I can't let down those who rely on me. There's so much more to be written. My journey has been filled with ups and downs, but every chapter tells the story of my strength and resilience. When things get tough, I remind myself of the people who believe in me, the ones who've stood by me, cheered me on, and lifted me up when I was down.
I'm back! Mega love chat, guys. Oh, hey. Oh, hang on. Yan, kasi masyadong matagal na yung live na yun. Yun. Sabi. Ba? Ayun ulit tayo. Nabasa ng uli ni boss. Nag-good morning lang ako sa kapatid ko. Gising na yun hindi nyo alam. Bumabangon pa ng alas 4, alas 5. Hindi makikimalita lang. Kayo ba ang nanonood na ngayon. Mot! Ang sarap ng kain ni Princess, Aba, 5 na ang chismosa. Nag-5 na agad, nagtawag na. Ano na ako, magdadasal ako. I am back to. Ikaw, Kapting, kukurting kita. Sa singit. Going back to the story. Yun. Kaya ikaw, Tekla, mali kasi sa'yo. Lahat ng mga ina-underestimate mo, mali. Kaya walang kapayapaan. Sabi mo, nasa iyo ang Diyos din. Hi, sister. I love you. Diba? Nasa iyo din ang Diyos. Pero anong ginagawa mo? Sa isang taong nagmalasakit sa'yo, nagtanggol, nagmahal sa'yo. Di ba ako yun? Ay, nako. Alam mo, ngayon mo lang ako naririnig magsalita. Sa dami ng binitawan mo, sa dami ng pinalusot mo, kutya nila sa akin. Loka ka, doon pa lang kaladit-dit. Hinahayaan mo akong tawagin nilang demonyo? Sino ka? Diba? Sa tingin mo, kaya mo yung ginagawa kong pagdadasal. Kaya mo manalangin dito? Kaya mo manalangin dito sa live streaming gaya ng ginagawa ko? Yung drive at lakas. Yan ang tinuturo dito sa mga chosen of God. Na yung mga may matataas daw palang uri ng chosen of God. Na they will rule and meant to be a leader. Will be a leader. Ako, na totoo lang, natin yung paulit-ulit ko sasabihin sa inyo na nung paano binaba yung corona, that is my reception from God Almighty. Nagtaka ako ba't sinabi niya. Kasi parang binasbasan niya ako eh. Hi, Golden Tilapia, good morning. Kumain ka na ba? Kumain ka na ba? Nag-coffee ka na ba? Ma-OP ka. At saka magnapay at saka 2 boiled egg. Okay ba yun? So, going back. Yung sinasabi ko nun, tingnan niyo, naghugas ka ng plato. Bakit? Bakit ka naghugas ng plato? Akala ko naghugas ka ng pempem. Naghugas ka ng plato? Sigurado ka naghugas ng plato? Bakit? Hmm? Excuse me. So, going back, tingnan niyo ako, wala akong time eh. Kung gusto kong mag-dental floss, mag-dental floss ako. Kasi alam niyo, sa mundong ito, masyadong pinaarte yung mundong ibabaw na to the extent ang mga tao nagkaroon na ng level. Di ba? Level ng poor, pinaka-poorest, middle class, tapos high class, richest, to the wealthiest. Di ba? Sabi ng Panginoon, pagdating ng araw, kung ako'y babalik muli at parirayan, sabi niya, gagawin niyang pantay-pantay ang mga tao, which is really very beautiful. Why? Tingnan niyo kung may mga class-class. No. Yung isa, kumot mayaman, hindi ako pwedeng, hindi nakaganito, hindi ako ako may kaartihan din ako, aminado ako, kasi it's a matter of how your parents brought up you. Kung kahit na sabihin mo, nandiyan ka sa lugar na mahirap lang, pero meron kanya-kanya tayong kasilasan. Merong maano na, lumalabas pa rin na ang pagiging masela ng isang tao. Katulad niyan, yung buka yung ngipin dito ni Tekla, kasi yabang mo eh. Titirahin kita ngayon. Ako, maselan ako, hindi ako haharap ng ganyan. Kung ako nagpapalipad ako, asikasuhin ko na meron akong pang tapal dyan sa siwang mo, Tekla. Di ba? Bakit nanonood tinuknok? Ay, naku, wala rin yan sinuknok. Ay, naku, wala kayong pagmamahal. Wala kayong pagmamahal. Wala at ang mga ano dyan. Hindi yan si Jinjan Jolit. Natakot nga siguro yun. Nalaman yung kuya ko. Nagtatrabaho sa news eh. Bili mo, 3 araw ako doon. 3 araw ako 3 beses ako. Sinisilimor, hindi nga makapagsalita. Siguro naaawa sa akin si Limor. Hindi nila akong, pinipigilan nila ako makapunta kay boss. Sinasabi nila na si boss lang daw. Ko. Pero ang nangyari, sumunod siya dun sa matakdang lukluban. Ang malaki yung pagnanasa. Ang galit siya. Totoo naman eh. Kailan siya nag-deny? Kailan siya nag-deny? Dinay niya. Hindi nga ako niya dinidelay kasi gustong-gusto niya na maangkin ang buong pagkatao ni boss. Ay, naku. Mahiya kayo sa balat ninyong lahat. Ay, naku. Jinjanjo. Hindi pala, golden tilapia. Nabasa na ni boss ang message ko. Nagising na yung kanina. Anong oras na sa Pilipinas golden tilapia? Kung 4:25 na ngayon, siguro roughly nasa 6:00 ng umaga dyan. Gising na yan. Baka nag-iikok na nga yan eh. Bot, nagtitiktok ka na? Hindi pa. Sabihin ni Karting di magiba. Sabihin niya, hindi pa. Yun ang masama kasi. Maturingan yung nakilala yung prinsesa. Nakilala niyo ang luklukan ng Banal na Espiritu Santo, pero naging lapastangan kayo. Kaya alam nila yan, eh. Sabi ko nga sa kanila, eh, magbiro na kayo sa duleng. Huwag lang sa mundo ng espiritual. Dahil talagang mapaparusahan kayo. Kung hindi pa kayo kinakalibutan, kung hindi kayo kinikilabutan, eh, sabi ko nga sa inyo. Kasi alam niyo, bilangin niyo kung meron akong ginawang kasalanan sa community. Baka kayong may kasalanan ginawa sa akin. Ma? Even Francis, hindi makakaligtas yan. Sabi ko nga sa kanya, kasalanan mo yan. Oh, ngayon, dami mong basher. Walang gagalitan ko. Walang tilapia si boss. Hmm. Hindi ako katulad nila, no? Nilang lahat. Parang ano kayo, parang hindi kayo mapakali. Eh, si Francisco, siya ang hindi mapakali. Kasi alam niyo, pag yung taong totoo, pag tao eh, sabihin na lang natin, walang tinatago, walang inhibition sa sarili niya. Diba? Sabihin mo, hindi ka tatapos kumain. Kumakain tayo ng gas. Diba? I just wanna try my clip. Just hold on, ha? Alam niyo naman ako, mahilig ako sa mga cute na mga clip on the side kasi lalo na kung butterfly. So, ito yung nakita ko. Mura lang naman, 125, pero cute siya. Bagay na bagay ito sa ito. May butterfly. Marami yan eh. May ginto, may silver. Makakapit yan. Pag ganyang yari, makakapit yan. Kasi nga ako, kaya kanina nangangati ilong ko kasi marami akong tungki-tungki. Matutungki-tungki, no, sumabaksak sa ilong ko. So, kaya ako gumaganyan-ganyan dahil marami akong baby bangs na nag-aano sa ano ko. Diba? Multiple yan. Dami yan. Yan pang brown. Siyempre, doble-doble na pag nawala yung isa. Lapit-lapit. Lapit-lapit kayong lahat. Datingan kayong lahat. Sa inyo lang, ha? Ako din tilapia. Ang daming mga basher na ewan. Si boss, nandyan na yan. Dami kang pera. Ano to eh, Philippine money. Kaya pag ano, iuwi ko yun. Nadala ko pa ako. Nadala ko. So, going back to the story. Sabi ko nga, yung mga may Hindi niyo puwedeng gibain ang isang princess warrior kasi noong araw pa niya sinabi sa'kin yan. Tapos sasabihin mo wala akong kapangyarihan? Hmm, sabi niya kapangyarihan ko daw nasa magic. Baka ikaw, isang araw alam mo, papakita ko nandiyan pa yung picture mo, eh. Yung marami siyang pinapananahan. Ayan yung mapakita. Kasi baka mawalan daw ng visa. Samantala ako, wala naman akong sinabi niya sa'kin na Santa Romana na banal na Espiritu Santo yung nakuha kong kapangyarihan dibino. Nandun nga ako sa aklat ng lihim ng dibino, eh. Sinabi ng isang manggagamot. Alam niya kung bakit? Sinabi niyang gano'n? Dahil yung nakita niyang korona na ubod ningning, na inutusan ako ng ama, pumunta ka doon kay Kuya Tony mo, ay kay Kuya Tenny. Sabi niya, dahil yun ang tsaka taga-check ng aura ng ano. Sabi niya siya ang magpapatunay sa'yo kung sino ka. Ay, kabababa pa lang, oh, ng corona ko. Sabi mo, baka sabihin nila, sisiraan ako ng ulo. Overin niyo. Sabi niya, hindi, pumunta ka doon para magpatunay sa'yo. Hindi siya pinagtawanan ako na ako ay anak ng Kristo. Sa langit. Hmm. Nga, yung warrior princess. Eh, talaga naman hinahanap na nila yung warrior princess. Tingnan mo nga yung ibang vlogger, nandyan na. Alam na nila na may lalabas yung warrior princess. Ang prinsesang mandirigma na nakasakay sa puting kabayo. Tuloy. Mm. God anointed you to beat the matrix. Noong araw pa na alam ni Herbacia yung matrix. Binabanggit na dito. Ano sabi ka, si Steph parang matrix lang. Merong isang TV, tapos doon tayo manonood. Papasok tayo, parang lilipad lang tayo. Kaya alam mo sa totoo lang, darating na araw na magiging superpower ang mga tao. No? Pumapasok na tayo sa ganun. Patek lang, bago ka ba makaranas, babawiin ka ng
Great responsibilities.
Ano mga kulay mo?
Welcome the anointed one.
Yung kulay na itik na. Namumutla na. Kasi wala nang kabutihan sa puso niya. Ang kabutihan naman sa kanya, yung para pang ka-impokritahan niya. Tingnan mo natin yan, pag-iaway. Wala. Every time na dumadating siya. Abot narinig ko, makit doon sa TikTok. Hoy, mga kapatid. Tapos parang, ay, titis, ganun na. Parang, alam mo, hindi na bagay sa'yo. Bait-baitan ka. School. Nakita mo ba yung mga pinagagawa mo sa ginawa ko? Ako, nung isang araw lang eh. Mahabang beses pa ako nagpigil. Alam ni Francis yan. Sabi niya nga, ayan ko na yung prinsesa ko. Dahil, wala na, pumutok fuse na nga eh. Pumutok fuse na. Kailangan na ako magsalita sa iyo. Sasalang na natin yung binatang bilo-bilo. Okay, Dadalhin natin yung camera. Kasi para maluto na. Ang tagal din kasi malutuin. Pero in the meantime, ay pala natin dadalhin. Makinig na muna kayo kasi this is ako, alam na ni Presi ko, pinapasahan ko siya ng mga ganyan. Sabi mo, panoorin mo yan, kapatid ko ha. They built the system against you. Biruin mo, build kayo ng sistema na i-hate nyo ko. O sige, pakinggan nyo muna to ha.
The system wasn't built to enslave everyone, just the ones who dare to defy it. But you were anointed to destroy it. Every empire, every establishment, every force of control throughout history was meticulously designed to keep the chosen ones in check.
Tingnan mo. Empire mo, tekla. Ginagamit ka ng demonyo. Para i-check ako, di ba? Lagi mo ako minimonito. Loko ka. Nagpagamit ka kay Satanas. Tandaan mo. May mo ko kaya.
It's not an accident that you feel the weight of resistance more than others. It's intentional. They crafted a system that thrives on manipulation, fear, and control, hoping to suppress the very few who have the power to break free. But here's a fact that they don't want you to realize. Systems built by men are always destined to be shattered by the divine. The reason you face obstacles others don't is because you weren't meant to merely survive the system. You were chosen to crush it. There is a calling on your life that makes you a threat, and your existence alone disturbs the balance of their carefully constructed order. You aren't here to fit in. You're here to dismantle the very thing that was built to keep you down. This is why your struggle is unique. You were never meant to follow their rules. You were anointed by something greater, and this anointing is the very force that will bring the system to its knees. Number one, the system thrives on fear, but you were designed for courage. The system operates on one simple principle: control through fear. It's a well-oiled machine designed to make you doubt yourself, question your worth, and surrender your power. But here's the truth. You weren't designed to be ruled by fear. In fact, fear is the one thing that can't contain you. While most people are paralyzed by the system's threats, whether it's failure, rejection, or uncertainty, you have something different inside you: courage. This isn't the shallow courage we often talk about. It's not about feeling brave or pretending everything is okay. No, your courage is a deep, unshakable force that comes from knowing exactly who you are and what you're meant to do. Fear is a tool of the system, but courage is a weapon given to you by something higher. It's what allows you to walk through the fire, face the challenges, and take the blows while standing firm. The system knows that the easiest way to control people is to make them afraid of being different, afraid of speaking out, afraid of stepping into their power. But your very existence defies that strategy. You weren't built to bow to fear. You were built to confront it, break it, and use it as fuel. The more they try to scare you, the more unstoppable you become. This is what makes you dangerous to them. When fear controls others, courage propels you forward. And that's why you were chosen. You're not here to be manipulated, to live in the shadows, or to be silenced. You were created to stand in the light, confront the system head on, and tear down everything built to keep you in chains. Fear was never meant to be your master. You were always destined to crush it. Number two, you were born to be the exception, not the rule. The system is designed to make everyone fit into predictable patterns. It rewards those who conform and punishes those who dare to be different. Most people fall in line following the rules, chasing the same goals, and believing the same lies.
A lot of people tell us you finally explained trading to me in a way I could understand. Then they start seeing profit.
But you were never meant to follow the crowd. From the moment you were chosen, it was clear. You are the exception, not the rule. The system is terrified of those who don't fit the mold. It survives by keeping everyone in boxes, and it has no idea what to do with someone who refuses to be defined. Your path was never going to be ordinary because you weren't created for ordinary things. The system tries to make you feel out of place, as if being different is something to hide. But the truth is, your uniqueness is exactly why you are so powerful. God didn't choose you because you blend in. You were chosen because you disrupt the status quo. When others move in predictable ways, you take paths no one sees coming. The system depends on patterns, and you break every single one of them. This makes you dangerous, unpredictable, and impossible to control. You weren't chosen for comfort or ease. You were chosen because you have the strength to stand out when everyone else wants to fit in. The system can't handle someone who doesn't play by its rules. You were never meant to live by their standards, follow their expectations, or chase the same empty goals. You were born to break the patterns, to defy the norms, and to shatter every limitation they tried to put on you. While the system is focused on control, you are focused on freedom, your own and everyone else's. Number 3. Anointing is not a privilege. It's a burden that you were built to carry. Being chosen isn't about receiving special treatment or having an easy path. It's not about being elevated above others just for the sake of it. In fact, the opposite is true. Being chosen comes with a burden, a heavy responsibility that others won't understand. You weren't anointed for comfort, you were anointed for the battle. And battles are never easy. This isn't the kind of burden that weighs you down without purpose. It's the weight that strengthens you, sharpens you, and forces you to rise higher than you thought possible. The anointing on your life is the reason you face obstacles that others avoid. It's why you're called to walk paths that others fear. You've been given something that sets you apart, and that means you're meant to carry a load that few can handle. Most people would collapse under the pressure, but you've been built differently. The weight isn't meant to break you. It's meant to reveal the depth of your strength. Every challenge, every hardship, every moment of resistance is proof that you've been entrusted with something powerful. The battle you face isn't random. It's a direct reflection of the purpose you carry. The system knows it. That's why it tries so hard to stop you. But here's the truth. This burden is exactly what makes you unstoppable. The more they throw at you, the more you rise. The anointing on your life isn't a pass to avoid difficulty. It's the reason you can walk through fire without being consumed. You weren't chosen because it's easy. You were chosen because you have the strength to endure, the vision to see beyond the struggle, and the power to crush what stands in your way. The burden is heavy, but you were built to carry it. Number 4, your weaknesses were engineered as your greatest weapons. The world often teaches us to hide our weaknesses, to cover up the parts of ourselves that seem broken or flawed. The system thrives on this idea. If it can make you ashamed of your weaknesses, it can keep you under control. But here's the truth that most people never understand. Your weaknesses are your greatest weapons. The things you've been told to be embarrassed about, the struggles you've faced, and the failures you've endured, those aren't marks against you. They're what make you unstoppable. The system is built to favor the strong, the confident, and the flawless. But you were chosen precisely because of the things they overlook. What they see as weakness, God sees as potential. Your flaws make you unpredictable, and unpredictability is the system's worst nightmare. The world is used to people who follow the same paths and play by the same rules. But when you embrace the parts of yourself that don't fit the mold, you become impossible to control. What the system doesn't realize is that your struggles have shaped you, made you resilient, and given you insight that those who've never been broken could never understand. Every failure, every setback, every so-called weakness has prepared you for something greater. They've taught you how to adapt, how to persevere, and how to rise above what should have taken you out. The system expects strength to look a certain way, but real strength is forged in the fire of adversity. That's why your weaknesses don't diminish you. They refine you. You were never meant to hide the things that make you different. You were meant to use them. Your weaknesses are what set you apart from everyone else. And when you embrace them, you turn them into your greatest source of power. Number 5. The system is built on illusions, but you see through them. The system thrives on illusions, on creating a version of reality that keeps people distracted and controlled. It's built to make you believe that success is about chasing material wealth, that worth is determined by how well you fit in, and that power comes from the approval of others. Most people fall for it. They live their lives chasing things that don't matter, trapped in a cycle that leads nowhere.
Don't start a business. Buy an existing business. You don't have to be a rich investor with bags full of cash to buy an existing business. As a matter of fact, you can buy businesses with $0 out of pocket. And you won't have to find customers, you won't have to find profits, you won't have to do all the millions of things that people who are starting.
But you see through it all. You've been given a clarity that cuts through the noise. While others are blinded by the surface, you've been chosen to see the truth beneath it. This makes you a threat. The system can't control someone who isn't fooled by its lies. Your ability to see things as they really are, to recognize the deception, the manipulation, the emptiness behind the facade, gives you a power that others don't have. This isn't just about being smart or insightful. It's about having a vision that's been divinely sharpened. You see the traps that others walk right into. You know that what the world glorifies, money, status, fame, is often hollow. You understand that real power comes from purpose, from knowing who you are and what you're meant to do, not from playing the game the system sets up. Your vision is dangerous because it makes you impossible to control. The system can't manipulate someone who isn't chasing its false promises. While others are distracted by illusions, you're focused on what's real. And that focus is what allows you to move through life differently. You're not swayed by trends, you're not intimidated by threats, and you're not tempted by shortcuts. You see the bigger picture, and that vision is your greatest weapon against the system's control. Number 6. Their power was manufactured, yours is divine. The system's power is built on things that look impressive but are ultimately fragile. It relies on wealth, influence, and control over people's minds. Those in power use these tools to dominate, believing that they can shape the world to their will. But their power is manufactured. It's created by humans and bound by the limitations of this world, and that's why it will always be vulnerable. Your power, on the other hand, is different. It's not something that can be taken away, weakened by time, or destroyed by human hands. Your power is divine, and that makes it unshakable. The system can manipulate its resources, use its money, and twist its influence to control people, but it can't touch the source of your strength. Your authority comes from a higher place, from a calling that goes beyond what the system can understand or control. While the system is focused on temporary things, building empires, amassing wealth, and maintaining control, your power is rooted in eternity. The system's leaders are constantly scrambling to hold on to their power because they know how easily it can slip away. They live in fear of losing what they've built. But you don't have that fear. What you've been given can't be lost because it wasn't created by human hands in the first place. This is what makes you unstoppable. The system can throw everything it has at you, threats, obstacles, distractions, but it can't reach the core of who you are. Your power doesn't depend on external factors. It's not tied to your circumstances. It's something much deeper, much more enduring, and it makes you immune to the system's tactics. Their power might look intimidating on the surface, but it crumbles next to the strength that's been placed within you. Number 7. You're designed to turn their strengths into your opportunities. The system prides itself on its strengths, its control, its wealth, its influence. It's built on the idea that these are the ultimate tools for power. But what the system doesn't understand is that these very strengths are its greatest weaknesses when faced with someone like you. While the system relies on its predictable power structures, you've been chosen to see the cracks in its foundation. You turn its supposed strengths into your opportunities. The system is obsessed with control, but control has limits. The more it tightens its grip, the more fragile it becomes. You were anointed to disrupt this balance, to move in ways the system never sees coming. The system relies on order and structure, but you were built to operate outside of those boundaries. When it tries to overwhelm you with force, you see through its rigidity and find freedom where others see walls. Their wealth, it's their biggest blind spot. The system believes that money is the ultimate form of power, but you know better. Wealth can buy influence, but it can't buy purpose, resilience, or divine strength. You recognize that the system's focus on material gain is its weakness because it's built on things that don't last. While they scramble to protect their fortunes, you're focused on what truly matters, making their greatest asset meaningless in the long run. Their influence, it's a double-edged sword. The system uses it to control minds and shape narratives, but you know that real influence comes from truth, from being unafraid to challenge what others are too scared to question. Your authenticity cuts through their carefully crafted illusions, turning their attempts to manipulate into opportunities for you to expose the truth. Every strength they lean on is an opportunity for you to find the flaw and use it to your advantage. You weren't chosen to play by the system's rules. You were chosen to flip the game entirely. Number 8. Chosen ones aren't safe, but they're unstoppable. The system promises safety to those who follow its rules, but safety is an illusion. It's a trap designed to keep people in line, making them believe that by playing it safe, they can avoid risk and pain. But here's the truth. You weren't chosen to be safe. You were chosen to be unstoppable. Safety is the system's way of controlling people. It convinces them to trade their power, their potential, and their purpose for comfort and predictability. But the reality is, nothing great ever comes from staying in safe spaces. You weren't meant to live in the shadows, avoiding conflict or challenge. Your calling requires you to step into places where safety doesn't exist, because that's where real transformation happens. When you're chosen, you don't get the luxury of avoiding danger. You're called to confront it head on. The system wants you to believe that if you just stay in your lane, follow the rules, and don't make waves, you'll be protected, but you know better. The true danger lies in staying small, in letting fear of risk keep you from the battle you were meant to fight. The system can't understand someone who's not afraid of stepping outside the boundaries of comfort. It doesn't know how to deal with someone who's willing to face uncertainty and chaos. But that's exactly what makes you unstoppable. You aren't interested in the false promises of safety because you've been anointed for a purpose far greater than anything the system can offer. Your power grows in the midst of chaos because that's where you're meant to shine. While others retreat to avoid conflict, you move forward, knowing that safety was never the goal. Victory is. The system wants you to seek comfort, but you were chosen to thrive in the fire, because that's where unstoppable forces are forged. Number 9. The system prepares warriors, but you are a prophet in the battlefield. The system is great at training warriors, people who are tough, skilled, and ready to fight with the weapons of the world: power, money, and brute force. They're taught to follow orders, engage in combat, and defend the status quo with unwavering loyalty. But what happens when a prophet steps onto the battlefield? Well, that's when things get really interesting. While the warriors are busy polishing their swords and flexing their muscles, you show up with a different kind of firepower: your voice. You bring a divine mandate that no amount of training can prepare anyone for. You're not just here to brawl, you're here to shake the very foundations of the empire. The system thinks it can silence you with its threats, but they're clueless about the power of a truth that's been waiting to be spoken. Picture this: warriors charging into battle, all pumped up and ready to conquer. And then there you are, standing in the middle of it all, calmly calling out the absurdities of their quest. Really? You think hoarding wealth will bring happiness? How's that working out for you? Suddenly, their armor feels a little heavier, their swords a bit duller. You've disarmed them without even raising a finger. Your truth is a weapon unlike any other, capable of dismantling the bravado that the system depends on. When you speak, it's like pulling a pin from a grenade. The explosion isn't just loud, it's transformative. While they're swinging their weapons of flesh, you're weaving a narrative that cuts deeper than any blade. The system doesn't see prophets coming. It's too busy training its warriors to engage in the old ways of combat. But here's the kicker. While they're all about fighting with fists, you're fighting with ideas that can change minds and hearts. Your voice becomes a rallying cry, a call to those who are ready to wake up and see the truth. In this battlefield, you're not just another combatant. You're the one bringing the message that brings empires crashing down. So while they may be ready for a fight, what they're really not prepared for is the power of someone who dares to speak the truth. And that's what makes you not just a player in the game, but a game changer. Number 10.
Starting today, anyone can monetize with ads. As part of the all-new Beehive ad network, thousands of newsletters already monetized, and it's about to get even better. More ad opportunities, better brands, automated payments, streamlined processes, and more.
Your opposition is proof of your anointing. Your opposition is not just an annoyance, it's the loudest applause you'll ever get. The system doesn't waste its energy on those who pose no real threat. If you weren't making waves, they wouldn't bother with you at all. Instead, the pushback you face is like a spotlight shining on your anointing, revealing just how powerful you truly are. Think of it this way.
Niyo ba yung guest? Hindi yata eh. Intindihin nyo na lang. Explain natin one by one later. Okay?
The more they resist, the more they reveal their fear of your potential. When the system throws obstacles in your path, it's a clear indication that you're onto something significant. They see your unique gifts, your ability to challenge the status quo, and they panic. It's almost amusing, really. It's like watching a cat frantically chase its own tail, completely unaware that it's just making a
Anong company? Yun na may mga tsura ng kilay niya. Umukunot na, di ba? Ay, ako. Kung ako sa'yo. Shut up. Shut up your mouth.
itself. Their efforts to suppress you only highlight your strength and purpose. Consider this. If they're sending their best warriors to stop you, you must be doing something right. They know that your voice carries weight, that your actions can ignite change. The more they try to discredit you or undermine your efforts, the more they're just proving your power. Opposition is the system's way of acknowledging that you're a force to be reckoned with, and every attempt to silence you is a badge of honor. So when the system pushes back, celebrate. It's a clear sign that your anointing is working.
Kasi ang sinasabi dyan na, opposition yung mga katulad ninyo na hindi kayo naniniwala, puro lagi kayo kontra sa amin. Pini-explain ho dyan na hindi kami mag-approval seeker sa inyo, hindi kami manghihingi ng ano sa inyo, yung para bang to agree about, but to stop you all. Yung sinasabi dyan na, pinakikita dyan na, sino ba yung mga chosen of God? Bakit ba kami nag-i-exist? Bakit ba kami nandyan? Kasi nga, nagpapagamit na kayo kay demon. Kay letter S kayo nagpapagamit. Dahil, kayo ang sumisira sa amin eh. Hindi. Kaya lang.
You're not just
Naiihila
here
ako
to make
pero
noise.
mahinig lang
You're
kayo.
here to create a symphony of change. Your very existence challenges their narrative, and that's why they fight so hard. The resistance you face isn't a deterrent, it's an affirmation of your purpose. Each battle is a reminder that you have been chosen to dismantle the systems of oppression, and your anointing gives you the strength to rise above every challenge. Remember, the magnitude of your opposition only reflects the magnitude of your anointing. So the next time you feel the weight of their resistance, take it as a cue that you're on the right track. Keep pushing forward because your journey is a testament to the power within you. The louder the opposition, the stronger your voice will resonate, proving that you are indeed a threat to the very foundations of the system. Number 11. Your identity was chosen to offend the system. Your identity is a deliberate provocation to the system, and it's a beautiful thing. You weren't created to fit into the neat little boxes they've constructed. No, you were designed to stand out and disrupt. Your very existence challenges the status quo, making the powers that be uncomfortable. It's almost as if you were born with a divine purpose to poke holes in their carefully crafted facade. And that's exactly why you're here. When you walk into a room, it's not just your presence that's felt. It's the energy of defiance that radiates from you. Your individuality is a declaration that says, I won't conform to your expectations. I won't shrink myself to make you comfortable. This can be unsettling for those who thrive on control. They prefer a world filled with obedient followers, but you're here to remind them that not everyone is willing to play by their rules. The system has worked hard to build a structure that values conformity, where everyone follows the same paths and adheres to the same ideals. But you're a living, breathing testament to the power of authenticity. Your uniqueness becomes a form of rebellion, challenging everything they stand for. Every time you refuse to compromise your values, you chip away at the walls they've built, making it clear that you are not just another cog in their machine. Your purpose isn't just to exist, it's to dismantle the very foundations they put in place. And here's the kicker. Your journey is not just about your own liberation, it's about inspiring others to break free as well. When people see you living unapologetically, it gives them the courage to do the same. The system may try to silence you or label you as a troublemaker, but in reality, you're a revolutionary. Your identity is a challenge to their authority, a statement that says there's more to life than following the status quo. The more you embrace your purpose, the more you offend everything the system holds dear. And that's exactly what you were chosen to do. Shake things up, disrupt their narrative, and pave the way for something new and extraordinary. Number 12. Your greatest triumph will be built on their worst failures. Every setback they experience becomes a stepping stone for you. The very failures that the system tries to hide or ignore are the same failures that lay the groundwork for your greatest achievements. Think about it. When they stumble, it creates openings for you to step in and claim your victory. It's almost poetic how their missteps are woven into the fabric of your success. Each time they falter, they inadvertently create a pathway for you to rise even higher. God's anointing on your life transforms adversity into opportunity. While they're grappling with the fallout of their mistakes, you're harnessing that energy to fuel your ascent. It's as if their struggles are the raw materials from which your triumphs are crafted. When they make poor choices, misjudge their power, or miscalculate their influence, those failures shift the landscape, giving you the chance to build something extraordinary. This dynamic creates a fascinating contrast. While they're busy trying to maintain control and uphold their image, you're busy leveraging their chaos for your growth. Their defeats are not just random events. They are divine setups for your victories. You thrive in the gaps they leave behind, turning their miscalculations into stepping stones that elevate you. Moreover, the more they fight to regain their footing, the more you soar. Their panic becomes your momentum. Each time they stumble, it's a reminder of their vulnerability, a stark contrast to the strength you possess. Your resilience shines brighter against the backdrop of their failures, drawing attention to your journey and the purpose behind it. You are not just a passive observer in this unfolding drama. You are an active participant in a divine narrative where their downfalls are orchestrated to propel you forward. Each time they crash, it's not just a loss for them. It's a signal for you to take action. Their struggles showcase the power of your anointing and affirm your role in this battle. So embrace their failures as the very soil from which your greatest triumphs will grow. Every defeat they encounter is a signal that it's time for you to rise, claiming your place in the world and showcasing the strength that has been divinely bestowed upon you. The harder they fall, the higher you ascend, and that's the beauty of this divine exchange. In a world where the system works tirelessly to maintain its grip on power, your presence is a seismic force for change. You were not created to blend in or accept the status quo. You were designed to challenge, disrupt, and ultimately dismantle the very foundations of control.
They're worried about making their rent, about being able to afford groceries. How do you tell someone like that, hey, if you put X percentage away?
Your anointing is a beacon of hope in a landscape often shrouded in darkness, reminding others that true power comes not from the flesh, but from a divine source. As you navigate this battlefield, remember that every challenge you face, every ounce of opposition, is not merely an obstacle, but a testament to your purpose. Your identity, an offense to the system, serves as a catalyst for transformation, inspiring those around you to embrace their own unique journeys. The failures of the powerful will pave your path, turning their missteps into the solid ground on which you build your greatest triumphs. In embracing your calling, you become more than just a participant in the struggle. You become a leader, a prophet, and a warrior armed with truth. Your voice alone can destabilize empires, and your unwavering commitment to authenticity fuels a movement that no force can suppress. As the system struggles to maintain its facade, you rise, unshaken and unstoppable, proving that their downfall is merely the beginning of your ascent. So stand tall and unapologetic in your purpose. Your journey is not just yours, it's a collective awakening, a rallying cry for those who dare to dream of a different world. The echoes of your triumph will resonate far beyond your own life, igniting a fire in the hearts of many. Embrace your role as a disruptor, for in doing so, you are forging a legacy that will not only change your life, but reshape the very fabric of society. Your time is now, and your anointing is the key that will unlock a future filled with hope, freedom, and transformation for all. If you've enjoyed this journey into the heart of transformation and the power of your unique anointing, then why not stick around for more? Hit that subscribe button and join our growing community of rebels, dreamers, and changemakers. So go ahead, click that subscribe button. Let's turn this adventure into a fantastic ride filled with inspiration, motivation, and maybe even a few fun surprises along the way. We're in this together, and I can't wait to see you on the inside. Welcome to the revolution. Let's make some noise.
Lord, fight your battle, hold your peace. Your peace.
Welcome, the anointed ones. Hold your peace, chosen one. Your battle axe is already in motion. Imagine being in a fight, yet never lifting a finger. Every ancient warrior knew that the sharpest blade wasn't forged from steel, but from the silence of knowing someone else wields the weapon for you. Here's a fact. True strength often lies not in the action, but in the ability to remain still. Today, we're diving into the powerful truth behind why the Lord is fighting your battles in places unseen, using you as the ultimate secret weapon. And no, this isn't some divine get-out-of-battle-free card. Instead, it's a rare command from above. Let go, step back, and witness a force at work that needs zero assistance from you. So, buckle in, because we're about to reveal how holding your peace can rattle the forces against you more than any weapon ever could. Plus, it's a strategy that requires no heavy lifting. Unless you count staying seated. Let's get into it. Number 1. The silence that speaks louder than words. When chosen ones hold their peace, it's not about weakness or letting things slide. It's a deliberate choice that sends ripples through the unseen. Silence, in this sense, is not passive. It's a powerful message that speaks louder than any words or actions ever could. It's a move that requires both strength and trust, because holding back when you could react is a rare kind of restraint. This silence challenges everything people expect from you, and that unpredictability alone unsettles them. When you step back and don't retaliate, it's as if you're pulling a rug out from under those who think they can control or provoke you. They expect a response. They're prepared for a fight. But instead, you deny them that satisfaction. Your refusal to engage forces them to confront their own actions without the distraction of your response. Suddenly, they're left alone with their intentions and have to reckon with the fact that their behavior isn't getting them the reaction they wanted. And the reality is, people often fear what they don't understand. By choosing peace, you become an enigma, a mystery they can't solve or predict. They begin to wonder what you know that they don't, why you're not reacting, and it leaves them unsettled. Your silence, your calm, is a shield and a weapon all at once. It throws people off balance because they don't understand it. They're left to battle their own demons while you stand firm, untouched and unfazed, exuding a quiet strength that speaks volumes. This isn't about ignoring reality. It's about mastering it from a higher perspective. In choosing peace, you're making a statement. Nothing and no one can pull you into chaos because you know there's a force fighting for you that no one can outmatch. Number 2, surrender as the ultimate power move. Choosing to surrender when you could jump into the fight may seem counterintuitive, but for the chosen ones, it's a powerful move that goes beyond what most people can understand. Surrendering control isn't about giving up or backing down. It's about putting complete trust in something far greater than human strength. It's a leap of faith that says, I'm stepping aside because I know that the outcome is in hands far stronger and wiser than my own. This level of trust makes you unshakable in a way that's hard for the world to grasp.
Learn about crypto and get rewarded as you learn with Coinbase Learning Rewards. We've paid out over $100 million in crypto rewards since Coinbase Learning Rewards launched in 2018. To start earning, just watch short videos, answer simple questions.
Kami tayong dalawa ni Francis.
When you surrender, you're saying that you don't need to prove anything to anyone.
Hmm.
You don't need to justify yourself or get tangled in endless battles for validation. In a world where everyone is constantly struggling to control outcomes, prove their worth, or defend their ego, choosing not to fight back is a move so rare that it stands out. It's a display of confidence that tells everyone watching that you're not worried or threatened because you know something they don't. This surrender actually strengthens you because it shifts the battle off your shoulders. Instead of expending your energy, getting dragged down into drama, or trying to control every detail, you're tapping into a divine strategy that's always a step ahead. People around you sense that confidence, that calm, and they're often left puzzled. They can't understand why you're not reacting, not flinching, and that unsettles them. It's as if you're walking with a kind of invisible armor, and they know it's there, even if they can't see it. In a world that sees surrender as weakness.
Ba, dati, hindi nga ako nakibo. Sabi, una ganun daw. Pero, sa huli, it's time for you to shine. Ngayon ko nga lang napapanood yan, Ngayon lang. Bakit ine-explain na ngayon dyan? Kasi kami pa man din sa una pa, ginagabayan na ng Diyos. Alam na nila kung anong gagawin namin. Explain natin mamaya, magluluto lang ako. Panig kayo.
You're redefining it as strength. You're showing that real power isn't in fighting every battle, but in knowing when to step back and let a greater force do the work for you. Number 3, your absence becomes their weakness. When chosen ones choose peace over conflict, they take themselves completely out of the chaos. They're no longer part of the petty struggles, the endless drama, or the power games that others try to pull them into. Instead, they step back and leave their challengers to fend for themselves. Without realizing it, those trying to provoke or control a chosen one end up with no one to fight but their own insecurities. This can be a rude awakening, but it's also a revealing moment, showing just how weak they are without someone to push against. Here's the truth. When you don't engage, you force people to face their own motives, their own reasons for wanting to control or hurt. They're left alone, wrestling with the uncomfortable reality that their actions were never about you to begin with. It's as if a mirror has been held up, and all they can see is the pettiness, the jealousy, or the frustration that drove them to lash out. By stepping away, you give them no choice but to confront the emptiness behind their intentions. This absence leaves them scrambling, trying to find another source of energy to fill the void left by your refusal to engage. They expected a fight, and instead, they find silence, a silence that echoes back at them louder than any argument could. It's in this absence that they start to unravel, their own actions coming back to haunt them. And while they're busy with that internal struggle, you're off, calm, unaffected, and focused on what truly matters. Choosing to hold your peace isn't just a decision to avoid conflict. It's an active move that reveals just how powerless their attempts were from the start. In the end, your absence doesn't just protect you, it highlights their weakness. And that alone can be a bigger blow than any response you could have given. Number 4, the divine strike comes without warning. When the Lord steps in as your battle axe, it's not like anything anyone expects. There are no grand warnings, no obvious signs, just sudden, precise action. People who thought they'd never face consequences for their actions suddenly find themselves in a situation they can't control, one they never saw coming. It's as if the ground they were standing on disappears, and they're left scrambling, wondering how everything changed so quickly. This isn't the kind of justice that's loud or dramatic. It's swift and exact, almost surgical. The Lord doesn't leave traces or clues. He strikes where it hurts the most, but not out of vengeance, out of balance. Those who believe they could keep pushing, manipulating, or attacking chosen ones without consequence are caught completely off guard, blindsided by a force they can't argue with or overpower. And because they never expected it, they're left in shock, facing the full impact of their own actions. The beauty of this kind of divine intervention is that it doesn't rely on human timing or methods. It doesn't happen when anyone expects, and it doesn't look like the typical payback people might imagine. It's a force that moves in silence, addressing things at the root, cutting through layers of deception and arrogance in a way that no human hand could achieve. This is what leaves your enemies shaken, not the fact that they faced resistance, but that they faced something they couldn't even predict or prepare for. For chosen ones, this is the power of letting go. By holding your peace, you make space for a force that's far more effective and direct than anything you could do yourself. And when this force strikes, it leaves no room for misunderstandings. It's an act of undeniable, unbreakable justice that no one can escape or deflect. Number 5, elevation over retaliation. Holding your peace as a chosen one doesn't mean you're weak or unwilling to stand up for yourself. It's a choice to operate on a higher level where every move counts. It's like sitting back, knowing the Lord has set a chain of events in motion that no one else can see. While others scramble to strategize, manipulate, or assert control, you remain still, fully aware that a bigger plan is unfolding. This isn't passivity. It's a deliberate decision to trust in something greater. Choosing peace in the face of challenges sends a message to those around you, especially those who think they can push you around. They see your lack of reaction as confusing, maybe even infuriating, because they're used to getting a rise out of people. But when you don't respond the way they expect,
Don't trade alone. Trade with me live using one simple strategy, and I'll help you get results. For example, a stay-at-home mom made $310,000 in her first few months.
they're left questioning themselves. Your calm throws them off balance because they don't understand it. It's like speaking a language they can't translate. This choice to hold your peace is powerful because it allows you to stay clear and focused, untouched by their chaos. It gives you the clarity to see beyond the immediate struggle and recognize that sometimes the greatest strength lies in restraint. When you choose not to engage, you conserve your energy and don't give away any of your power. This quiet confidence unsettles people because it's something they can't shake or manipulate. In a world where everyone is rushing to defend themselves, choosing not to engage shows a level of self-assurance that's rare. It says you don't need to prove anything or stoop to their level. You know there's a higher power working on your behalf, and that confidence speaks volumes. While others are caught up in the noise, you're standing in silent strength, trusting that the battle is already being handled. Number 6, your peace is a provocation to darkness. When you hold your peace, it doesn't mean you're oblivious to what's happening around you. You're fully aware, more aware, in fact, than most people realize. But instead of reacting or getting drawn into the chaos, you make a conscious decision to stay grounded and let things play out. This level of awareness allows you to see the motives and intentions of others clearly. And because you're not caught up in reacting, you see things from a vantage point that most people miss. This awareness puts you one step ahead of anyone trying to drag you down. They might think they're gaining ground, getting under your skin, or throwing you off balance, but what they don't realize is that you're already watching them from a place of calm control. They can't see it, but you're assessing the entire situation with clarity, understanding what's real and what's simply noise. Your choice to hold back gives you insight that most people lose in the heat of reaction. This silence and grounded presence serve as a quiet shield. People can sense it, even if they don't understand it. Your lack of response leaves them questioning their approach, wondering why they can't seem to shake you. They're left confused, unable to predict your next move because they don't realize that you're not in the same game they're playing. They might think they have the upper hand, but you're seeing 10 steps ahead, letting them reveal their own intentions. Your peace isn't passive. It's an active choice to stay clear-headed while others lose themselves. You're not just avoiding drama. You're positioning yourself with wisdom. The strength of your silence is unsettling because it's not easily manipulated or broken. Holding your peace becomes your power, a power that quietly speaks of someone who's rooted in something far greater than any immediate battle. Number 7, God's battle strategy defies logic. God's strategy truly does defy logic. And that's the core of what makes it so powerful. It's as if there's a grand design at work, one that doesn't play by the usual rules of power, manipulation, or human tactics. For the chosen ones, holding their peace isn't about stepping back or being passive. It's about aligning with a force that sees far beyond what human eyes can observe and understand. When God's hand is in the mix, battles are won without lifting a finger, problems dissolve without confrontation, and justice arrives in ways that are so perfectly timed and tailored that no human mind could have orchestrated it. When you let go of the urge to react and let God handle the outcome, you're plugging into this limitless, unpredictable strategy that moves in ways no one can anticipate. Human logic might insist on certain rules, speak up, prove your point, but God's intelligence doesn't operate on the same wavelength. Instead, it's a strategy that weaves through people, events, and even circumstances in ways that only make sense after the dust has settled. What's even more powerful is how this divine strategy impacts those who come against you. While they're working tirelessly to plot, control, or manipulate, they don't realize they're up against something they can't outsmart. The unpredictability of God's strategy is like an invisible armor. People don't know where it's coming from or how it's working, only that their own efforts are unraveling right in front of them. Chosen ones don't need to engage in every battle because they know that what's at work on their behalf is infinitely wiser and more effective than anything they could do alone. God's strategy might be invisible and beyond human understanding, but it's unshakable. And that's why holding your peace isn't just wise. It's a profound expression of trust in a force that's bigger than any earthly power. Number 8, the unseen is your ally. The unseen truly is an ally for chosen ones. When you hold your peace, you align yourself with forces that operate beyond what the eye can see or the mind can fully grasp. This invisible support isn't just a comforting idea. It's a dynamic, active presence that moves in ways you may never directly witness, yet its effects are undeniably real. While others strain to control outcomes and struggle against obstacles, you have a silent, supernatural power dismantling barriers on your behalf, quietly, efficiently, and with perfect timing. The beauty of this unseen force is in its precision. It doesn't work with the messy push and pull of human tactics, but instead orchestrates events so perfectly that what unfolds almost seems inevitable, as if the entire situation was crafted to bring about the best result. And that's because, in a way, it was. This invisible ally isn't hindered by doubt, fatigue, or fear. It operates from a place of total alignment with a higher purpose, removing obstacles that don't belong and clearing paths you may not even realize exist yet. To the outside world, these results may seem coincidental or lucky, but those who understand know there's nothing accidental about them. This supernatural support doesn't just help you survive challenges. It often turns them into stepping stones, creating opportunities for growth, insight, and victory that go beyond what human hands could create. Each move of the unseen is purposeful, dismantling obstacles in silence and working to shape the outcome that serves your highest purpose. By holding your peace, you tap into this invisible design, one that's working tirelessly behind the scenes. The unseen becomes your silent partner, creating paths where there were none, shielding you from forces you may never be aware of, and ensuring that what's meant for you will arrive without struggle or force. This is the power of trusting the unseen. You align with a force that clears the way without a single word spoken. Number 9, empowered through patience. Patience is often misunderstood. It's typically seen as merely biding your time or waiting for something to happen. But for chosen ones, patience transforms into a powerful tool of empowerment. Each moment spent in tranquility isn't a wasted opportunity. It's an essential process of growth and sharpening that prepares you for the victories that lie ahead. This isn't just about enduring hardships. It's about harnessing the strength that comes from waiting with purpose. When chosen ones exercise patience, they're not just sitting idly by. Instead, they're engaging in a process of inner development that refines their character and strengthens their resolve.
I was brutally fat shamed in college by my friends. Even my father hated me for being chubby and ugly. The ultimate betrayal
Diba?
came when
Nagbigay
my
ako na sa inyo
fiancé
ng sobra-sobrang
Each moment
pasensya.
of peace serves as a reminder that not everything needs an immediate response or solution. This awareness creates a profound sense of inner power, allowing them to remain grounded while the world around them rushes to react. In this space, they cultivate resilience and clarity, understanding that the best outcomes often require time to manifest. This active patience creates a kind of spiritual momentum. It's like waiting for a seed to grow. The process may seem slow, but beneath the surface, profound changes are occurring. The soul is being prepared, lessons are being learned, and strength is being built.
Wait lang. At syempre po, andito tayo. Pinatay lang muna natin guys kasi alam niyo naman ng diba, yung ginataang bilo-bilo, nilagay ko na yung mga taro natin, tapos yung a little bit of sweet potato. Yung sweet potato natin, nilagay na rin natin. Kulay orange yun. Tapos taro. Tapos mais, bilo-bilo lang. Tapos meron tayong tapioca. Diba? Sarap naman no? Ay, pag-uwi ko. Pagluluto ko. Hari. Hari ng ewan. Joke. Diba? Pili lang tayo guys. Yeah! Ang ganda talaga. Oh, di ba? Mag-coat lang eh. Mag-jacket lang, iba ng datingan. Ay, nako. Just saan? Nag-switch ng internet. Naubos ko na pala yung evaporada din. Iba na yung mukha ko kasi medyo naglalamig-lamig na. Siyempre, pag yung malamig na ako, mas yung skin namin gumagano. Tapos nagda-dry ng konti hanggang medyo mag-aano na siya, mag-a-adjust na. Kaya mamaya magbababad ako ng moisturizer kasi may singing engagement ako tomorrow, boss. O, alam ni boss yan. May nakakaligtas ba kay boss? Saan ako pupunta? Alam na alam niya yan. Siyempre, may bodyguard eh. Bodyguard, gising ka na ba? Gising na yan. Tawag ka na muna. Mag-ring ka. Dalihan mo. Anong balita? Anong sabi ni boss? Ay, sarap maglakad guys. Lalo na kapag yung taglamig na. Kaya bukas may singing engagement ako. Pupunta muna ako ng gym. Magang-maaga tayo mag-i-steam. Tapos, siyempre, alas 11. So, alis na tayo. 6 o'clock. Doon na tayo maliligo, guys. Magja-jacuzzi muna tayo. Bukas na yun ng 5 a.m. Jacuzzi. Sisingin mo na si Lilibet. Nanoy. Oh my God. Tapos siswimming muna ako. Ay, iba-vlog ko. Grabe. Konting treadmill, sumba-sumba. From there, dyan na ako magbibihis. Ay, doon na ako magbibihis kay madam. Parang di na ako malilate. Kasi naligo na ako doon. Dadala lang ako ng body wash ko na 5. 5 body wash. Punta ako doon, lasing ko pala ng umaga, lalayas na ako. Kasi mag-exercise pa ako. Zumba. At zumba. Oh. Dapat konting treadmill para medyo parang fresh na fresh. Diba? Sarap mag-shower doon. Ganda ng bathroom doon. Oh. Siyempre, may dala akong Tapos, from there, na ako. Alam mo na. Depende kung iahatid ako ni Guardia Civil. Sana may paparada dito, guys. Guys, sana may paparada dito. Gagawa yung gagawin na nila fine dining yung area na yun. Wala kasi yung kainan yan. Pizza. Sicily pizza. Dito pala pumasisyon si Cheese Kebab Shawarma. Go smoke wagon. Diyan siya pwesto ba guys, Ang sarap ng niya, guys. Yung kebab niya, grabe. Grabe. Sabi ng gatas, guys. Although masarap na rin, pero hindi pwedeng walang gatas. So, dati nagsopas kasi tayo. So, naubos na. Kasi ito lang yung pinakamalapit na pero kung gagawin tayo sa football lesson, magagalit si boss kasi ayaw na ako naglalagat sa gabi. Wawa naman daw sa gabi. Ay, dito pala. Hallelujah. 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 Tatawag na yung bodyguard kay Ma'am. Sana. The divine bride, daughter, princess of the king. The only princess. The only princess of my boss. Saan pa kayo? Ano na siya? Tigil natin ihi. Makikita ng triko. Dami kasi namin kailangan. Pero kasi, yung ginataan bilibin ako. Hindi nakatalo sa akin na. Parang naisip ko lang na dapat ko na siyang lutuin. Naturada, carnation. Di ba? Saan ka pa? Diba, guys? This is my neighborhood. Nanay Nanoy. Si Nanoy yun. Galit si Nanoy. Nanay pugi-pugi. Bakit ka? The beauty is in the eyes in the eyes of the beholder. Daniel. Ay, go na guys. Ano kaya? Polare! Polare! Cantare! Oh, ho, ho, ho. Chiba, chama, chiba, chiba. Ay, baka si Jenny. Si Jenny, yung pinag-harvestan ko ng leki-leki ko. Kaso lang, hindi pa panahon para mag-harvest. Hindi pa masukal. Okay. Kahit masukal, mabuti pa rin. At syempre, mabango, mabango. Ayun na importante doon. Hindi amoy deodorant. Aamoy na kayo ng amoy deodorant. Grabe. Nahihilo ako pag ganun. Hi! Nice food, huh? Ang ganda ng tray niya, gosh. Ang ganda na may holder na. Laki-laki. May pupuntahan silang party siguro. So, may dala siyang pagkain. Ay, feeling. Dito, mga mababait mga tao, mga walang niya. Ano ba dyan? Mga isnap Pilipino. Dito, hindi. Pag ikaw ay dadaan ka sa maliit na daanan, yung dadaan ka sa sa eskribo, magahay ka, ibig sabihin, okay lang, gano'n, sige, daw muna mauna, hindi yung hari kayo ng daan. Pag hindi naman kasama-sama yung itsurang, katulad ni Tekla, ay, dapat, hi, hello. Si Tekla, palaaway yan. Sasabihin niya, ako daw ang palaaway. Ay, naku, sino kaya pala sugod ng sugod? Ay, naku, tingnan mo kung hindi ka isa't kalahating ewan. Ha? Bakit mo ako minimirror? Ilang araw niya na ako hindi pa nagsumbo si Tilapia, minimirror niyo ako. Lago kayo. Tamaan na kayo ng lahat ng kidlat. Wala kayo. Diba? Bolay. Whoa, Santare. Ho, he, ho, ho. Ano kaya ang masakot ko? Is it sexy? Pag sexy, magagalit si boss. Diba? Ride on na lang kayo dyan. Ay, hindi. Diba? Tingnan mo, dadaan lang yung bata yun. Nice house. See how nice the people here. Sa Japan nga, yumuyuko ko eh. Ibigay ng galang. Mga Pilipino, pag nagkatitigan, parang mga ewan. Kaya mga troublemakers. Kaya pasalamat na ako, napunta ako dito. Sa lugar na merong kapayapaan. Malayo sa mga chismosang katulad. Si Tekla lang nagkauso ng chismis sa dyan sa Canada. Sa Toronto, Canada. Canada. I'm back. Alam mo nakakaliskisan kita ngayon. Yan sa ulo mo hanggang ngayon, hindi ka pa rin makaunawa kumbaga dapat i-lead mo yung mga tao sa kabutihan, kagandang asal mo nung ginagawa mo binabaliktad mo.
That are only available to those who have truly taken the time to reflect
Yes.
and wait.
Ano skills mo,
Moreover,
Tekla?
this empowered patience changes the dynamics of challenges,
Chismis.
while others may react out of fear or frustration.
Alam mo ba, skill mo? Chismis. Chismosa. Hindi katangian ng Holy Spirit yun. Hindi nag-i-invite ng chismis ang Holy Spirit. Ang ini-invite ng Holy Spirit, peacemaker. Ikaw sinasabi ko sa'yo, ayusin mo ang problema kay Kaaruba tsaka kay Nasokir. Di ba? Kinig lang kayo, lalagay ko na yung gatas.
Chosen ones respond from a place of wisdom and strategy. Their patience not only grants them personal power, but also influences the world around them. They become catalysts for change, demonstrating that true strength lies in the ability to wait for the right moment. When they finally take action, it's with the force of someone who has been preparing, strategizing, and growing all along. The victories they achieve are not just rewards for patience. They are the natural result of an empowered spirit that has waited, learned, and prepared for the profound moments that come. Number 10, the resilience to defy instinct. Choosing not to retaliate in the face of provocation is a profound demonstration of spiritual maturity. Our human instincts naturally push us toward confrontation. We're wired to react when we feel threatened or disrespected. Yet, for the chosen ones, resisting that urge becomes a conscious choice, a testament to their resilience and discipline. This isn't about suppressing feelings or pretending that harm hasn't been done. It's about recognizing that the true battle is fought on a different level. When faced with adversity, the instinctive response might be to lash out, to defend oneself with words or actions that match the hostility received. But chosen ones understand that real strength lies in restraint. They see that retaliation often leads to an endless cycle of conflict, one that distracts from their purpose and diverts energy away from what truly matters. By choosing not to engage in the instinctive urge to fight back, they reclaim their power, proving that their responses are guided by a deeper understanding rather than impulsive reactions. This restraint signifies a mastery of self. It reveals a recognition that external circumstances do not dictate internal peace. When they choose not to retaliate, they're demonstrating that their value and identity are not dependent on the opinions or actions of others. Instead, they respond from a place of clarity and strength, aware that engaging in the battle of egos only diminishes their light. Furthermore, this ability to defy instinct reflects an unshakable confidence in their path and purpose. It communicates that they are not easily swayed by the chaos around them. This quiet strength becomes their shield, protecting them from negativity while allowing them to rise above petty conflicts. Their resilience showcases a profound discipline, a commitment to remaining true to themselves, regardless of external pressures. In this way, they become masters not only of their circumstances, but of their very selves, charting a course toward peace and profound fulfillment that few can attain.
Towards peace.
Has great responsibilities.
Para sa kapayapaan, anong ginagawa mo? Away doon. Imbis na magpakumbaba ka, hindi. Anong ginagawa mo? Ilalabanan mo pa ako. Sabi ko sa'yo na aregluhin mo lang yung mga problema ko dahil ikaw ang nag-create ng chaos. Ay hindi mo matanggap. Hindi mo maano sa sarili mo. Hindi ka peacemaker. War freak ka. Freak. Freak. You are freak. War freak.
Weaponized silence. Weaponized stillness transforms what could be a moment of chaos into a powerful tool for chosen ones. In a world that often demands quick reactions and immediate responses, the ability to remain still and composed stands out as an extraordinary act of strength. By choosing not to react, they are not simply being passive, they are actively channeling their energy inward, reclaiming power that would otherwise be wasted in futile exchanges. This inner containment creates a concentrated force, sharp and focused, that can cut through tension and uncertainty with far more impact than any barrage of words or actions ever could. In this state of stillness, chosen ones gather their thoughts, feelings, and intentions. Instead of dispersing their energy in defensive or aggressive maneuvers, they harness it, allowing it to build and intensify. This focused energy radiates a quiet confidence that can disarm those around them, leaving opponents feeling unsettled and confused. The sheer presence of a chosen one who stands firm in their stillness becomes a formidable barrier against negativity and conflict. Moreover, weaponized stillness acts like a mirror, reflecting the emotional chaos of others. Those who are used to engaging in tit-for-tat confrontations often find themselves at a loss when faced with someone who refuses to play the game. The absence of a reaction forces them to confront their own motives and emotions. In this way, chosen ones wield their stillness as a weapon, not by striking out, but by refusing to engage on the level of confrontation. This strategic calm does not equate to weakness. On the contrary, it requires tremendous inner strength and discipline to remain still when provoked. It showcases an unwavering belief in one's worth and purpose, demonstrating that the chosen ones can rise above the fray. Ultimately, their weaponized stillness allows them to navigate challenges with grace, delivering a more profound impact than any fiery retort could ever achieve. Number 12, victory that leaves a lasting impact. Victory achieved through holding your peace transcends mere moments of triumph. It resonates deeply on a soul level, leaving a lasting impact that reverberates far beyond the immediate situation. When chosen ones allow God to fight their battles, they step into a realm of divine intervention where the outcomes are not limited to fleeting skirmishes or superficial wins. Instead, these victories are transformative, capable of altering destinies and setting a course that can influence lives for generations to come. This kind of victory is rooted in a profound understanding of purpose and faith. It's not simply about overcoming a challenge. It's about aligning with a higher power that orchestrates events in ways that the human mind may struggle to comprehend. When chosen ones step back and allow God to take charge, they become part of a larger narrative that unfolds in perfect timing. Each victory, then, is a stitch in the fabric of their destiny, contributing to a grander design that has implications far beyond their own lives. Moreover, these victories often bring about change that others can see and feel. When chosen ones emerge victorious from a struggle without compromising their peace, they set an example for others. They demonstrate that true strength lies not in aggression or retaliation, but in trust and stillness. The impact of such victories inspires those around them to rethink their own approaches to conflict and challenges, creating a ripple effect that can lead to lasting change in communities and families. As these victories echo through time, they often become stories of hope and resilience that are shared and celebrated. Generations may speak of the strength and wisdom of those who chose peace over conflict, instilling values that endure. In this way, the victories of chosen ones become part of a legacy, showing that the path to true triumph is not always about winning battles, but about securing a victory that shapes destinies and resonates through the ages. In a world that often glorifies immediate reactions and aggressive posturing, the true power of chosen ones lies in their ability to hold their peace and trust in a higher purpose. By embracing the divine strategy that unfolds through stillness, they don't just fight battles, they redefine what victory means. These victories are not merely personal achievements, but rather profound shifts in the very fabric of existence, echoing through generations and influencing the lives of those who follow. As they navigate challenges with unwavering faith, chosen ones showcase a resilience that inspires others to look beyond surface-level conflicts. Their weaponized stillness becomes a beacon of strength, illuminating paths of wisdom, grace, and lasting impact. In relinquishing the urge to retaliate, they demonstrate that true mastery is found in patience and restraint, allowing God's hand to orchestrate outcomes far beyond what human effort can accomplish. Ultimately, the journey of the chosen ones reveals a powerful truth. When you choose to hold your peace, you align yourself with the divine and tap into a source of strength that not only protects your destiny, but also uplifts the collective spirit. The battles fought in silence, with faith as the driving force, are the ones that yield victories rich in purpose and depth. So as you step into your own challenges, remember that your stillness can be your mightiest weapon, capable of crafting a legacy that resonates throughout time, inspiring generations to come. Embrace the call to hold your peace, for in doing so, you participate in a divine narrative that transforms not just your life, but the world around you. If you found value in this exploration of strength, stillness, and divine victory, we invite you to take the next step on this journey with us. Subscribe to our channel and become part of a community that seeks to uplift, empower, and inspire. By hitting that subscribe button, you're not just staying updated, you're joining a movement that believes in the profound impact of holding your peace and trusting in a higher purpose. Together, let's unlock the power of your potential, embrace the challenges ahead, and celebrate the extraordinary victories that await. Join us as we continue to delve into the depths of wisdom, spirituality, and the strength that resides within you. Don't miss out. Subscribe now and be part of something truly transformative. God bless you.
Let's practice your English.
Let's do it.
What's your name?
My name is Serge.
How old are you?
I just...
Welcome, the anointed ones. They tried to silence you, bury you, dismiss you. But God had other plans. He multiplied you. Now, your presence is as numerous as the stars in the sky. Welcome, chosen ones. You're not here by chance. What if I told you that there's a reason why, no matter how hard the world tries to shut you down, you keep rising? Or that this isn't just a single-player journey. There are others out there, more than you could ever imagine, all feeling the same unshakable pull, the same undeniable calling. Here's a curious fact. The human brain is hardwired to spot patterns, connections in a sea of randomness. So if you've ever felt like you're seeing more people who think like you, question like you, feel like you, you're not imagining it. God is gathering his people, multiplying those who have been set apart. And here's the twist. Those who dismissed you are finally starting to see just how big the army of the chosen has grown. So buckle up. This isn't about blending in, keeping quiet, or staying small. This is the awakening of a new kind of power, and it's only just begun. And don't worry, the universe has a wicked sense of humor too. Just watch how it works its magic on those who thought they could stand in your way. Number 1. Amplified purpose, not ego. The surge in chosen ones isn't about boosting egos or building a following. It's something far deeper, almost beyond words. These people are showing up with a purpose, a calling that runs through them like a current. For most, it doesn't come with flashy titles, grand positions, or worldly recognition. In fact, you wouldn't know they were chosen ones by looking. They're the ones quietly observing, quietly existing, until their purpose demands otherwise. When they step up, it's not to demand the spotlight. It's because they have to, as if pulled by a force that's more powerful than anything society could offer. Chosen ones are here to shift things, to change the way the world works, even if it's just by planting a seed of doubt in others' minds about the normal way of things. They're here to peel back the curtains on illusions people didn't even know were there, to shed light on what's hidden. Their mission is intense, and it's not comfortable. Most of them know this. They're not looking for a comfortable life, and they've likely faced rejection and isolation for it. It's almost as if the world pushes back against them, trying to keep them from disrupting the flow. But for every obstacle, there's a deeper push inside them to keep going, to let the purpose rise above the hardship. They're not heroes in the traditional sense, with medals or trophies. They're people with quiet strength, with a pull towards something that others can't quite understand. They don't want followers. They want others to see, to question, to feel what they feel. This purpose isn't to make them famous or admired, but to make them agents of real change, whether or not anyone is paying attention. Number 2, a unifying shift in consciousness. The chosen ones have spent years feeling like they're out of place, like strangers in a world that doesn't speak their language. They've been the ones who question everything, who don't settle easily, who can't ignore the sense that something essential is missing in the everyday script people follow. For a long time, this made them feel alone, as if their way of seeing the world isolated them. But now, something is shifting. It's as if these individuals are starting to align, like pieces of a puzzle coming together. They're finding each other, not by chance, but because their paths are magnetically pulling them together. This isn't a trend or a movement, it's something deeper, a unifying shift that goes beyond words. What they share isn't just similar ideas or beliefs. It's a unique frequency, an energy that recognizes itself in others. When 2 or more chosen ones connect, it's like they unlock a higher state of awareness, something that's been lying dormant, waiting for the right people to come together. This isn't your typical bond. It's a resonance, a recognition that goes beyond anything ordinary.
Don't start a business. Buy an existing business. You don't have to be a rich investor with bags full of cash to buy an existing.
And in this resonance, they find validation, not the kind that comes from fitting in, but the kind that comes from realizing they're not alone in seeing the world differently. As more chosen ones connect, their influence expands in ways they hadn't even considered. Their unified energy creates a network that's almost invisible to the rest of the world, but unbreakably strong. The more they find each other, the stronger they become, not just individually, but as a force of awareness. It's a quiet power, building in the background, and it doesn't need to shout to be felt. This is the kind of unity that defies ordinary definitions, pulling people together for reasons they sense more than fully understand. Number 3, the wisdom to shatter illusions. What makes the chosen ones stand out isn't just intelligence or intuition, it's their relentless ability to see through the illusions that most people accept without question. From an early age, they pick up on the inconsistencies, the hollow promises, and the facades that society puts up to keep everyone in line. They can sense the manipulation in media, the shallow promises in advertising, and even the subtle pressures from social norms telling them how to think, act, and live. But unlike most, they can't simply ignore these things. It's almost like a superpower, though not one that makes life easier. Instead, it makes them see the world with a clarity that's often uncomfortable, like looking directly into a bright light. This ability to shatter illusions doesn't make them cynical, though they often come across that way to others. It's not that they want to reject everything. It's that they can't ignore the falsehoods they see. They question the meaning behind the endless race for money and status, the need for external validation, and the cultural obsession with appearance. To them, these are distractions, constructs designed to keep people busy and blinded to what's really important. They don't rebel for rebellion's sake. They simply can't follow something they know to be empty. Their awareness often distances them from others, but it's also what sets them free. They've reached a level where they are no longer swayed by what's popular or socially acceptable. This freedom is both their gift and their burden. They see the world for what it is, not as it's presented. It makes them feel like outsiders, yes, but it also gives them a level of authenticity, and inner strength that few can match. They're not here to blend in. They're here to open eyes, to bring others into the light, even if it makes people uncomfortable. Number 4, the force to disrupt systems. The chosen ones don't need to launch revolutions or storm the gates to cause change. They disrupt systems simply by existing as they are. Their authenticity, the way they live in alignment with their values, is powerful enough to challenge conventional power structures that thrive on control, exploitation, and deception. These systems depend on people following without question, relying on individuals who fall into line, play by the rules, and feed into the status quo. But the chosen ones don't fit this mold, and they don't buy into the illusions propping up these structures. They're immune to manipulative narratives, empty promises, and the kind of shallow goals that keep most people running in circles. This silent rebellion is what makes them so potent. Just by being who they are, by refusing to compromise their truth, they expose the weaknesses in the systems that surround them. When enough people stop engaging in the chase for status, money, or external validation, the structures built to sustain these values start to weaken. They disrupt by not engaging, by refusing to be influenced, and by showing others an alternative way to live. Their presence alone sparks questions in the minds of those around them, forcing others to look at their own lives and question what they're supporting. Over time, this passive resistance spreads. The chosen ones may not even intend to spark change, but their example becomes contagious. The more people witness individuals living freely and authentically, the more they start to question why they're compromising so much of themselves. When enough individuals begin living outside the control of deceptive systems, those systems start to crumble, not with a bang, but with a quiet unraveling. The chosen ones are the embodiment of this shift, a force that disrupts by existing, a quiet power that challenges everything without saying a word. Number 5, the magnetic pull of truth. When chosen ones speak, it isn't just words. It's a frequency, a kind of truth that carries weight far beyond the surface level. Their words have a rare kind of resonance, a magnetic pull that doesn't just sound good or capture attention temporarily. Instead, it reaches deep into others, awakening something that's been asleep, sometimes for years, buried under layers of social conditioning, fear, and conformity. This impact goes beyond charisma or persuasion. It's the power of authenticity, unfiltered and unapologetic, speaking to parts of people that may not have seen the light in a long time. This magnetic pull isn't something they force. It's a natural effect of their own alignment with truth. They're not interested in impressing or manipulating others. They simply express what's real to them. And in doing so, they reveal a path for others to step into their own truths. Their words serve as a mirror, reflecting back the suppressed parts of people that long for expression, for freedom. It's not a comfortable experience for everyone. Some may even feel challenged or confronted by it. But for those ready to listen, it's like a door opening. When people encounter a chosen one speaking from this place of authenticity, something internal begins to shift. It's not about convincing or converting, it's about sparking a deeper kind of revolution, one that begins within. These internal revolutions are subtle yet profound, gradually dismantling the old frameworks people have built their lives around. The chosen ones become catalysts, not by demanding change, but by embodying it. In a world where truth is often filtered, softened, or hidden, their unfiltered voices are like a call to action, awakening souls and inspiring others to rise into their own power. The pull of their truth doesn't just attract people, it reawakens them. Number 6, forged by isolation, empowered by unity.
If you shop at Walmart, watch this video. Now to the class action lawsuit against Walmart, the company agreeing to pay $45 million to settle that lawsuit. ABC's Alexis Christophorus is here with what it could mean for some consumers and possibly some money back in their pockets. Alexis, if you live within 25 miles of a Walmart, then you can claim a gift card from them worth up to $750. They owe customers $45 million and are required to give out gift cards as compensation to customers who answer a survey and qualify themselves. All you have to do is follow the link we attached to this video and answer some simple questions, then complete a few tasks. This only takes a few minutes, and when you are done, the gift card is sent right to your email, or you can have a physical card mailed. Right now, families around the world are claiming this in-store voucher. Don't miss out on this opportunity. It will only be available for a short amount of time. Now back to Angela for more news.
Apply tayo. Survey, kaso that pa ang survey. Answer 3, simple. Question, gift card, don't miss it out. Fantastic. Start now. You live in the United States? Oh, yes. open din siya. Ay! Siguro, monthly tulad ng nakaraan, diba? Bili tayo ng shampoo natin, body wash. I discover deals and promote. Oh, siya. Thank you for your time. Silver 7. Don't forget. Yes. That's it. Bata mo na.
monetize with ads. As part of the all-new Beehive ad network, thousands of newsletters have already monetized, and it's about to get even better. More ad opportunities, better brands, automated payments, streamlined processes, and more. And starting today, anyone who wants to monetize their newsletter will begin receiving ad opportunities. That's right, anyone. You don't need to have thousands of subscribers. You don't need to send frequently. You just need to be on our scale plan and connect your payment account to get paid.
The journey of the chosen ones has often been marked by solitude, a necessary and
Yun lang tatawagan ng tawag tao sa bodyguard. Hi, make a love shout out. I'm back. Diyos ko, yung sombrero ko hindi pasok kasi nga nakaipit ho ako. Tanggalin na para pumasok ng konti, guys. Ayan. Kasi ho, ang dami nating nakain na sugar. Tapos, ano, tapos, inano natin, tinikman, tapos kumain pa tayo ng mga pitos, kumain pa tayo ng orange. Ang daming sugar, guys. Kaya pero minom na ako ng gamot kanina pa. Kasi naramdaman ko na tumaas na yung sugar natin. Lakad-lakad mo. Ito, paborito ko ho tong jacket. Talagang pang ano siya. Pang heavy duty na lamig. Luma na to eh. Panlakad to. Pero sarap-sarap po. Tapos hindi na kailangan mag-scarf. Gaganan mo lang. So, hinihintay ko ho yung kumari ko, guys. Hinihintay ko ho yung kumari ko na dumating. Sabi ko sa kanya, tawag lang siya kasi sinando ko na yung ginataan, bilo-bilo sa kanya. Tapos, ano, ah, maglalakad lang ho tayo kasi kailangan natin magbawas ng glucose sa katawan. La, 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 la. At kailangan natin bisitahin ang ating kaibigan doon. Tinatawagan ko si kumari ko. Ayaw nang sumagot. Tatawagan ko nga para alam ko kung nasaan na po siya. Dyan lang. I'm back! Marami rin guys na naglalakad sa gabi. Kasi, ano, pag ganitong malamig-lamig, winawalk din nila yung mga animals nila. Ganitong oras lang, mga alas 6, alas 7. Teka, may audio ba ako? Mic test 1, 2. Kaya, maglakad na rin tayo. Diba? Gagawa nga sana ako ng enchilada. Maglalagay tayo ng yung mga pinagbigyan ng siling marami. So, gagawin natin ano yun. Tapos yung cucumber natin, hiwain natin na maayos yun. Lalagay din natin siya. So, yun. Ayun, kanina may pinalay tayo ng mga the chosen of God. So, yung pala ang ibig sabihin ng mga the chosen of God na hindi sila basta-basta natitinan to the hardest, kumbaga yung toughest, ibig sabihin yung pinaka mahirap na pagsubok sa kanila. Tapos yung pagiging tahimik nila, pagpasensya nila, hindi ibig sabihin nun nadidefeat na sila or parang yung matatalo na sila ng kalaban. Kasi yan, nakaplat na daw ng goal. Yung goal ni Demon, yung Satan, yung lipi nila ni Tekla. Kasi obviously, alam nyo ba, yung mga nagtatangi ng mga ng mga orasyon na hindi naman nila dinadasalan, tsaka hindi talaga sila mga mababait na tao, katulad ni Tekla. Ang dami-dami orasyon yan, maniwala kayo. Tapos sasabihin niya, ako mahilig sa magic. Siya po talaga, kahit tingnan nyo pa, marami yan para-paranalia. Inamin niya na yun sa eh. Alam mo, Tekla, ikaw ang demonyita. Ako ang inaano mo. Samantalang ako, wala akong masarap hawakan, kundi yung Biblia at saka Rosario. Dasal. Kaya ito, talaga to, pag kayo yan, sumama kayo dyan. No, sumapi kay Super Tekla. Mawawala talaga kayo ng alignment. Kasi wala na yan, kakasawa na makinig ko dyan. Wala na siyang wala na hong kapayapaan yan kasi tingnan mo nung, nung tinapatan ko siya, nag-mirror siya kasi sa akin Di mirror ko rin siya, di ba? O, tapatan kami. Wala, hindi siya hindi siya hindi siya nagwagi sa akin. Oh, garal-gal siya. Anong feeling? Anong feeling? Anong feeling, Tekla, nung nag-mirror din ako sa'yo? Oh, kala mo, papaano ako sa'yo? Papatinag? Grabe, ikaw nga dapat mahiya sa sarili mo dahil ang tatanda-tanda mo na. Sobra ka na sa tanda. Oh, pero ikaw wala ka pang pinagkatandaan. Yan ang masama sa'yo. Diba? Hindi mo na kinakaya. Kasi yung konsensya mo, alam mo, yan ang binibigay ng Espiritu Santo, yung konsensya na konsensya sa tao. Pag sobra kang ganyan ang ugali mo, hindi ka marunong makipagpakumbaba. O, lahat hinigitan mo, lahat inaaway mo, lahat inano mo, di ba? Kasi gusto mo, ikaw ang bida. Nanunugod ka. Anong sabi ni ate sa mera mo? Kasi yan, pala away yan mahilig sa away yan si Tekla. Ako sinisiraan ko si
Ikaw kay Samera, hindi. Sinabi, tanong mo kay Ate Samera yan. Pala-away ka daw. Kaya nga yung mga GC nyo nga, hindi nga sumasama yan. Umaalis daw siya eh. Ewan ko lang ngayon. Kasi ang mahirap naman sa kanya, alam mo Ate Samera, dapat bati kita sa totoo lang. Kaya lang mapakailam ka rin ng sobra-sobra. Kaya yan ang masama. Kasi gusto niyo makialam sa buhay ni Francis. Oo, ayan ang ano dyan, katotohanan. Gusto niyong kontrolin. Gusto niyo kung sino ano. Akala niyo mga ano kayo, mga advisor kayo ni Francis na dapat kayong sundin. Di ba? Wala naman. Di ba? Hindi naman kayo dapat sundin. Yan ang mahirap sa inyo eh. Kaya ako sabi ko nga dadating ang panahon na ano puro spiritual na lang ang pag-uusapan ko. Hindi mapag-usapan ang pangalan niya, hindi. Oh, kasi ang pinaka parang ano ko na, ang winner ko na dito, ang goal ko kasi. Hinihintay kasi niya ako, yung driver. Paabante siya, full stop siya. Tanda, nandito naman ako sa kanan, dito siya. Titingin pa. Hindi naman ako tatawid na bigla-bigla. At anyway. Yun po yun, Nasasalamin lang talaga, tingnan mo. Tamang-tama talaga. Oh, yung nagawa ko na walang nagturo sa akin. Wala akong nagturo sa akin na manahimik. Bagkus, nagpakumbaba talaga ako. Talagang kahit na minura-mura nga ako nila Yaman nun, tsaka nila Victoria eh. Oh, umano ba ako sa kanila? Wala. Hindi ako nakikiano sa inyo. Oh, lahat pinagtanganan nila ako dahil buwang-buwang daw ako. O ngayon, ikaw Tekla. Tapos ikaw pa, dati pinagtanggol din kita dahil isa ka pa rin daw buang. Tapos akong sasabihin mo buang. Naalala mo yung ginawa nyo? Pumunta kayo kay, oo, nakalive ako. Pumunta ka kay, kay, tawag dito? Kay Dep noon. Alam nyo, sa totoo lang kasi sobra na kayo yung kasamaan ng ugali ninyo. Kayo ang masasama mga ugali. Oh. Akala nyo lahat kayo mainang. Komat dikit kayo. Si Det ginamit lang ni John o Johnny King. Oh. Pero kinakalantari niya na yung taga Hong Kong. Oh. Sige nga. Sabihin nyo, hearsay. Totoo naman, naiya kayo sa balat ninyo. Oh. Diba? Yan ang mali sa inyo. Ang hilig nyo mamahiya ng mga tao. O ako noon, sinabihan ninyo na may gusto kay Alpha Monyo noon. Hindi ko nga kilala yung Alpha Monyo na yan. Oh, sige. Kasi etong makakagulat tong umiikot-ikot din to yung babae. Dahil pag dumadating nagkukulat. Nakaano ho siya yung nakakontrol scooter. Tapos winowalk niya yung dog niya. So, kung ano yung route ko, yung ruta ko doon din siya. Kaya pag naririnig ko yung gulong, gugulat ako. So anyways, may kaibigan nga ako dito eh. Kamustahin na nga natin. Ay, sandali lang. Maaga pa naman eh. 6:58 pa lang. Ito lang. Sandali na eh. Huwag tayo magtatagal eh. Bukas may lakad pa tayo. Kamustahin lang natin. Yung naalala niyo yung kaibigan natin dito. La, 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 la. Ay, parang hindi yata gumagana yung guys, yung naka-forward nila. Tumutunog ba? Gabi na rin. Ayan na, baka nag-aalaga ng nanay niya. Hi! Good evening, Julia! Kinamusta lang natin. Hi, Apple Baby. Kinamusta lang natin. So, ano, wait lang. Yeah. Hindi ko na siya pilalabas kasi malamig guys. Wala siyang jacket. Tsaka may sakit yung ninga niya, both. Kasi pag yung arthritis, alam niyo naman na arthritis both, ano yan eh. They call it bilateral. So, bilateral, both joints are affected. And sometimes, talagang yung ano ng arthritis, it's all about the joints. So, kung ano yung matatamaan. It could be on the lower back, no? Pwedeng sa mga joints of your fingers, you know? And it's a part of aging kasi guys, eh. Aging yan, eh. Ibig sabihin, at saka hereditary din pag tumatanda ka na, kakaroon ka. Kaya yung mga knuckles nyo, pag yung nakikita nyong balubaluktot na arthritis na ho, yun. Doon na bibigyan kayo ng anti-inflammatory kasi nagrarabing na. Sira na yung mga cartilage ng joints. Hi, Papa.
Hi, how are you?
Good evening. How are you?
Everything okay?
Yeah. Yeah, I just live over there in the Lower Canyon.
Yeah?
Yeah, I just walk around for an exercise. After eating at night, walk. Because they said
You
it's
walk
a,
every day?
yeah, but lately, not much this week because it's cold. Yeah, it's very, when we go age, you have to walk. If you cannot go exercise in the gym or any, cannot carry, simply walk around the block. You know, I observed it before. I know it's very powerful exercise, but until I did it by myself, it's like I weigh hold on, 161. Okay, I weigh 161. Let's say I try to weigh myself, scale myself for today, 161. So after 2 weeks, I try to walk every day. In the morning before going to work, in the evening after I eat.
Very good. Yeah.
So you know what? I measured like 157. Imagine for 2 weeks, 3 pounds is already good. Just a simple walking for 13 minutes a day.
Oh,
And you know why? Why I am telling that to you? A yoga teacher told me. I said, Rika, if you don't have time to, by the way, my name is Rika. What's your name?
my
Sir.
name is Steve.
Steve?
Yeah.
My friend Julia over there the other side. I don't know if you know her.
Very good.
Yeah. So I'm just telling you, if you cannot walk much, just like in your house, backyard, front yard.
Yeah.
You can
Sometimes
do
my
so.
wife has maybe 10 minutes, 20 minutes, my leg pain.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
honestly, I don't.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna be mean to you, but you are gaining much at your age. Because when we go age, I told her exercise in the pool is very important. In the pool, swimming pool.
I diabetic.
We're both
Yeah.
diabetic. Like me, I said I'm really still young. I'm 48 years old, sir, but I'm diabetic type 2 diabetes. So I need to take care of myself. If I want to live like more 20 years or more, I need to take care. But I'm not limiting my food. The doctor said you take all the medication. You want to eat, you less the carbo.
You have a diabetic?
Yeah, it's
You.
hereditary. Yeah,
Oh, you young.
but it's a type 2.
Type
It's a
two.
type 2 diabetes.
Oh.
It's not like uh what do you call it, like congenital, something like that.
I diabetic almost 25 years.
Oh yeah, I started like I think I started 2014
Oh,
or more.
yeah.
Well, that's why the doctor's like getting scared at me. But I think my A1C goes down. Does your A1C goes down now?
Yeah.
It's controlled. If it's controlled, no
Yeah.
problem. How old are you?
Yeah, I am 64.
Oh, you're still young, sir. You are seriously 64?
64.
Yeah, you are still have lots of
Yeah.
time to live.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, sometimes I'm, no good eat for diabetic.
Yeah.
I'm sometimes eat, sometimes
Oh,
no
because
eat.
we eat tortilla, nyo.
Yeah. Yeah. I
Tortilla
eat
flour.
everything. Tortilla, burrito.
Burrito. I learned eating
Yeah. I
Spanish
like
food in
it.
here.
I like it.
Yeah, yeah. But are you you're Armenian or?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
you look like and you speak English straight.
yeah.
That's why. So my boss is Armenian.
Yeah. Where
He's a
you work?
chiropractor.
Yeah.
I'm working as a I don't know that this is a Filipino
He's
house.
Philippine. He's
Oh.
Philippine. He's Philippine.
Oh, here. That's why.
All Philippine.
That's why Julia told me that she has a neighbor Filipino.
Yeah.
Yeah.
More Philippine people.
Yeah, I should meet them because
Yeah.
I've been
Very
looking.
nice
I've
people.
I've been look. I've been looking for Filipino people here also in my nearby house. But I live in Armenta and Lurking.
You live here?
Yeah, Armenta and Lurking.
Arminta.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Here.
So I'm just trying to be nice and friendly in my neighborhood. Because you won't, if I'm gonna walk only there, it's not gonna be enough. I need to push myself all throughout at the back up to here. Or it's like a three rounds of walk.
Very
Yeah,
nice for
yeah,
diabetic.
yeah.
Doctor asked, you
You
only
see? Walk.
For
I told
nice,
you. That's why.
yeah.
Then when you lose weight, you feel like your joints are losing up. Because the more we have more weight in our body, our the donut on your knees, which is the meniscus. They call it meniscus. It's like a donut
Yeah, donut, yeah.
that stayed in the middle of two joints,
Oh,
and sometimes it gets ripped,
yeah.
and that would be very painful when we are overweight. So when we have more glucose sugars in the body, it's stuck up in our body. That's why when we eat a little bit of sugar, let's say cake, chocolates, or anything that has a carbohydrates converted to sugar, and when we do have that one, the insulin
Yeah,
is really working
insulin.
in our body. The pancreas is the one who secretes insulin. When you do have more sugars to operate, then the insulin fluctuate, meaning to say it's gonna be
Yeah,
like
lantus
uh,
every day.
yeah, so it's gonna be over ilongtus.
Yeah,
Oh, the longtus is good, but I'm not prepared to have like insulin because I'm still maybe the insulin still working for me in my own insulin value. But of course, I have to be careful and be watchful because eventually, probably, it's gonna be, you know,
You have a
lose.
baby?
I don't have.
You have?
No.
Uh,
How many children you have?
I have three babies.
Three
One
baby.
boy, two lady, two.
They're grown up and have their own family.
No, all married.
Married. That's good,
Yeah,
sir.
married.
And you still have a wife over there?
Yeah, my wife. My diabetic sick. My wife.
Oh.
Yeah.
Your wife too is
Yeah,
diabetic?
yeah, yeah. My wife.
Oh. So what are you all retired, huh? What was your job then?
I work in construction.
Oh,
Warehouse.
you owned it?
Yeah,
You owned it?
construction.
After now?
Yeah,
You
no,
still have?
no, no.
No
Now
more?
I'm
Closed
sick.
down? I
Now I'm
know
sick.
because you're the one who worked for it,
Yeah,
but in construction is really a
yeah,
good business, I
yeah,
could tell. I could say.
yeah.
Because I have a Filipino friend that works as
Yeah,
construction, fixing a little bit in the house, like much of money,
yeah,
right? But at least you've been like work hard when you
yeah,
were young,
yeah,
and you have your pension, right?
yeah.
Well, at least, but good thing your kids are doing well in their careers,
Yeah.
right? Uh-huh. Nice to meet you, Mr. What was the name? Steve?
Steve,
Steve, yeah. Okay. What's your last name?
huh?
Last name?
My last name Mustafa.
Mustafa.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Whenever you like some chiropractor little bit brittle, so adjustment is not good enough for you. But to lose weight and to walk is just that's the gradual that you could do for yourself. The lightest and very effective. It's not too late, sir. All right. But anyways, life is still beautiful. We need to enjoy life to the fullest, right, sir?
Yeah.
So nice to meet you, and then I'll see you once again.
Okay.
At least we have a good talk.
Have a nice day.
Have a nice. Have a nice. Thank you. Uh-huh. Oh, ano, akala niyo, hindi naman kayo marunong makipag-usap. Hinayupak. Galing ko, di ba? Alam niyo, hindi ako dapat, noon dati hindi niya ako naririnig na magsalita. Okay, hindi niyo ako, kasi it's not my forte to brag. Bisan, hindi ko gawi yung masyadong madada pagdating sa, ko, sa sarili ko. Kasi hindi ko na dapat sabihin yun. Kaya lang, minsan, no, para pala ang tao, makaunawa din at tumigil sila, di sila magkasala sa iyo o sa Diyos. O, pang-aalipos na yung ginagawa ninyo. Akala nyo kung sino kayo magagaling. O, lalo na si Tekla, akala napakahusay. Ay, nako. O, meron silang party doon, o. May-ari pala nito, Spanish. O. Meron silang Maracha. O. Diba? Dati nandito, yung ibang bahay dito, hindi pa masyadong occupied na occupied. Pero marami na talagang bumibili ng lupa dito sa area namin. Actually, kahit na hindi kami sa Northridge kasi ito parang na to parang mga, kaya yung iba gusto nila dito dahil malapit po kami sa Universal Studios. Kita nyo, maglalakad lang ako, sakay lang ako ng bus minsan magsasakay ako uli ng bus. God is really good to me. God gave me a more convenient place to live. Actually. Kaya marami pa rin akong dapat ipagpasalamat sa Panginoon. Regardless kung meron ako, wala. But God is really very good to me. I don't have much of work to do. But to be a good person, an influencer to everybody is a good way of being a so effective individual to some of the spiritual people just like me. That's why I talk in English sometimes, even though it's not really perfect. Because I'm not really like a type of person na, ano eh, yung English ng English, sa totoo lang. Kasi English is, it's a matter of practicing way. No, when you talk to somebody who's really very an English person, you don't have a choice but to talk in English manner in a way to convey your message, to communicate well, to converse well, di ba? So if you're not gonna do it and practice it, hindi ka magiging effective communicator, di ba? Kaya ako nakita niyo, sinasabi ko lang sa inyo kasi not all the people can speak to you. Not all people will trust you when you just bump just like that and talk to them. They will know. You will know if a person is a professional. Then they will know if this person that approaching to them is a nice person. They could tell also. Meron tayong mga kanya-kanyang instinct, no, na feeling of God give us. Yun sinasabi nilang discernment na if you need to trust this person. Diba? Kaya ako sabi ko nga, once you are planting good seeds to other people, you will not get wrong unless kung hindi sila sincere sa'yo. Then, kasi kung talagang may mga tao na mapagsamantala, yung hindi talaga sila in good spirit, pero ikaw nagiging good spirit ka sa kanila. Kasi, dahil yun ang dapat mong ipakita, di ba? So, anong maaano nila na maipipintas nila sa'yo kung kahit na ikaw pa ang pinaka-pangit na tao. Nakita mo nga yung shoes ko, paborito ko lang 'tong gawin na ay, hindi ko pa nga nalalaban, oh, 'di ba? Oh, pag-uwi ko na nito, nakapaglakad na ako, oh, at least nakipagtsikahan ako sa mama, ang binigay ko kagandahan ng kalusugan, oh, positibo kasi nga occupational therapist ako, eh. Tangi oh, I know how to talk to I know how to communicate. Kasi importante po 'yun na you encourage the person at what they're gonna do, what is this and that. Not to impress them, but to relay the message, to educate them. Oh, halimbawa vlog ka ng vlog, wala naman matututunan sa'yo yung tao kundi lang, kaya kayo yung mga nanonood kay Tekla, sabi ko sa inyo, stress lang ang dinadala niyo sa buhay niyo. Kasi imbes na nagkakaroon kayo ng education, naaaliw kayo. At least ako nitong lately, puro kanta na nga lang pinagagagawa ko. O alam ni boss, tawa nga ng tawa si boss, eh. Hindi niyo alam, kahit tanong niyo kay Jinjan Jonic, matagal na nanonood si boss sa'kin mula nung ako'y naka-live na ako. Nagka-live na ako mula nung ako'y umaakyat pa dun noon sa mansion niya. Paano hindi ako kikilalanin? Mga loko kayo, tanga-tanga lang kayo lahat. Si Francisco, ganun lang minsan. Mahilig mag-bluff yan. Kasi alam nyo, nakikilala na niya yung mga ugali niya lahat. Mga ugali ng asal. Tapos, bukas pala kailangan mag-ready na ng mga gagaling ko sa Nevada. Kasi tatamalan ko po yung matanda. Punta kasi ako sa Nevada. Sinabi ko na, pupunta ako sa Nevada. At pinaalam ko na kay Bossing. Kasi minomotor niya yung kapatid niyang prinsesa. Kasi love na love ako noon. Ayaw akong mapapahamak nun. Dapat alam niya kung saan ako pupunta. O, di ba? Ganun yung ka-supportive. Kasi, ganun din ako ka-supportive sa kanya. Tanong mo sa kanya. Hindi naman sasagot ng totoo yun. Gago yun. O, di ba? O. O, ang daan ko naman sa tao. Lubog pala kayo eh. Magbubuts ako kasi yung pupuntahan ko. Medyo magba-vlogging ako. Magti-TikTok ako doon. Aba niya. Tanan tan tanan tanan. Anananananana. Yung APT ba yun? T.D. Mag-aaralan ko pa po. Mag-aaralan ko pa, Francisco. Dadaling ko yung tripod ko eh. Maaari ko bukan. Dapat, ano ko yun? Lagyan ko ng clean plastic pala yun. Siguro yung lumang tripod na lang. Yung gamit nating symbol. At saka yung tripod kong ginagamit sa yung stand lang. Para hindi maano yung isa kong kulay puti na ano. Kasi dadaling ko pa sa Pilipinas yun. Pahawakan ko pa kay boss yun. Yung ano na yun. Yung tripod na yun. Para pag nag-vlog kami. Boss, dyan, tayo ka dyan. Akong bala. Itong spill mo. Itong anihin mo. Itong sasabihin mo, boss, ha? Mga kababayan. Ay, hindi ko na kailangan turuan yan. Tuturuan dahil mahusay magsalita yun. Alam na alam niya. Ayun nga lang, tatanayan niya. Chesa, tama ba tama mo? Ito, dagdagan mo lang to. Tama yan. Tapos, syempre, may 100 symbol ako ng ganyan. Eh, putya na. Husay kong kumuha ng camera. Akala niyo ba? Kaya lahat sila, ba't pag ikaw ang kumukuha, maganda. Eh, kasi nga, napag-aaralan ho yung pagkuha. Yung sa side na ganyan. Yung headroom, hindi kailangan mataas na mataas. Ay, naku. Tapos, syempre, tingnan mo tingnan mo nga yung kuya ko. Ay, Mary. Andiyan ka na pala, gagi ka talaga. Teka, kukuhanin ko. Mag-park kayo dito. Just park there. Kaya pala, familiar yung kumari ko. Andiyan na kasi meron akong binigay na ano sa kanila, yung ginataang bilo-bilo, tsaka yung ulam ng tinola. Diba? Sure. May skin. Tama lang ha. Tama lang pa. Kaya pala, sabi ko, siniin niya sa kulit. Sabi kasi na ano yun. Sabi ko, sinuntok ko na yung ulam. Yan ako nga. Sabi ko, bakit hindi mo pa kaya ko ng ano? Lang. Siyempre, no? Pakakainin mo na. Bibigyan mo na siya ng kompleto, di ba? Bigyan natin ng kain. Kasi, dagdag ka rin sa tupak eh. Si Ricardo, kumain na ng tinapay. Magre-reduce din yun kasi diabetic din siya. So, ano rin yun. Ay, ano rin. Ano ka na lang sa fitla kasi sabi. Yan. Kasi si Mari, mabait yun. Tapos kailangan din na kaya ka na mabilis. Kailangan use your cheese. Hindi ka ba pwede? Kasi wala naman tayo mag-iwan ito. Wala naman. Sa ibang araw ulit. Dr. John, Dr. John. Come on, Dr. John. Hindi na tayo nagpapansin. Kasi naobserbahan ko yung princess na pakalakas sa sugar. Dahil baka isang pinggan lang ako, dalawang pinggan nagsushoot up naman yung sugar ko. Kaya pala sabi ni doktor sa akin, ng doktor ko, do you still eating pancit? Sabi ko gano'n. Ito. Ara. Mare.
Mare, thank you, love, love, love.
Bigyan mo na lang yung kanin doon kasi baka hindi ka pa nakas... Hi, Kenneth.
Naglalakad yung kumain.
Oo, naglalakad. Dami ko nakain. Be careful the trash. May kausap siya sa telepono. Naglalakad. Tama lang kasi nga, yung minuto ng ano. Pero hindi pa ako tapos guys na maglakad. Kulang pa yun. Yung ikot kong yun. Maaga pa naman. So, kaso lang naiihi na tayo. Babalik muna tayo sa bahay. Tapos, pagka ano natin guys, pagbalik natin ng isang maliligo na tayo. Tapos itutuloy natin yung folding. Kasi ano ko na nasira yung mga dahon. Di yatang pinaliguan ko yung mga sili. Ganda ng sili guys. Wait lang. So, ganun. Ang gusto mo kumain ng madami. Maglakad ka rin. Kasi mahirap na po ngayon. So, ngayon sa mga kakaibig na kami, pinahin. Guys, hindi na tayo lalabas kasi lobat na tayo. Saka, bibigyan ko siya ng ano. Kasi guys, kailangan ko na pala i-ano yung mga sili. Hindi ko pala pwedeng mamaya na tayo naliligo kasi madudumi pa tayo. Kasi nga, gagawa ko ng ano guys. Gusto kong gumawa ng binuro. Pickled na hindi pickled na. Pickled na sili. Kasama mo yan. I-save ko sila. Papahinga na lang muna yung mga paa natin. Nga lang. Kaya tayong sinabi ng ano na to, ng mga spiritual people, mga anointed one talaga sila. They are really highly anointed. Kasi tingnan mo, ini-explain na yun na yung mga chosen of one, hindi dahil mga nananahimik, sila ay natatalo na, hindi. Sila ay, kumbaga, may moment sila na pwedeng magsalita at kumupo at mag-shine down. So, iniisip ko kasi ako lalagay yung kasi dapat sa garapon. Yun na siguro dito sa ang trailer kong isa. Kasi marami siyang dapat kasi sa garapon na malaki yun. Inabang ko na kasi nilalagyan ko yung garapon na malaki ka. Napalagay ko ng isa pa. Pero siguro bukas hindi na lang ako pala magpupunta ng gym kaya naglakad na ako. Pero parang gusto ko talaga nahanap ng katawan ko. Tingnan kong i-schedule natin, wait lang. Tingnan ko i-schedule ng anong class kay Tantanan guys. Ano, maaga na tayo. Magsusumba tayo. Kasi parang yung napakahanga. Alas 11 pala ako. Punta ka lang mo. Ano kaya susutin ko yung shoes? Ayan. Eh, syempre yung white shoes ko. Pwede na yun. Kasi hindi ko na ayoko na mag-hide. Pwede naman mag-hide. For the whole day na gano'n. Tapos, hindi na gano'n ba? Mag-black. Ano naman ako pants. Or leggings. Tapos mag-boots ako. Boots na lang siguro. Mag-gano'n. Pero naman boots dress guys. Hindi dress ba ako? Hindi dress ako. Dress na. So, suotin ko yung parang green na may flower. Kasi ano yun. Ano lang yan. Kaya alam, patitayin ako. Bukas na init pa siguro ng katalang tanghalian. Kasi tanghali. Tapos bang maghapon na yun. Sinusunin ko ng damit ko. Tatawagan ko pa pala yung matamila. Dapat kasi naihiwa-hiwa ko na yung mga ano. Isip ko kasi kung saan ko lalagay. Ako lalagyan ka sa kayo lahat eh. Tapos yung kulo-kulo. Tapos lalagyan natin kasi ng ano guys. Suka. Ito na. Ano natin panoorin natin yung how to make wait lang. Tama. Pero hindi ka na pwede yung lumabas na walang gusto. Kasi parang nag-i-yelo na yung ulo mo. Natabi ko na rin yung dadamitin ko. Ano yung lahat-lahat. Lalo. Kaya yung apat ng pantulong. Magbibit-bit lang ako ng shorts. Or sa loob naman may
Dadalhin ko yung leopard ko na sinuot ng isang araw bago labal ako. Pang labas-labas. Tsaka windy siguro dun. Haba na kaya yung isa kong nag-reheat. Dapat pala maglaba ako. Kaso wala nang kwarto. Lang, nasa yung ibang quarters ko. Nakaalit ko yung sarili ko, guys. Na talaga. Ano pala ako? I forgot, ang dami ko palang quarters dito sa pasta. So, dami ko namang dami. Nagbindi.
Depende kung maghahanap pala tayo. Kung dapat nag-ayos na rin ako ng hindi ko nga lang
To make the liquid for pickling, combine 200 ml of white vinegar, 4 tablespoons of caster sugar, 2 teaspoons of yellow mustard seeds, and 2/3 of a cup of water. Stir over low heat until the sugar dissolves. Thinly slice 4 Lebanese cucumbers diagonally. Place into a pickling jar or bowl and pour in the hot liquid, then leave to stand for 10 minutes. They're delicious in burgers or sandwiches. So, how's the shop? Was business good?
My sister, all is well.
I sent you money in Lebanon.
This video is sponsored by BetterHelp. So we are currently having an insane cucumber harvest right now.
kasi ito alam mo ko, inaano pa to.
They both act. We've been experimenting with different flavors and just learning so much. And to be honest, it's hard to do for many years because it can mean so many different things. So today's video, my goal is to simplify that for you because pickles, we all know they're delicious, but to get high quality pickles in the store, it's very expensive. So as a home cook, it's so important to learn all of these different methods and techniques for making your own incredible pickles.
So every year in the garden, of course, there's different ups and downs. Some crops do well, some crops don't do as well. This year, it's been very hot and humid, and it seems like the cucumbers just have been loving. Look at this, all cucumbers on this trellis. Relive. And I grew 4 main varieties. You've got your classic Kirby, definitely the most popular pickling cucumber. I also grew gherkins for the first time. Classic gherkins.
Gulay kasi.
Hi, everybody. Now, there are some things that I always keep in my refrigerator. That's eggs, milk, and pickled vegetables, whether they be onions or dill pickles or anything else, because they're crunchy, delicious, and they go so well with just about anything. Now, I've got all my vegetables here that I'm going to be using today, and they're nice and clean, and my mason jars. These are quart size, and I'm going to be using 3 of them. And I have the rest of my ingredients right here, and I'll be showing them to you as I go along. Now, before I get started, I wanted to mention this. Now, many of you have asked me, where is the ingredient list? Where is the recipe? It's below in the description box. If you're watching my video on your TV or on your cell phone, look below the screen, right where the title name of my video is, and you'll see the word more. If you tap on the word more, the whole list of ingredients is going to come up. That's the description box. I'm going to start out with my red onions. These are also called purple onions, whatever you want to call them. I have removed the skin, and I'm going to cut them in half the long way. Now, you don't want them super thin, just thin enough to where they'll look pretty in the jar. See, and you can go along with the grain. Now I've got a bowl right here with very cold water, and there's some ice cubes in here. I'm going to throw my onions into the water for just about 15 minutes. That takes the punch out of that onion flavor. Now, when you open the jar, you don't want to smell those onions so strong that it's not going to take away from the flavor. Now, they're only going to be in the water for about 15 minutes. You want to make sure that they're submerged all the way. Now, I'm going to set them aside, and I'm going to move on. Now, I'm going to be using 2 English cucumbers. You can use a regular cucumber. You can use a English one. Now, the reason I like English cucumbers
Because nothing to
and you don't have to remove it. and because it's so limited in seeds. Perfect. Now I'm going to be using my little crinkle slicer right here. This is very sharp, so I'm just going to slice it like this. Now you don't want to slice them too thin because once it goes into your jar, you know, they do soften up, and you want them a little thick so that they don't get real limpy on you. See how pretty they look? And I'm going to continue the process. So I'm done with my cucumbers. Now I'm ready to put them into my mason jar. This is a 1/4 size. I'm going to put in 2 garlic cloves. And I like to cut them in half and just throw them in here. Now you can leave them out if you don't like garlic, but it just adds a beautiful flavor to the dill pickles. And I'm also going to be adding some red pepper flakes, just about half a teaspoon. I do like to have just a little kick in here. Now you can add as much as you want. See, I'm going to drop it in there. And now some onion flakes. I'm going to put in a teaspoon. Now this is half a teaspoon, and here's another half. Now here's my dill. I'm going to drop in a couple of sprigs of dill right here. Now I'm going to put in my cucumbers. Now you want to make sure that you put your cucumbers in here and don't leave any air gaps in there. Do the best you can. Now I also have a few pieces of yellow onions that I'm going to throw in there. I just think that they give it a delicious flavor. And I'm going to add more of the cucumbers in here. Now I have a carrot. My mom likes for me to add some carrots in here. I'm just going to cut them in half like this. See, 2 long pieces. And I'm just going to put them up right here in the side. And I'm going to continue on with the cucumbers. Now we can add the rest of the onion pieces in here. And I'm going to put another sprig of dill in here. This is going to be delicious. So you want to push them in there. And that's good. I'm going to set these few slices, set them aside. I'm going to put the lid on it temporarily. And I'm going to go back to my onions. So here are my onions. I already drained them well. See? Here they are. You can hardly smell them.
Pero kasi ako, pagsasama ko na
It's also a 4 size. Now, before I add the onion, I'm going to add the garlic. I'm going to cut it in half. Drop it in here. I'm going to add just a few pieces of jalapeno. I don't remove the seeds, but you can remove the seeds if you'd like. I'm going to drop a couple of pieces in there. And now I'm going to add all my onions in here. Now, you want to make sure that you pack them in here really well. It's a very easy process. Now I'm going to push them down because I don't want air pockets in here.
Hey, if you live in one of these cities right here, why don't you own an apartment building? Seriously, let me show you a path that can absolutely change your life and unlock financial.
3 small onions usually do the trick. These were just perfect size in here. Look at this. I don't like to waste anything. 1 last piece of jalapeno right on top. And I'm going to replace the lid just temporarily. So I have these 2 raisins. I've got 1/4 size mason jar. And here's my cauliflower. Now, I may not use it all. So that's why I don't have it already pre-cut, because I don't know if I'm going to use it all or not. So I just go in here and just cut it like that. And then I take it along one little bit at a time. I can always use this, another time, another recipe. I'm going to add my garlic cloves. You can leave those out if you don't want them. The garlic cloves just go so perfect with everything here. And I'm going to drop some of my cauliflower in here. And my mom said that I should add a few slices of cucumbers in here. And I think he's right. I think they will look great in here. Now, you don't want your cauliflower or really big. I like them just, bite size. And you also want to make sure that you push them in there, get them nice and comfortable. Don't leave any air pockets. And here's the other piece of carrot. I'm just going to slice them. Not too thin. You can cut them the long way. Cut them into 4s or 3s. And just put them in here like that. Now I've got sweet mini bell peppers right here. Nice and sweet. So you can put them in there because they're so good when they're pickled. Now I'm just going to slice them up like this. And I'll drop them in here. I'll put a little bit of the red. You can use regular bell peppers if you'd rather do that. You can use banana peppers. And the color is so pretty. Now I'm going to add a little bit more of my cauliflower in there. I'm going to add jalapeno in here also. Now we don't remove the seeds, but you can remove the seeds if you want to do that. Or you can cut them up into slices. I'm going to add them in here long ways like this. I'm going to stuck them in here on the side. And I've got some yellow onion. I'm going to get some pieces. and just break them up. Put them in there, just a mixture of everything. It'll be perfect. Now I've got some celery ribs right here. With the leaves. I think the leaves are delicious in here because they're a lot more intense in flavor. So I'm going to put a few of these in here. And then a few pieces of celery. And push them down. And you know, when you have friends over, you can bring these out of the refrigerator and just set them up in pretty bowls, you know, with some cheese and crackers, and you can snack on them. And if you like to have beer with them, good for you. Now, I almost forgot my pepper flakes. I'm going to drop them in there. You can leave them out if you want because there is jalapeno in here. But it adds nice color, and you can never have too much heat. At least not in this house. Now, I'm putting in half a teaspoon. I'm also going to drop in about half a teaspoon of onion flakes. You don't need garlic and onions. I love to play with seasonings. I'm going to add another half a teaspoon. So that's 1 teaspoon. And I also have some peppercorns in here. You can put in as many as you want. It doesn't take too many. I got it all in here. This is perfect. Look at this. So pretty. Now I have them all ready. Now we can head to the stove so I can prepare my brine. I'm going to be using this deep saucepan right here. And I've got my heat set a little bit higher than medium. I'm going to add my water. I have 3.5 cups of filtered water. 3.5 cups of distilled white vinegar. I have 10.5 tablespoons of sugar. And I have 2.25 tablespoons of kosher salt. And that's it. This is going to make a perfect brine. Now I'm going to whisk it gently like this. And I'm going to wait until it comes up to a light boil, making sure that everything is dissolved really well. Now, as you can see, it's come up to a nice boil. And we know that our salt and sugar are dissolved. So I'm going to turn off the heat. And now we can go back to our jars. So I just poured the brine into this Pyrex measuring cup because it'll be easier to pour this way. Now, sometimes you can have a little bit left over because sometimes you pack them in a lot tighter than others, you see. So I'm going to pour it in here slowly. Just like that. I'll be pushing them down in just a little bit. Oh, man, it smells delicious already. Now I'm going to push them down just a little bit and make sure that there are no air pockets in here. Perfect. Now I'm going to replace my lids and I'm going to let them cool down really well. Then you can put them into your fridge. Now you want to make sure that when you put them into the fridge, you wait until at least tomorrow before you enjoy them. I know it's very tempting, but it's better if you wait. Now, the longer they sit in the fridge, the better they will taste. They'll be good for at least 2 to 4 weeks. But I'm going to tell you this, they may not last even a week because these are so good, you're going to want to pick on them all the time. These are perfect with your sandwiches, with baked chicken, you know, with your barbecue out. You can add them into salads like potato salads, macaroni salads, anything you like. And you can enjoy them all alone like this. These are some of the ones that I already have in the refrigerator. These are my pickles, and here are my onions. These haven't been in the fridge that long. You don't want to double dip. You always want to make sure that you have a clean fork, take some out, and enjoy it. You don't want to put them back in there again. So these are my delicious pickled vegetables. If you like my recipe, give me a thumbs up, send me a comment and tell me what you think. And if you haven't subscribed, please do. Just tap on that subscribe button. It's like a vote, and I would really appreciate it. And don't forget to share. Thank you.
I love you. I love you.
Like it's
I just pickled all 10 of these summer goodies, and not one of them had to be canned. These are my quick and easy pickle recipes that you need to be making. Truth be told, they're the way I got my kids to eat lots more vegetables, starting with my homemade pickles. Okay, so what I like to do is start with just fresh washed cucumbers sliced. These are called pickling cucumbers, sometimes called salad cucumbers, but you want them to have these little like kind of bumps on them. We save all our old jars, salsa, pasta sauce jars, any kind of glass jar will work. And then you just want to pack your cucumbers down. I like to sprinkle in some peppercorns. Then I like to stick in some garlic cloves because a garlicky dill pickle is supreme. Don't try to tell me different. But this is a time for fresh dill. Okay, pack it down. And then just add in your cucumbers. Really pack them in because all that's left to go in here is liquid. That can fill all those little crevices. In this holds two of my famous pickle recipes. This will be in the first, and then I'll show you the other one in a minute. For this brine, super simple, 3 cups of water, just like and then kosher salt. Kosher salt has bigger flakes, but I think you can control the saltiness more. Plus, I think it has a really clean, salty flavor. About 6 tablespoons. And that's it. So I just cook this, stirring it occasionally until all that salt has dissolved. It doesn't necessarily have to come up to a rolling boil. Everything fully dissolved and slightly cooled. Get it into something portable so that you can easily, without spilling and without burning yourself, pour the liquid into the jar. That's so satisfying. And then just go all the way to the top. And that's it. I just seal it up and stick it in the fridge. All right, next up, pickled carrots and pickled jalapenos. The reason why I'm doing both of these at the same time is because we're going to make one brine and it can work the same for both of these vegetables. Okay, so I'm starting with my carrot. All I did was just peel it. I'm going to cut these into sticks. I find if they're a little on the thin side, it's going to be better so they kind of maintain their crunchiness, but they still let the pickling kind of soak all the way through. Carrots, put it into the jar. Look at that. I should do it. I could make these spicy by adding in some jalapeno. Maybe I'll do that actually. Just a few slices with the seeds. Anything to give it extra flavor. Unlike the pickles, the jalapenos are something I like to kind of slice a little bit on the thinner side because they're spicy. And leaving the seeds in because it's kind of hard to take them out. If you're looking for a milder jalapeno, then grab ones that are fatter and that have like more of a rounded end versus like a pointy end. Just generally speaking, the larger they are, the milder they're going to be. This one is equal parts water and the vinegar. 1/4 cup of kosher salt, and then 1/2 cup of sugar. Once it's all.
So you're already using ChatGPT, and well, that's awesome. There is one little problem. You're not making any money with it. And
Clear and dissolved. I'll let it cool slightly. Pour it right over. I like pouring this liquid over while it's hot, just to help soften these peppers. Any of these could be consumed within a couple hours, but ideally you want to give all of these at least 12 to 24 hours. Okay, that's it. I like to let these cool to room temperature just so they have a chance to sit in this hot liquid a little longer before I put it in the fridge. We're just on a roll. I'll give you one of my other specialties real quick. These banana peppers are ones that you have to make. Okay, this recipe is so special to me. This is my grandmother and grandfather's recipe. They used to have a garden. These are sweet. They're not spicy. My grandmother used to always keep these in the fridge, and we go over there and just take a fork to the jar, like most of these recipes. Throw in a clove of garlic or 2. A little jalapeno to one of the jars. So what my grandmother did. This is a mom's recipe. Okay, I'm going 1 1/3 cup water and 2 cups of vinegar, and then just about a heaping teaspoon of salt. For this one, I just bring it to a boil and pour it right over the peppers. I'm gonna let these cool to room temperature and then pop in the fridge. And now for those Bloody Mary specialties: pickled okra and pickled green beans. I've washed these okras and I'm just kind of taking off just the bottom where they're a little brown, and then just kind of squeeze them in the jar. Some up, some down. Okra in the summertime. All right, I've packed some okra in there, and we're gonna do the same thing with green beans. So I've washed and trimmed these green beans, and I'm just gonna kind of stack them up in the jar. It's also an accidental way to get your kids to snack on vegetables. It's just like kind of having them sitting out while you're cooking. Guarantee they won't be able to pass it by without grabbing one. I'm gonna use the same brine for both of these, but I'm going to tweak each one's flavor a little bit differently. Okay, Nicole, you can stop now. Already got it going. I don't think you need to see me add vinegar and water to a pot. I think you got the gist. About 4 cups of water to 3 cups of vinegar, and then a good bit of salt. So I'm just going to do garlic and dill with the green beans. I'm going to throw in some peppercorns. And I'll pour my liquid right over those. Which I like how I make it more portable, but I spill it every time. Don't say you weren't thinking. And then to the okra, I'm also going to add in some dill and garlic. I'm going to kick these up a little bit with some dried chilies. It's going to be good. You don't have to reconstitute them here because when we pour over that hot vinegar, it's going to kind of do that for you. All right, I'm going to be looking for that vodka to get our Bloody Marys ready, and also I'm about to show you my super special summer surprise. Yes, pickled shrimp, a real specialty in the South in the summer. Okay, so I have peeled and deveined these shrimps, and I have left the tail on because that makes it just great for snacking. So you can pick it up with this, eat it, toss the tail away. So I've got a pot of water back here heating up. To that, I'm going to add in some Old Bay. So we're going to bring that up to a boil while we make our pickling deliciousness. Okay, so for this pickling brine, start by thinly slicing a red onion. You can also use a Vidalia onion here. Okay, so separate those into the rings, and I'm just going to build everything in my bowl. And then I'm going to use a Fresno chili, just thinly sliced, and a lemon, just nice little thin slices. I'm going to take 3 cloves of garlic, just peel them and give them a good smash. And then bay leaves. These look so great. They impart just kind of like a woodsy freshness. Then some capers. Want to give them a little rough chop so they disperse through the pickling a little better. And then celery seed, good thing to have on hand. And then just lemon juice on this. And a whole cup of apple cider vinegar, and then a half a cup of olive oil. All right, I'm gonna stir up all the flavor. Just get your mouth dancing. All right, so that's gonna sit and kind of marinate, let all those flavors come together while we cook the shrimp. Water's going, it's heavily seasoned, and that's on purpose because the shrimp are only gonna be in here 2 minutes. Set 2-minute timer. See, they're cooked perfectly. We're gonna stop that cooking immediately by taking them straight from here, drain them well into the marinade. That liquid's nice and cool, so it's gonna stop the cooking pretty quickly. Cover, refrigerate, be patient. Now this one you should already be doing. Pickled red onions is something you just need in your fridge at all times. This one does not have water, just vinegar, salt, and sugar. Just stir that until it's all dissolved, heating it till about a simmer, you should be good to go. And then you simply just pour this over sliced onions. We love it when that happens. Seal it. This is one where the wait time just isn't that long. You can enjoy these very soon. Can we take a moment to look at the beauty of this fridge? The freshness. Here's one you don't have to wait till summer to enjoy. Pickled garlic. This is another little secret weapon you can put in yours. So add the garlic cloves to a jar. If you have any like really large ones, you can cut those in half. I'm also adding in some bell pepper. This is going to also add the sweetness to the pickled garlic. So you just want to alternate peppers, garlic cloves. 2 cups plain white vinegar, 2/3 cup of sugar. And I'm also stirring in some of that celery seed again, a little bit of dried mustard. I'm going to bring this to a boil, and then I'm going to go ahead and pour it over the cloves while it's screaming hot. I'm going to go ahead and cover these so they kind of cook in there. One more to go. We're doing pickled zucchini. The inside of a zucchini is a little more spongy than the inside of a cucumber, so it really absorbs these flavors and makes for the most delicious bite. First step to this, I went ahead and got a little head start. The zucchini needs to soak in water and salt with an onion for a couple hours. And while that finishes, I'm going to go ahead and make the brine, and then we can drain these and add those to the brine. This one really is going to surprise you, and it's kind of like a little reward for sticking with me throughout this whole process. For this mixture, I'm going in with equal parts, 2 cups each of apple cider vinegar and sugar. More celery seeds, and then a couple teaspoons of mustard seed. I'm going in with a little bit of turmeric. What's so cool about these is they have this really pretty yellow color at the end, thanks to this. Also a teaspoon of yellow mustard. I'm going to bring this mixture to a boil and cook it until all that sugar has dissolved. Drain off the salt water from your zucchini and onion. Add it right in. Give it a stir, and then I'm just going to turn off the heat. You can just let them soak in the pot, or you can go ahead and transfer them to your jars indefinitely. Cram them in. You know the drill. Is that not pretty? I think this is the one that's really going to surprise you. The flavor in this is unlike anything you've had. All right, we did it. Now we're going to bring together all the fruits of our labor.
A question we get all the time is how do you do culinary school online? And the way we do it is by focusing on technique.
Check it out. It's pretty impressive, don't you think? If you cannot just taste the summer going on here, I'll do it for you. Some of these are going to get better with a little more time, but I'm going to go ahead and taste it for you. Starting with just listen. This is the main part. This is how we eat them. Just like this. That's what they're all about. You don't get that from the kind that, on the store shelves at room temperature. And somebody's got to say if the pickle drink these and over are sufficient enough for a Bloody Mary. Okay, I'll brunch, please. A bite and a sip. That's the way I eat / drink my Bloody Marys. There's no goo in there. There's no slime. Better than what you get off the grocery store shelf. What do we want to taste next? Let's taste Small Mom's banana peppers. That smells like my childhood immigrant. The simplicity here. Sure, hope you'll like these. The special treat that's sure to be your new favorite are these pickled shrimp. I like to pull one from the bottom, so it's kind of swimming in that juice. It's like the epitome of summer in a bowl. You can jar them up, use bigger jars, smaller jars, and bring these over as a hostess scale. Right at dinner time. And within an hour travel. This is just so much fun. And just for an excuse to eat nachos, we're going to taste the jalapenos. Have you ever made your own pickled jalapenos? That's even better than I thought it was going to be. Way better than what you get in a can or a jar. You've got to try some of these pickles. Go out to the farmer's market to get some produce. Make one of these. Let me know. Literally tonight. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, then how many pickled peppers did Peter Piper pick? Is that right? Oh, yeah. Something like that.
You wouldn't believe the amount of crispness you can get off of a pickle if you use these steps I've showed you today.
Ano,
Welcome back, guys. Today we're gonna be doing some dill pickles, and we're gonna do a few different kinds. I'm gonna do some dill pickles. I'm gonna do some bread and butter pickles, and I think I'm gonna do a little bit of relish as well. So I'm gonna kind of show you everything here all at the same time. It's a lot easier for me to just do a whole different bunch of batches all at the same time while I'm doing the whole process. So this is our last picking of cucumbers this year, and I wanted to get a video out there for you guys to show you some really cool ways that
luluto natin yung pinaka parang ano niya, sabaw. But, ang magiging problema natin guys, yung ating panis pa. Pero, dahil, we just barely started, iyaano ko muna yung mga ano. Sandali lang naman gawin. Still have 1 hour to do it. Dali lang hiwain. Okay. Papa-music lang ako. Or maybe makinig na lang tayo sa ano, words of ano. Diba? Ito. Sabi dito, they crossed the wrong person. Okay.
Welcome to United Ones. When you mess with the light, don't be surprised when the shadows come for you. There's a truth about this world that many overlook. Some people aren't here to fit in or follow the crowd. They're here to illuminate it. These are the Earth Angels, the ones with an inner light so rare and powerful that it unsettles anyone who operates in the dark. And here's the thing, these unique souls don't need to lift a finger when trouble finds them, because the universe seems to have its own special way of handling anyone who tries to cross them. A fact. In spiritual teachings, it's said that those who walk with a higher purpose have a kind of divine shield around them. Try to mess with them, and it's like trying to throw a boomerang in a tornado. It's coming right back at you and twice as fast.
Sabi nila, pag miness up niya daw sila, it's like a tornado and boomerang. So, kaya nga sinasabi ito, chosen ones, they end up playing themselves by messing with a divinely guided earth angel. Kaya pag miness up nyo kami, yung sabihin, pag may ginawa kayo sa amin, mami-mess up yung buhay ninyo. Diba? Diba? Ay, si Tekla, hindi na chosen one na. Tinubukan lang ng banalan dahil pinilit ko. Kaya pala nung primero, ayaw bigyan niya. Ay, sabi din ng Santa Romano. Binigyan lang siguro siya. Para lang siguro nag-request na banal. Tinignan nila, sinubukan nila kung buobra ba yan. Eh, wala. Hindi nakapasa. Nasubukan ng pag-uugali. Gagalit lang. Galit ka lang. Bunga lang gusto mo magalit ka. Bala ka sa buwelo. Pinig ka.
So what happens when someone tries to mess with a divinely guided Earth Angel? Well, let's just say they end up playing themselves in ways they never saw coming. It's like trying to trip a person who's already flying. And as we're about to dive into the story of what really happens, prepare yourself for some truth, a touch of irony, and a whole lot of cosmic justice. Number one, they didn't realize the Earth Angel has cosmic backup. They had no idea what they were getting into when they decided.
May cosmic backup daw. Ibig sabihin, meron silang backup na kasama. Ang ibig sabihin, sa kalangitan, may backup sila, kumbaga may rest back ng mga anghel pag miness up nyo sila. Ayan, miness up nyo ako. Talaga sasabihin ko, kasi sabi ko nga sa inyo, one of a good example na ako na hindi kayo natuto. Diba? Hindi nyo pinakinggan yung boses. Diba? Hindi nyo ako pinakinggan. Sabi ko nga sa inyo pa ulit-ulit na wag na wag kayong magbibiro. Pakinggan natin. Talagang I'm so amazed. Talagang hinanda na ng Panginoon sa akin to kasi kumbaga sa rest back na nga, eto na nga yun. Ito na yung ganti sa mga tao na hindi nakaalam pero umabuso sila. Ba?
Decided to mess with an Earth Angel. This isn't just a person with a good heart and a kind spirit. They're divinely guided, tuned into a frequency beyond the usual.
Tingnan nyo nga, bakit ako kaya kong gamitin na magsabi ng yung title ko, Relive, the Divine Daughter, Princess of the King. But I have a courage to tell it because it was said to me by God. Sabi niya sa kalagay mo, divine. Nakaka-awkward yun. Diba? Sino ba naman ako para magsalita na divine ako? Pero sa totoo lang, yun nga si Kuya Tenny, nagsabi sa akin, 2 tao. Una-una, Mano Santa Romana. Sabi ko, Mano Santa Romana, ano bang kapangyarihan pinagkaloob mo sa akin ng Diyos? Divino, Santa Lilibet. Divino, anak. Ito pa ba? Malilihim pa ba ito? Ito na nga sila na nga nagsasabi. Why there these people telling this to you guys? Why they're spreading it out? Why? Kasi wala nang kabutihan sa puso nyo. Puro FLM na lang kayo. Genius nyo na si FLM. Tama? Hindi may magagalit ng kapatid ko eh. Sumobra na yung mga katangahan ninyo. Hindi naman masamang humanga po, di ba? Pero wag naman to the extent na katangahan na yung ginagawa ninyo sa sarili nyo. Nawawala na kayo ng discernment. Ano yun? Ano sabihin, yung guidance, ano ba tama? Ako, nandun yung pag-aanga ako sa kapatid ko, pero hindi niya ako pwedeng kontrolin sa niya. Tanga ako, pag mali siya, mali yung ginawa na. Totoo lang, tanong na siya. Sabihin mo, mali yung ginawa mo. Dapat ganito ka magsalita. Alam niya yan. Siyempre, hindi ko nasasabihin lahat. Pero, sinasabi ko lang sa inyo para alam ninyo na hindi ko mat nadikit kayo kay Francis Leo Marcos. Kaya niya nang salingin lahat. Leo nga, pinagagalitan ko eh. Tanong ka kanya ko, what? Dito ka ba? Dinadaan ko lang sa joke, pero alam niya. Alam niya kung sino ko. Magtitikahan tayo habang maghihiwa tayo kasi pipikal nga tayo, di ba? So, pinakukuluan pala yun, guys.
Kasi masisira yung mga iti-tickled ko. Aalis ho ako, bukas wala na akong time, uwi rin ako siguro mga gabi. Tapos kaya kailangan umaga pa lang pala, asikasihin ko na yung gamit ko. Hindi na tayo siguro pupunta ng gym. Mag-e-exercise na lang tayo dito siguro kasi wala na tayong time. Bukas ng umaga gigising tayo. Ngayon, plakda ako. Pero ihahanda ko muna yung container ng ito. Habang hinahanda ko yung pinaka-jar, lalagyan ng ano ko, makinig na muna tayo ng ano. Ito ngayon ko lang na to eh. Kita nyo, nagpi-play pa lang, alam ko na. Kaya lahat ng mga ginawa kong pagpipiliin sa kanya, sa inyo lahat, ilang family, ito na ho yun.
Human experience. Earth angels carry an inner light so rare and potent that it draws protection from forces most people never even consider. Messing with one doesn't mean crossing paths with just them. It means stepping into the territory of something much bigger, where energies are at play that they couldn't even begin to understand. When someone plots against an Earth angel, they unknowingly trigger an invisible chain reaction. Forces of protection start aligning, unseen to the naked eye, but undeniably felt by those who try to interfere. It's almost like a universal warning sign flashes, marking that person for some cosmic payback. And it doesn't come gently. It arrives in the form of situations turning against them, plans falling apart, or even unexplained setbacks that seem like bad luck but are far from coincidental. They thought they could get away with whatever they wanted, but instead they find themselves dealing with the echo of their own intentions coming back with force. This isn't just karma, as people often talk about. This is universal law operating on a deeper level. An Earth Angel's purpose is woven into something sacred, a mission that they might not even fully realize themselves, but one that's still fiercely guarded by forces far beyond human control. For anyone foolish enough to interfere, it's a brutal realization. They aren't just fighting against a single person, but against a divine plan they have no power over. By trying to undermine an Earth Angel, they end up playing themselves, caught in the crossfire of a cosmic defense that's relentless and unforgiving. Number 2. Their attacks only amplify the Earth Angel's strength. When people try to harm an Earth Angel, they often don't realize they're only adding to that person's strength. Unlike most people, Earth Angels don't absorb negativity in a way that weakens them. Instead, they have an almost alchemical ability to take that negativity and turn it into something powerful. Every insult, every betrayal, every attempt to bring them down serves as fuel, amplifying their resilience and sharpening their insight. It's as if every attack deepens their resolve and adds new layers to their inner strength. The irony here is profound. Those who try to mess with an Earth Angel believe they're causing damage or gaining control, but they're actually setting in motion a transformation that makes their target even stronger, wiser, and less affected by their actions. Earth Angels have an uncanny ability to turn adversity into growth, not by dismissing the pain, but by fully processing it and using it as a stepping stone to something greater.
Is making between $8,000 to $12,000 per month just taking calls from the comfort of your own home or from anywhere in the world, as long as you have your laptop, cell phone, internet connection, sound too good to be true to you? If yes, I agree. It does sound too good to be true, doesn't it? But I'm living proof that
they draw lessons from the hurt and turn that energy around, channeling it into new purpose, inner clarity, and unshakable self-worth. For an Earth Angel, adversity isn't a setback. It's a sacred challenge. Every attempt to bring them down is like adding another layer to their armor, making them more resilient and less reachable by those with dark intentions. By the time the aggressors realize this, it's often too late. They've already fueled the very fire they were trying to put out. Instead of a broken spirit, they find a person who's not only survived, but evolved, becoming something more powerful than they were before. This isn't just surviving adversity. It's transforming because of it, rising above in ways that leave those who tried to harm them baffled, frustrated, and ultimately defeated by their own actions. Number 3. Underestimated the power of high vibrational energy. People who mess with an Earth Angel often fail to understand the sheer power of high vibrational energy. Earth Angels live on a frequency that most people can't even begin to perceive, a frequency where positive energy, peace, and purpose radiate. This high vibration acts like an energetic shield that naturally repels anything low and dark. When someone tries to harm an Earth Angel, they're essentially bringing low-level negative energy into a space where it simply doesn't belong. That energy can't penetrate the Earth Angel's shield. Instead, it ricochets, turning back on the person who sent it. It's like trying to throw a rock at a wall of light. It doesn't go through, it bounces back. So all that negativity, the anger, envy, and resentment doesn't reach its target. It goes right back to the sender, and the impact hits harder than expected. The aggressor feels the weight of their own energy crashing down on them, often manifesting in unexpected setbacks, emotional turmoil, or even physical fatigue. What they intended to inflict on the Earth Angel becomes their own burden to carry, leaving them confused and drained. Earth Angels aren't passive in this process either. They're aware of their energy and protect it fiercely, often through practices that keep them grounded and aligned. While others may spread themselves thin or let toxic influences creep in, Earth Angels have a discipline that maintains their high vibration. This isn't about being invincible, but about operating at a level where negativity has no lasting effect on them. Those who underestimate this power learn the hard way that they're dealing with something far beyond ordinary defense mechanisms. In trying to drag an Earth Angel down, they find themselves caught in the backlash of their own energy, unable to break through the pure, untouchable force of a high vibrational soul. Number 4, they were blind to the Earth Angel's ability to forgive, but not forget. Many people mistake an Earth Angel's forgiveness for weakness, assuming it means they're easily swayed or willing to overlook harm done to them. But forgiveness for an Earth Angel is not about letting things slide or pretending nothing happened. It's a conscious choice to release the burden of anger and resentment, freeing themselves from the emotional weight others have tried to place on them. This doesn't mean they forget what happened. Quite the opposite. They remember every lesson, every red flag, every word that revealed someone's true intentions. This memory serves as a guide, allowing them to establish boundaries that are firm and unwavering. Forgiving someone doesn't mean they'll let that person close again. It simply means they won't let the negativity take root in their spirit. Earth Angels understand that keeping grudges or clinging to anger only hurts them, draining their energy and clouding their purpose. So, they let go of the bitterness, but they hold on to the lesson. They'll give a second chance to someone who's shown genuine remorse, but they won't reopen the door to those who repeatedly betray their trust. Once an Earth Angel closes that door, it rarely opens again. This boundary is not built on bitterness, but on self-respect and a deep understanding of their own worth. They know they're here for a higher purpose, and they don't have the time or energy to keep entertaining those who don't value it. This is where people who've wronged them often get confused. They expected forgiveness to be an invitation back in. Instead, they're left on the outside, watching as the Earth Angel moves forward, stronger and more self-assured. Forgiveness for an Earth Angel is a release, but forgetting, that's a luxury they simply don't afford to those who didn't value their kindness. Number 5, the tables turn faster than they could react. The people who set out to harm an Earth Angel rarely see what's coming their way. They
Forgiveness
think
daw
they're in control,
binibigay, pero
pulling
yung
strings and manipulating
forgiveness, ibang bagay daw yun. Di ba? Sinasabi. Kasi may iba, i-replay, sisave ko nga to. I-replay natin to. May sinasabi siya na na mag-iba yun.
situations to their advantage.
Ay,
But what they
kateka,
don't understand
utak
is
mo.
that the universe doesn't miss a beat.
Yeah.
The moment they set harmful intentions against someone guided by a higher purpose, they activate forces far beyond their grasp. It's as if the universe steps in, recalibrating events with pinpoint precision to protect the Earth Angel and expose those who intended to do harm. This shift happens faster than the aggressors can even process. They may have thought they had the upper hand, but suddenly their plans start to unravel. Situations they counted on begin to fail. Alliances they relied on fall apart. And circumstances they believed they controlled slip right through their fingers. And just as they think they can recover, something else goes wrong, leaving them scrambling to make sense of it all. It's like watching a carefully laid house of cards collapse in one swift, unstoppable motion. The irony is that the Earth Angel doesn't even have to lift a finger. Their purpose is protected by something bigger than any human scheme. Those who plotted against them find themselves entangled in their own traps, facing consequences they never anticipated. They're forced to deal with the fallout of their own actions, facing setbacks and challenges that seem to come out of nowhere. What they tried to project onto the Earth Angel comes rushing back at them, and this time, there's no escape. These individuals often don't understand what hit them because they never saw the Earth Angel as a threat. But in trying to harm someone with divine guidance, they unknowingly crossed paths with the universe's unwavering sense of justice. And once that balance is set in motion, there's no way to reverse it, only to face it. Number 6, they didn't account for the mirror effect of divine protection.
Welcome, dear one. I've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. You see, the divine journey that brought you to this video was not a random event. And as you're about to discover, there are no accidents in this universe. So why have you manifested this video? It's because the universe knows that you want more out of life. You want more financial abundance, more freedom, more love, and more happiness. My name is Natalie Ledwell, and I'm the #1 most subscribed Law of Attraction expert on YouTube. And I believe the universe has sent me to you in this moment to reveal a secret to you, a secret that will unlock your full power to manifest the reality that you've been dreaming of. And if you watch this video all the way to the end, I'm going to prove to you just how powerful a creator you are. You will harness this secret to manifest a financial blessing of $500, $1,000, or even an extra $10,000. And you'll manifest this blessing faster than you can ever imagine possible. Now, if you're skeptical that this secret can really bring blessings into your life so quickly, I don't blame you. Years ago, before I knew how to harness the full power of the law of attraction, I would have felt the same way. You see, today I'm blessed to enjoy a lifestyle of almost magical abundance.
What many people don't realize is that when they direct negativity at an earth angel, they're stepping into something like an energetic boomerang.
Yan,
Earth angels are
energetic
surrounded by
boomerang babalik sa
divine
inyo.
protection that doesn't just absorb energy passively, it reflects it right back to its source. This mirror effect is not only a form of protection, but a swift, unmistakable reminder that every action carries consequences. So when someone tries to harm an earth angel, all the negative energy they send out is returned to them, multiplied and intensified. This mirror effect often hits harder than they ever anticipated. While they might have thought their intentions would go unnoticed or unchallenged, they're instead met with a sharper, more brutal version of their own negativity. It's as if the universe amplifies their intentions, holding up a clear reflection that forces them to confront the very energy they tried to cast onto someone else. And because they didn't account for this effect, they're caught off guard, unprepared for the intensity of what comes back their way. The Earth Angel, in the meantime, doesn't need to retaliate or defend themselves actively. They simply continue on their path, unaffected by the chaos others try to bring. Their energy field is so aligned with higher frequencies that it repels low vibration energy without them even realizing it. This creates a natural force field that not only keeps negativity at bay, but turns it around. The sender is left with a clear message. You can't harm someone protected by divine energy without harming yourself. It's a harsh lesson in the law of cause and effect, and one that often leaves those who underestimated the Earth Angel's power, regretting they ever tried to cross that line. Number 7. They were tricked by the Earth Angel's outer calm. Those who try to manipulate or harm an Earth Angel often make a critical error. They mistake calm for weakness. To them, the Earth Angel's gentle demeanor, quiet resilience, and forgiving nature seem like signs of passivity, something they can take advantage of without consequence. But beneath that calm exterior lies a strength they can't comprehend. A quiet, immovable force that doesn't shout or demand attention, but is nonetheless unbreakable. Earth Angels don't engage in petty conflict or waste energy on trivial battles. They choose their responses carefully, often meeting aggression with silence, not out of fear, but out of wisdom. This inner strength isn't loud, but it's deeply rooted. When an Earth Angel reaches their limit, their silence speaks louder than any confrontation. It's a silence filled with clarity, boundaries, and a finality that people don't expect. By the time an Earth Angel decides to distance themselves, there's no turning back. The calm they once showed turns into a wall that others can no longer breach. A quiet but firm decision that separates them from anyone who no longer deserves their energy. What the aggressors fail to realize is that Earth Angels are masters at reading people. They often see intentions and hidden motives long before others reveal them, choosing to remain patient and giving chances that most wouldn't. But when their patience runs out, it's because they've seen enough. The finality of an Earth Angel's silence is a shock to those who mistook their kindness for permission to exploit. In the end, these people find themselves on the outside, confused by the distance but left with no way back in. That silence becomes the ultimate statement, a boundary that speaks volumes without a single word spoken, showing that peace is far from passivity, its power in its purest, most unshakable form. Number 8. They attracted their own demise through jealousy and envy. People often don't realize that jealousy and envy are forces that harm the one who harbors them far more than the one they're aimed at. Earth Angels, by nature, exude a light and presence that draw others in. Their calm, kind-hearted energy is magnetic, and without trying, they often inspire admiration from those around them. However, admiration can quickly turn into envy, especially when people start comparing their own lives, struggles, or insecurities to the Earth Angel's sense of peace and purpose. This jealousy becomes a twisted, self-inflicted trap, one that the Earth Angel has no part in, but that ends up consuming those who fall into it. Jealousy blinds people to reality. Instead of focusing on their own growth, they become fixated on someone else's path, feeling resentment instead of inspiration. This bitterness clouds their judgment, leading them to make choices rooted in pettiness or insecurity, which ultimately brings about their own downfall. They might try to undermine, gossip, or sabotage the Earth Angel, thinking they'll somehow lessen that person's shine. But Earth Angels operate on a level that jealousy can't touch. While others are busy obsessing over them, they're focused on their purpose, protected from these negative energies by their own positive frequency. In a strange way, jealousy becomes a form of self-sabotage for the people who harbor it. The more they feed into it, the more they draw negativity into their own lives, creating obstacles they wouldn't have faced if they'd simply let go of the envy. Ironically, they end up tripping over the very things they hoped would bring the Earth Angel down. The Earth Angel remains untouched, their light undimmed, while those who allow jealousy to guide them are left wrestling with the chaos they
want me
create.
to put me,
In the
you,
end,
you want
all they
guys to
intended
put
for
me
the Earth
down.
Angel only becomes a mirror,
Pero
reflecting
hindi
back
ako
on them with all its
natinag.
destructive force. Number 9, they triggered their own insecurity by projecting it onto the Earth Angel. People who try to undermine an Earth Angel often do so because of deep-rooted insecurity. They see someone who embodies confidence, peace, and spiritual elevation, and they feel threatened by it. Rather than confronting their own fears or acknowledging the parts of themselves that they don't like, they project these insecurities onto the Earth Angel. They try to label them as too perfect, too good, or out of touch, hoping to diminish the angel's light and elevate themselves in the process. But in doing so, they only reveal more about their own unresolved issues and inner turmoil. The Earth Angel becomes a mirror, reflecting back their hidden fears and discomforts, forcing them to confront what they've avoided. Insecurity works like a boomerang. When someone projects their own flaws onto another person, it's not the other person who bears the brunt of it. It's the one doing the projecting. By trying to tear down an Earth Angel, they're actually shining a bright light on their own inadequacies. Their attempts to damage the Earth Angel's image only serve to expose their own shadows, the parts of themselves they haven't yet healed or acknowledged. The more they try to hurt, the more they hurt themselves, stuck in a loop of self-inflicted pain. What's worse is that the Earth Angel is usually unaffected by these attacks. They operate on a frequency that's so far removed from the insecurity-driven chaos that it doesn't even register. The real damage is done to the person who can't escape their own reflection, trapped in a cycle of projecting their unhealed wounds onto someone who isn't bothered by them. Ironically, the Earth Angel continues to thrive, while the insecure individual is left alone with their own insecurities, unable to escape the painful reminders of their unresolved inner conflicts. Number 10, they misjudged an Earth Angel's patience as permission. Many people make the mistake of misjudging an Earth Angel's patience as permission to test their limits. They see the kindness, the calm, and the willingness to forgive, and they believe they can push boundaries without consequences. But what they fail to understand is that Earth Angels possess a deep wisdom that allows them to observe far more than they let on. They see the hidden motives, the subtle manipulations, and the unspoken disrespect. Instead of reacting impulsively, they offer people the space to redeem themselves, giving them multiple chances to change. But that patience is not endless. It's a calculated gift. And once it's used up, the Earth Angel doesn't simply walk away. When an Earth Angel reaches the limit of their patience, it's not a dramatic exit. It's not about creating a scene or seeking vengeance. Instead, they evolve, transforming into a version of themselves that the offender can no longer recognize or reach. The gap that forms between them and the person who misused their patience is unbridgeable. It's as though they step into a higher frequency, where the petty dramas and toxic behaviors of others no longer have any effect. They are no longer the same person they were when they gave chances. The person who once had access to their time and energy now finds themselves locked out, unable to penetrate the walls the Earth Angel has quietly built. This evolution is subtle but powerful. The Earth Angel's silence, calm, and detachment become an impenetrable force field. Those who once believed they could push the Earth Angel around suddenly find themselves on the outside, facing the consequences of their actions. What they misread as permission to continue testing boundaries turns into a painful realization that they've lost access to someone who never truly needed them in the first place. The Earth Angel's evolution is a graceful, unspoken reminder that they are not someone to be taken for.
Learn about crypto and get rewarded as you learn with Coinbase Learning Rewards. We've paid out over $100 million in crypto rewards since Coinbase Learning Rewards launched in 2018. To start earning, just watch short videos, answer simple questions about what you've seen, and get rewarded. Get started today on coinbase.com/learning-rewards.
Hey, did you get an S Corporation Tax Secrets and Benefits book yet? If you haven't, I urge you to do it right now. If you have an S Corporation, I can guarantee you you're probably not using all the tax strategies and benefits of an S Corporation. Luckily for you, I put together this beautiful PDF with all the tax strategies for an S Corporation and implementation guide. Not only do I give you a tax strategy here, but also what you need to do to implement.
Brandon, number 11. Their attempts at manipulation just revealed their weaknesses. When people try to manipulate an Earth Angel, they unknowingly reveal their own vulnerabilities. Earth Angels are naturally intuitive, able to see through the facades others put up. The manipulation tactics they encounter, whether subtle or blatant, don't faze them because they understand the deeper insecurities at play. What these manipulators fail to realize is that their attempts aren't just unsuccessful in controlling the Earth Angel. They expose everything they're trying to hide. The more they try to pull the strings, the more their own weaknesses become apparent. Manipulation is often rooted in insecurity, a desperate attempt to control something outside of themselves because they feel out of control inside. When someone attempts to manipulate an Earth Angel, they're not only showing their lack of confidence, but also their lack of self-worth. They try to exert power over the Earth Angel, but in doing so, they're really highlighting their own internal struggles. The Earth Angel's response, often a quiet detachment or firm boundaries, forces these weaknesses into the light. It's like a spotlight on the flaws they've been trying to keep hidden from everyone, including themselves. What makes it even more powerful is that Earth Angels rarely need to call out these flaws. Their detachment is enough. The fact that they don't engage with manipulative behavior is a statement in itself. They don't need to get involved in drama or prove anything. They simply withdraw their energy. And in doing so, they make it painfully obvious to everyone around who the manipulator really is. The Earth Angel doesn't need to confront them. Their absence and refusal to play the game are the harshest truths. The manipulator is left exposed, their own weaknesses on display for everyone to see, while the Earth Angel remains unshaken and untouched. Number 12. They fail to recognize the divine timing in an Earth Angel's life. One of the biggest mistakes people make when they try to derail an Earth Angel is underestimating the power of divine timing in their life. Earth Angels don't simply exist by chance. They are spiritually aligned with a higher purpose, and their journey is guided by forces that operate far beyond human understanding. Every challenge they face, every obstacle they overcome, happens in perfect timing, designed to elevate them to the next phase of their destiny. When someone tries to obstruct their path, they're not just challenging the Earth Angel. They're going against the cosmic flow of events that is meant to unfold. And that never works out the way they expect. Those who attempt to disrupt the Earth Angel's journey often find themselves caught in a web of their own making. They may temporarily create confusion or attempt to steer the Earth Angel off course, but they fail to realize that they're not fighting just one individual. They're fighting against divine order. The Earth Angel's life is a series of carefully orchestrated moments, and no human interference can prevent what's meant to be. In the end, the ones who try to block the Earth Angel's path end up falling out of alignment with their own purpose, experiencing stagnation and frustration as their lives seem to lose direction. Meanwhile, the Earth Angel continues to move forward, as if nothing ever happened. They may face temporary setbacks, but those are merely stepping stones to the next chapter of their spiritual evolution. Those who try to hold them back find themselves stuck in the very mess they created, while the Earth Angel rises, propelled by the invisible forces that guide them. The irony is that while they may try to obstruct the Earth Angel's progress, they end up obstructing their own, watching as the divine timing in the Earth Angel's life works in ways they could never have anticipated. In the end, those who attempted to play games with an Earth Angel underestimate their resilience or try to manipulate them. All learn the same harsh lesson. What they failed to see was that the Earth Angel was never someone they could control. Each attempt to derail, deceive, or diminish only revealed their own insecurities, weaknesses, and ignorance of the deeper forces at play. Earth Angels are not just ordinary people. They are divinely guided beings whose paths are etched with purpose, protected by cosmic forces, and aligned with a timing beyond human comprehension. When others try to disrupt that flow, they are not merely obstructing a person. They're challenging the very rhythm of the universe itself. And in the end, it's not the Earth Angel who suffers, it's those who try to mess with them. They end up trapped in their own misdeeds, left to face the consequences of their actions, while the Earth Angel continues to rise, untouched and unbothered. Because when you try to break someone who is divinely destined to thrive, you're only breaking yourself. So for all those who thought they could harm, control, or diminish the Earth Angel, remember this: the tables will turn, the divine will always protect, and in the end, they won't just walk away, they will evolve. If you felt the power of the Earth Angel's journey and want to dive even deeper into the extraordinary forces that shape their path, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Join this incredible community of awakened souls because we're just getting started. You don't want to miss out on more powerful insights, mind-shifting content, and spiritual wisdom that could change the way you see the world. So subscribe now and let's keep this journey going together, because when you're connected to the divine, the best is yet to come. God bless you.
I've been receiving checks from Charles Schwab on a weekly basis. Let me show you. Here are a few of the checks that I receive as proof. Basically, all I have to do is find a trend. And regardless if the market is going up or down, I get the checks. The best part, this can be done 23 hours a day, 6 days a week, so a busy schedule is no excuse. And there's no need to buy and sell individual stocks.
God demands them to tell the truth. So, ako lagi ako nagsasabi ng totoo eh. Minamalinaw ako eh. Lagi na ako sinungaling. Yeah. Go.
60 plus hours a week. So I saw this and I
welcome the anointed ones. When the weight of the truth becomes too heavy, even the proudest soul must kneel. Imagine this. Someone out there who's wronged you or kept secrets from you is out there trying to sleep, feeling like they're carrying a boulder in their chest. They toss and turn, trying to shake off the unease. But the guilt has woven itself into their very soul. And guess what? God won't let them rest until they confess to you. Yes, they're practically being haunted by their own conscience, and it's about time they come clean. Here's an intriguing fact. Studies show that the majority of people who harbor guilt feel physical symptoms, from restlessness to racing hearts. And for the chosen ones out there, this goes double. Your energy holds a unique power, an almost supernatural effect, making it impossible for people who've crossed you to find peace. They may even wake up drenched in sweat, mumbling things like, I really should call them. So, if you're wondering why someone's suddenly eager to admit things they'd rather keep buried, get ready. It's not just a casual confession. It's an unraveling, a spiritual reckoning, and frankly, it's going to be a little entertaining to watch. Number one, they can't escape the divine pressure on their conscience. When someone wrongs a chosen one, it's not like any ordinary feeling of guilt. It becomes a relentless weight on their spirit, amplified by a force they can't quite shake off. It's as if the universe itself won't let them off the hook. No matter how they try to bury what they did or push it to the back of their mind, the pressure builds, whispering to them, creeping into their quietest moments. Every attempt to ignore it feels like tightening a knot around their own chest until it's unbearable. There's no relief because this isn't just their mind playing tricks on them. It's divine pressure, an unrelenting force that almost demands they face up to the truth. They start to feel this in every part of their life. Out of nowhere, small annoyances become overwhelming burdens. Their patience thins, and even sleep betrays them, bringing uneasy dreams or that gnawing restlessness that keeps them awake, staring at the ceiling in the middle of the night. They realize this feeling is bigger than anything they can just shrug off. They feel as though they're being guided or maybe even forced toward making things right, no matter how uncomfortable it might be. And the thought of confessing, it starts to feel like their only path to freedom. That's the power of divine justice. It won't let them go until they come clean. The more they resist, the heavier the pressure gets, like a weight pressing down on their heart. The truth they're holding back is like a stone in their spirit, making it impossible to move forward. The only way they'll ever feel relief is by confessing to you. It's not just about owning up. It's about survival, about easing a burden they can't escape until they make things right with you. Number two, they realize you're part of their spiritual test. When someone wrongs a chosen one, it's rarely a simple act of selfishness or a lapse in judgment. It's often much bigger than that. Deep down, on a level they may not even fully understand, they sense that this is part of a much larger, almost mystical test. There's something unique about a chosen one's presence, a sort of spiritual gravity that brings out both the best and worst in others. For the person who's wronged you, it's as if their spirit knows it has fallen short, and it needs to make amends to pass through this test of integrity. This isn't about getting a slap on the wrist from their conscience. It's about facing a spiritual crossroad. They feel an uncomfortable sense that their own growth or evolution is now tied to you. What they did, whether it was lying, betrayal, or simply failing to treat you as you deserved, isn't just something they can forget. The act itself becomes a shadow over them, a reminder that they fell short in front of someone whose very essence demands honesty, respect, and alignment with higher principles. Confessing to you becomes, on some level, a way of trying to redeem themselves, not just in your eyes, but in their own spirit's journey. The pressure to come clean isn't just to ease their guilt. It's a quiet desperation to avoid getting stuck on a lower level of consciousness.
Starting today, anyone can monetize with ads. As part of the all-new Beehive ad network, thousands of newsletters have already monetized, and it's about to get even better. More ad opportunities, better brands, automated payments, streamlined processes, and more. And starting today, anyone who wants to monetize their newsletter begin receiving ad opportunities. That's right, anyone. You don't need to have thousands of subscribers. You don't even need to send frequently. You just need to be on our scale plan and connect your payment account so you can get paid. Then let the revenue start piling up. The Beehive ad network has already paid millions of dollars directly to newsletters, and we're just getting started. Start monetizing today, only on Beehive.
Ano yung gulay?
It's as if their spirit is saying, you failed this test, but maybe, if you're brave enough to admit it, you can still find a way forward. And so, they're pushed toward you, compelled by an invisible force that makes them realize that, without this confession, they might be spiritually stranded. Owning up becomes a way for them to reclaim a sense of worth and to move beyond a choice that has left a deep, undeniable mark on their soul. Number 3, your presence disrupts their energy field. When someone crosses a chosen one, it's as if their entire energy field is thrown out of balance. A chosen one radiates a unique frequency, one that brings clarity, honesty, and authenticity to every interaction. This energy is powerful, even disruptive, especially to anyone carrying secrets or hidden wrongs. When someone has wronged you, your energy begins to act like a mirror, reflecting back the weight of what they've done. They can't shake it off because every time they're around you, your presence disrupts that hidden energy within them, bringing it up to the surface. They start to feel exposed, uneasy, and even defensive. It's as if your energy stirs up a storm inside them, forcing them to confront what they'd rather ignore. This is no small discomfort. When they're near you, they feel a kind of pressure that isn't just mental, it's almost physical. Your energy acts like a tuning fork, resonating in such a way that anything inauthentic within them vibrates uncomfortably. They might feel restless, irritated, or even a little paranoid, as if you can see right through their layers. In your presence, their guilt transforms into something that feels impossible to hide. They're acutely aware of it, and it weighs on them in a way that's almost unbearable. This disturbance builds up over time, pushing them closer to a breaking point. The only way they can find any relief is by coming clean to you. It's like they're seeking to balance their own energy field by confessing, hoping that if they own up, the weight of this disturbance will finally lift. Being around you with unresolved guilt feels like carrying a ticking bomb inside them. It's only a matter of time before they're compelled to face the truth. Confession becomes the only way to find any sense of peace. Number 4, confessing becomes their last hope to stop bad luck. When someone wrongs a chosen one, it's as if they unknowingly invite a wave of misfortune into their own life. At first, they might brush it off as coincidence, missing an important deadline here, a small argument there. But then, the setbacks begin to pile up. They start missing out on opportunities that were once within reach, experiencing financial strains, or dealing with constant disruptions in their personal life. What seemed like a string of bad days turns into something far more relentless, as if an unseen force is blocking them at every turn. Their bad luck isn't just bad timing. It's like an invisible weight is pulling their life off course, creating chaos and disappointment where things used to flow. This unsettling string of events begins to wear on them, mentally and emotionally. No matter what they try to do to fix it, working harder, planning better, staying positive, nothing seems to break the streak. That's when they start to wonder if their actions toward you are tied to what's happening to them. The idea might start as a quiet whisper, a small thought in the back of their mind, but it grows louder as their luck gets worse. They begin to suspect that their misfortune might be some form of cosmic justice, a repercussion they hadn't anticipated. Eventually, they reach a point where the only way out seems to be a confession. Owning up to their actions starts to feel like their only shot at breaking this curse. They're desperate for relief, and the thought of confessing to you becomes almost like a lifeline, a way to clear the slate and end the spiral of bad luck that's taken over their life. In their mind, confession is no longer just about easing guilt. It's about finding a way to stop the downward trajectory their life has taken since they wronged you.
Grabe, dami mong pauses ka. Titikad din tayo ng ano.
The unseen soul contract goes into order. For some, the connection to a chosen one goes deeper than either of them might consciously understand. There's a sense of an unseen soul contract at play, an agreement made on a spiritual level. Perhaps even
Bakit hindi ka manood?
this soul contract
Hindi mo na kaya, no?
state that would test both of your spirits, and then be given the choice to make things right. Wronging you isn't simply a random act. It's part of a larger spiritual lesson, a preordained obligation woven into their soul's path. This isn't just a matter of a standard apology or a simple sorry. It's much deeper. A profound chance for them to experience humility, growth, and accountability through the act of facing you. Whether they consciously realize it or not, there's a pull drawing them back to you, urging them to confess, not only to ease their conscience, but to fulfill this higher purpose embedded in their soul's journey. It's as though they've been given a spiritual task, and avoiding it isn't an option. They can't truly move forward until they meet this obligation. With every day they resist the call to confess. They feel increasingly out of alignment, disconnected from themselves and from life's flow. They might feel a strange emptiness, an unexplained sense of being lost or incomplete. This pull toward you becomes their spirit's way of saying, you have unfinished business here. By coming clean, they fulfill their role in this soul contract, finding not only redemption, but a crucial lesson that brings them closer to their true purpose. The confession isn't merely a relief. It's a bridge to spiritual growth, a moment of reckoning that frees them to move forward, a step toward the person they're meant to become. Number 6, they fear your spiritual power to expose them. When someone wrongs a chosen one, they often come to recognize that they're dealing with a force beyond what they're used to. It's not like deceiving just anyone. It's like trying to hide from someone who can see beyond the surface. They begin to sense that your intuition, your spiritual power, is far sharper than they realized. It unnerves them. You have an uncanny ability to read between the lines, to feel what others bury, and to see through masks. And that's what terrifies them the most. The idea that you might already know or could easily uncover their actions. This awareness eats at them, creating an anxiety that won't let up. They start to fear that any day, at any moment, you might confront them, expose the truth they're so desperate to hide. Their secrets feel fragile in your presence, like they could crack open with a single look or word from you. This fear becomes a motivator, driving them to come clean before they're fully unmasked. They don't just fear your judgment. They fear the spiritual repercussions of keeping the truth hidden from someone as tuned in as you. It's like they're standing on the edge of a cliff, feeling that with each lie they hold onto, they're inviting a stronger force to take action. To them, confessing seems like the only way to soften the consequences they believe are coming. They hope that by taking the first step, by facing you openly, they might lessen the inevitable fallout. Owning up to their actions feels like the only chance to protect themselves from an even harsher reckoning, a spiritual blowback they sense is looming. In your presence, their need to confess becomes urgent, almost desperate, as if it's their last shot at escaping an inner storm only you seem to have the power to unleash. Number 7, their ego is finally defeated by spiritual consequence. For someone who wrongs a chosen one, admitting fault would normally be unthinkable. Their ego is a fortress, a shield that blocks them from acknowledging any wrongdoing. Pride keeps them convinced that they're always in control, always above the need for apologies. But this time, something shifts. They start to feel a weight pressing down on them, something beyond the usual pangs of guilt. It's not just their conscience bothering them. It's the sense that they're up against a force much bigger than themselves. The energy they're feeling is almost oppressive, as though the universe itself is demanding they come clean. And for the first time, they sense that their ego is powerless in the face of this spiritual consequence. Their usual defenses crumble under this weight. It's a divine reckoning, a consequence that strikes at the core of who they are, breaking through every mental barrier they've built to keep themselves untouchable. The unsettling feeling grows daily, creating a restlessness that even their pride can't ignore. They realize that no amount of ego, denial, or self-righteousness can shield them from this force pressing them toward truth. The weight becomes unbearable, leaving them only one option: to surrender. Confessing feels like their only path forward. It's no longer about saving face or minimizing the fallout. It's about releasing the tension of fighting against something infinitely more powerful than their own will.
Want to earn cryptocurrency? Try Coinbase. Coinbase simplifies buying, selling, earning, and learning about crypto with a user-friendly design that encourages you to learn about crypto by offering rewards for watching short and informative videos. Over $100 million have already been earned by customers to date. Want to get started? Check out Coinbase to learn what else you can do with crypto. Sign up today.
Look at you, investing like you run the joint. I guess that makes you a boss. You're saying things like, I want that EPS on my desk by EOD. You do shorts, you do longs. Now you're doing Robinhood Gold. earning a high interest rate on your cash. Nice. Because no one runs your money like you.
In that moment, confession becomes an act of humility, a recognition that they are not in control, that they can't outrun the consequences of their actions. They finally see that there's no winning against the spiritual forces at play. The confession isn't just an apology, it's a rare moment of surrender, a humbling acknowledgement that they've reached the limits of their own power. Number 8, the energy of truth has started to haunt them. When someone wrongs a chosen one, the lies they tell weave a complex web around them, creating a false sense of security. In their minds, they think they can maintain control by burying the truth. But lies generate their own energy, a heavy, tangled force that soon becomes suffocating. Over time, the weight of this falsehood grows unbearable, transforming into a gnawing feeling that something isn't right. It's as if their very essence is being suffocated by the deceit they've spun. But this energy is nothing compared to the relentless force of truth. As the days pass, they start to feel the energy of truth encroaching on their reality, an almost haunting presence that won't let go. It manifests in various ways, recurring dreams that remind them of what they've done, sudden flashes of memory that catch them off guard, or inexplicable waves of anxiety that wash over them without warning. They might find themselves waking in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat, as visions of their wrongdoing swirl in their mind. This energy isn't something they can ignore.
Hindi na kaya. Ibang tao to, may kalaman. Mali. Tama ang mga sinasabi niya, ah. Ayan, sasagot, Tesla. Ang aayon mo sa akin, tinuruan mo pa. So, nagtayo ka pa ng empire na against kay Samtown. Diba? Oo naman, nagtatayo ka ng empire. Ay, nako. Minute, kaping mainit. Sabi nga ni boss. Sa kanya nakuha, hindi nyo alam. Hindi nyo narinig ni boss. Sabi niya, wait a minute, kaping mainit. Nakakapanood niya sa akin. He's learning a lot from me.
Atay, handa na. Handa ka na ba? Tinatapon kasi natin yung mga jar natin, guys. Oh, Tekla, saan ka natulog ka na ba? Kawawa ka ng pagod na pagod ka. Oh, eto ang dapat pinakikinggan mo para maulirat ka na.
It stalks them, creeping into their thoughts and disrupting their peace. They begin to sense that something is pursuing them, an intangible force that demands acknowledgement. This feeling grows more intense, a primal urge to confront what they've hidden. No matter how hard they try to shake it off, the truth relentlessly pulls at them, urging them to face the reality they've avoided for so long. They realize that the only way to silence this haunting energy is to confess to you, to admit what they did. In that moment, they come to understand that the weight of their lies is far lighter than the burden of facing the truth. By confronting you and revealing their actions, they can finally break free from the energy that has entangled them, liberating their spirit from the shadows that have followed them for too long. Number 9, their spirit is seeking your forgiveness to find rest. Deep within, there's a part of them that understands a powerful truth. Forgiveness from a chosen one is unlike any other. It's not just a simple act of kindness or a way to smooth over a mistake. It represents a unique form of grace, a spiritual balm that can heal wounds and restore balance. They may not fully comprehend it, but their spirit craves this forgiveness desperately. It's a hunger that goes beyond words or actions. It's an innate yearning for release from the burdens they've carried since they wronged you. This craving isn't merely about wanting your forgiveness to ease their guilt It's about seeking an essential energy cleanse for their spirit. They recognize that holding on to their deceit has tainted their essence, leaving them feeling heavy and clouded. Without your forgiveness, their spirit feels trapped, burdened by a sense of shame and regret that weighs them down. They may find themselves navigating life in a haze, unable to fully connect with joy or peace. The knowledge that your forgiveness could provide the liberation they need gnaws at them, a constant reminder of what's at stake. The desire for your forgiveness transcends the surface level of an apology. It's a soul-deep yearning for release from the chains of their own making. They understand that coming to you and admitting their wrongdoing is a critical step toward that freedom. It's about unshackling themselves from the emotional turmoil that has plagued them, allowing their spirit to rise above the weight of their choices. In confessing,
Did you know paying your bills on time raises your credit score, right? Wrong. In fact, this is the first of 3 major credit score lies being told
to you, they hope to reclaim a sense of wholeness, to feel the lightness that comes from being forgiven by someone with such profound spiritual insight. This journey toward your forgiveness becomes a quest for their own redemption, a vital step in healing their spirit and restoring the peace they've longed for. Number 10, they want to earn your respect even if they don't deserve it. At the core of their turmoil lies a profound realization. Your respect is sacred, a rare gem that they've forfeited through their actions. They understand the weight of what they've lost, and it eats at them. Yet, in this moment of clarity, they feel a stirring deep within, a desperate urge to confess, to lay bare their wrongs in hopes of reclaiming even a shred of that honor back. To them, being honest with you carries more significance than any validation they might receive from the outside world. Your opinion is not just another judgment. It's a reflection of who they could be if they weren't bogged down by guilt and shame. They see you as a mirror, one that reflects not only their failures, but also their potential for growth. In your presence, they recognize the possibility of redemption, however small it may seem. The idea of confessing and earning even a fraction of your respect becomes a beacon of hope for them. They want to stand before you, stripped of their ego and vulnerabilities, and express their truth. In doing so, they're not just seeking your approval. They're yearning to witness a different version of themselves reflected back, one that embodies honesty, integrity, and the potential for change. This moment isn't merely about regret. It's about the possibility of transformation. They know they may not deserve your respect at this moment, but the desire to earn it drives them forward. It's a compelling force pushing them to confront their wrongs and seek the honesty that could begin to mend the rift between you. They want to be seen as more than their mistakes. They long to emerge from the shadows of their choices, standing in the light of your acknowledgement. In confessing, they hope to step into a new narrative, one where they can redefine themselves and cultivate the respect they so deeply crave, reflecting the truest version of who they are meant to be. Number 11, they hope you hold the power to unblock them. After they've wronged you, an unsettling stagnation settles into their life, as if everything has come to a standstill. Relationships that once flourished begin to falter, with friends drifting away or conflicts surfacing. Their career, once promising and vibrant, feels stuck in neutral, and opportunities slip through their fingers like sand. Even their health seems to deteriorate, a physical manifestation of the turmoil swirling within them. In this state of chaos, they start to recognize a disturbing pattern. Everything they once took for granted now feels blocked, as if some unseen force has severed their connection to abundance and joy. On a subconscious level, they begin to see you as a gatekeeper, a crucial figure whose presence holds the key to unlocking the flow of life they desperately miss. The realization dawns on them that their actions have not only hurt you, but have also created a barrier between them and the universe's natural abundance. In their mind, if they can just make amends with you, if they can confess and clear the air, they might have a chance to restore the balance that has been lost. This confession becomes a desperate bid for freedom, a last-ditch effort to regain the flow of positivity that has been cut off. They hope that by addressing the wrong they've committed against you, they will not only mend the relationship, but also reopen the channels of good fortune that seem to have closed off. It's an act of faith, believing that your forgiveness can act as the catalyst that transforms their life from stagnation back to abundance. They're not just seeking your pardon, they're yearning for the chance to reclaim their vitality, creativity, and joy. In their eyes, your forgiveness symbolizes a return to the life they once enjoyed, a life filled with connection, opportunity, and health. The weight of their confession carries not just the burden of regret, but the hope that it will unlock the door to a brighter, more prosperous future. Number 12, they feel the spiritual power shift as you rise. As a chosen one, your spiritual journey has become a vibrant tapestry of growth, elevation, and profound transformation. You're not just existing, you're actively rising to new heights, and that shift doesn't go unnoticed. They can sense the change in your energy, the way your presence now radiates strength and purpose. Meanwhile, their own journey has stagnated, leaving them feeling trapped in a cycle of their own making. It's a palpable contrast. Your spirit is soaring while theirs feels heavy and stuck, like a ship anchored in turbulent waters. This disparity creates an undeniable tension, a widening gap that grows harder to ignore. They can feel the spiritual power shift around you, a dynamic force that highlights their own limitations and failures. In the face of your ascent, they're confronted with the harsh reality of their choices and the consequences that have led them to this point. The urgency to confess begins to bubble to the surface, driven by a desperate need to bridge that gap before it becomes an insurmountable chasm. They're acutely aware that without some form of reconciliation, they risk being left behind, spiritually stranded and diminished. This confession is their attempt to realign themselves with you, to restore some semblance of connection before you fully move on. It's not merely about seeking forgiveness, it's about acknowledging the power dynamic that has shifted so dramatically. They recognize that as you ascend, they are at risk of being eclipsed entirely, and the thought of that isolation is terrifying. They want to pull themselves out of the shadows and step into the light, hoping that by coming clean, they can reclaim a space in your spiritual journey. It's a recognition that your growth doesn't just impact them, it opens the door for their own potential transformation. Ultimately, this act of confession becomes a crucial step in their desire for redemption, a last-ditch effort to realign themselves with your powerful energy. They hope that by facing their wrongs, they can shift the tide of their own stagnation and find a way back to the spiritual path they once lost. They yearn to be part of your journey again, not as an anchor, but as someone who can walk alongside you, enriched by the connection that once brought them joy. The journey of seeking forgiveness and confession is not merely a transactional exchange. It's a profound exploration of the human spirit, laden with complexity and depth. For those who have wronged a chosen one, the stakes are nothing short of existential. They grapple with a multitude of fears, regrets, and realizations that intertwine to form a desperate need for redemption. This quest for honesty is not just about making amends. It's a pathway to reclaiming their essence, a vital step toward unearthing the abundance that once flowed freely in their lives. In reaching out, they acknowledge the sacredness of your respect and the power you hold as a gatekeeper to their own liberation. The act of confession becomes their lifeline, a thread that could potentially weave them back into the tapestry of your elevated existence. They recognize that this isn't just about alleviating their guilt, it's about the hope of spiritual alignment, a chance to rise alongside you rather than be left in the shadows of their own making. Ultimately, their longing to confess reflects a deep yearning for connection, a desire to bridge the spiritual distance that has grown between you. They seek not just forgiveness, but an opportunity to rediscover their place in the world, to align their path with the light that you embody. As they summon the courage to speak their truth, they step into a moment that transcends mere words. It becomes a transformative act that echoes through the fabric of their being. Whether or not their confession leads to reconciliation, it marks a pivotal moment of self-awareness, courage, and the possibility of redemption. In this intricate dance of souls, they come to understand that the journey toward forgiveness is as much about their own awakening as it is about restoring the bond with you. If you found these insights resonating with your own journey and the complexities of human relationships, don't miss out on the transformative content we share here. Hit that subscribe button and join our community of seekers and truth tellers. Together, we'll delve deeper into the spiritual paths that guide us, explore the nuances of connection and forgiveness, and uncover the wisdom that empowers us all. Your support means the world, and we can't wait to continue this journey with you. So subscribe now, and let's elevate our spirits together. God bless you.
The best resource to help me improve my American
Alam mo, kahit hindi ko i-explain, kaya naman ano yan eh, self-explanatory naman.
3 pounds of 3 to 5 inch cubes under warm water. While you're at it, trim up any ends of the stem. They contain an enzyme that can soften cucumbers. Time to dry. These amounts are important. But 1/2 ounces by weight of pickling salt goes into a 1 gallon container. Why? Because we're going to dissolve said salt in exactly 1 gallon of water. That's chlorine.
Anointed
Bacterial buddies here. So either use filtered water
Angel Earth. Diba? Angel Earth ako eh. Sabi mo na kasi, dahil yun naman ang totoo. Angel Earth pa. Kasi nandito tayo sa Earth eh. Tataka nga ako kasi bakit sinasabi nila na daw ako eh. Yan nga eh. Parang anghel daw ako eh pag makita nila ako.
ano so kailangan ko is a mix of talaga, merong siyang puwedeng puro sili lang lahat. So, marami tayong mga ganito and then yung isang red bell pepper. So, since na ulit yung hole ito, ang gagamitin natin dito natin lalagay. So, pwede natin ng haluan ng iba with a cooked cucumber. Pero, pwede rin naman na, guys, na ano lang, simply as ihiwalay natin lahat ng ng ano ng pwede naman talaga. Or pwede dito lahat yung cucumber pero I'll cut it in the strip pahaba na pwedeng magkasya lang sa hole. Puro dito na lang. And the rest, gagawa din kasi tayo ng parang gulay. Pwede rin pala i-pickle yung lahat ng mga pwede i-pickle yung mga madali lang kainin with the salad like cauliflower or yung broccoli pwede rin mga guys. So, gagawin natin habang nakikinig tayo. Yung kanina, you are a starlight, light can't be dim. Star daw kami, naliwanag na hindi pwede magdilim. Ma'am. Protect lang. Ano ko sa ito? Sabi dito, you have got the last laugh. Ibig sabihin, yung earth angel na katulad ko, kasi talaga naman, anointed one ako sinasabi ng pinili kami. Ang dami na nga akong binigyan ng pangalan banal, pero yung mga hindi nagtagumpay. Pero ako, sinasabi ng Santa Romana na Santa Lilibet kay lumangoy sa pinakamalalim. Inaro ko talaga. Kaya ako sabi ko yung pagiging matibay ko dyan at parang family, hala. Nung pinalayas niyo ako lahat, pinipigilan niyo ako dyan na mag-stay. Hindi nakarama na lahat kayo. Pero nung nanatili doon, ang panalangin, diba, panay palipad bukas. How can you maintain a good positive works if the people are devil? They don't accept righteousness, good people. They only think that they are the good people, but they're not. Because minahal nila ang walwal. That's the point. So lahat yan, nasubukan na kayo ng Panginoon na lahat ng mga dinonate nyo dyan, it's not all worth it. Because sabi ng Panginoon, magbigay kayo ng may kagalakan. Kung marami dyan, nabigay din. Hindi lang naman si Tekla pinatatamaan ko, marami rin. Nagbigay, tapos later on, wala. Huwag na kami ng hubungan.
Hindi mo alam kung gaano kahalaga si Francis. At saka yung prinsesa. Maniwala kayo. Gawin natin 'to. Tatapusin natin lahat yan. Saka tayo mag-e-explain ng marami. Kasi hindi ko pa talaga na-view 'to. What I'm portraying or showing to you guys is the real thing. That Papa Jesus discerned me what to do. Pag sinabi ng Ama sa'kin, wala ka nang sasabihin, ako nang bahala. Pag sinabi ko ng ganyan, talagang hindi ako nakibo. Pero ngayon, hindi ako inaabot ng Ama. May panahon na. 'Di ba binanggit din dito kanina na panahon na daw na gumapas. Gumagapas din pala kami 'pag nananahimik kami. Panahon na gumapas on the latter part and you will shine. 'Di ba? Ang dami dito. God shows them. Eto, diba sabi niya, God shows them no more mercy. Di ba din nakaraan, sabi ko, wala nang mercy. Minsan nga naano lang ako bigla lang akong parang nagsasalita na lang ng bigla-biglaan na, bakit ko ba sinabi yun? Kasi kayo, mga judgmental kayo Alam ko na huhusgahan niyo ako sa salita ko niyan. Kaya tingnan mo si Tekla, tanga-tanga talaga minsan. Hoy, magbago ka naman minsan. Marunong ka rin dapat tumanggap ng defeat mo. Kasi mali-mali yung mga ano mo mamaya ko. Ito muna. You got the last laugh. Sabi sa mga chosen ones, sila daw ang huling halakak.
There's making between $8,000 to $12,000 per month.
Tayo guys. O, tala, saan ka na? Tutulog-tulugan ka. Ngayon yung oras na ano, di ba kaya mo
and underestimated every move you made until now. It's a funny thing about people. They always think they're in control of the story until the plot twists. See, while everyone else was busy making assumptions, you were playing a different game entirely. And now? Well, now you've got the last laugh. Studies show that people are often blindsided by those they underestimate the most. Why? Because while most chase validation and quick wins, the real strategists are operating in silence, planning moves 10 steps ahead. Chosen ones, people like you, aren't just reacting to life. You're orchestrating it in ways they could never predict. So buckle up, because we're about to dive into why the chosen ones, those who see beyond the surface and live by an unshakable inner knowing, are always ahead. And for anyone who thought they were outsmarting you, spoiler alert, they're in for a surprise. At number 1, watching others' plans collapse because they predicted it all along.
Kaya pala ako, bigla-bigla na. Dumadating, di ba? Bigla-bigla na lang ako dumadating. Gulat sila Minsan sinugod ko yan doon, kaladet-det sabi ko, tatapang ninyo Wala ako dyan. Ano sabi ko? Paakitin niyo ako, hindi nila ako mapaakyat, hinayat ko sila. Yan sinasabi ko. Sabi ko sa inyo, don't mess us up. Huwag niyong i-mess up ang mga pinili ng Diyos. Kayo ang masisira. Kaya tingnan mo, Tekla, wala na. Hindi na maintindihan yung figura ng mukha mo. Wala nang peace of mind kasi kunot na yung logo Diba? Anyways, let's continue the battle.
There's a unique satisfaction in watching the grand schemes of others unravel, especially when they saw it coming from the start. These aren't just random events. They're the results of choices rooted in ego, deceit, or blind ambition. Chosen ones have a way of sensing the hollow foundations behind these plans, recognizing the signs that everything's built on quicksand. It's not cynicism, but a sharp sense of realism that lets them see beyond the illusions others cling to. They understand that truth has a way of surfacing, and anything built on falsehood is eventually doomed to collapse. When it does fall apart, they don't gloat or seek to rub salt in the wounds. They simply observe. There's no arrogance in their satisfaction. It's a quiet confirmation that they were right to trust their instincts. And if others were too blinded by their own desires to see the inevitable outcome, that's on them. Chosen ones aren't fooled by temporary success or flashy facades. They know what truly lasts and what's just a mirage. While others scramble in the aftermath, wondering where they went wrong, the chosen ones remain calm, steady, and 10 steps ahead. It's this wisdom, this deep understanding that real power doesn't need to prove itself, that lets them hold back and wait, knowing they'll have the last laugh without ever needing to say, "I told you so." Their foresight isn't about superiority. It's about seeing clearly when everyone else is distracted. In the end, it's not about winning or losing. It's about knowing they were right to trust what others couldn't even see. Number 2, relentless growth, no matter the cost. Chosen ones don't settle and they don't stop. While most people find safety in routine and cling to comfort zones, chosen ones thrive in the unknown. They're driven by a deep, almost insatiable need to grow, expand, and reach new levels of understanding. This isn't about achieving perfection. It's about uncovering what's possible and pushing beyond personal limits, even when the journey is challenging. They don't look for the easy way because they know that true strength is built through endurance, resilience, and a willingness to face the tough parts of life head on. This relentless pursuit of growth comes at a cost. Not everyone can keep up, and chosen ones often find themselves alone on this path. They willingly let go of people, places, and habits that no longer serve them, understanding that growth requires shedding old layers. They're familiar with discomfort and embrace it because they know that the discomfort of growth is temporary, but the wisdom it brings lasts a lifetime. This mindset sets them apart, enabling them to evolve in ways that leave others baffled, sometimes even threatened. Chosen ones understand that there's no final destination. Growth is a continuous, lifelong commitment. Their progress is not flashy or for show. It's a quiet, powerful transformation that happens behind the scenes. And while others may see only the results, chosen ones know that their real strength lies in their ability to keep pushing forward, regardless of setbacks or sacrifices. This commitment to relentless growth makes them unstoppable, allowing them to move through life with a kind of self-mastery and resilience that others admire but rarely achieve. Number 3, bringing truth to the surface even when it's uncomfortable. Chosen ones aren't afraid of the truth. While most people skirt around difficult topics or bury uncomfortable realities under layers of denial, chosen ones confront them head on. They have an almost unshakable commitment to clarity, preferring hard truths over comforting illusions. This approach isn't easy, and it often sets them apart from others who prefer a more palatable, less challenging view of the world. But for chosen ones, sugarcoating or pretending just isn't an option. They see the world as it is, not as they wish it to be, and this unfiltered honesty gives them a unique edge. By acknowledging the truths that others avoid, chosen ones gain insights that others can't even grasp. They see the motives behind actions, the dynamics in relationships, and the hidden costs of decisions. This ability to look at life without blinders allows them to make choices rooted in reality rather than fantasy, helping them avoid pitfalls that others stumble into. They understand that facing the truth is the only way to grow, and they accept that discomfort is a natural part of the process. This honesty keeps them grounded and always moving forward. While others may build their lives on shaky foundations of half-truths or wishful thinking, chosen ones operate with a solid understanding of what's real. And though this can make them seem intense or too much for some, it's exactly what keeps them miles ahead. For chosen ones, truth isn't just a tool, it's a way of life, a commitment to seeing clearly and living with integrity. In a world tangled up in illusions, this raw honesty sets them free, allowing them to rise above the noise and stay firmly rooted in their path. Number 4, invisible battles that most will never understand. Chosen ones carry a weight most people will never notice, a constant, unseen battle within themselves. These are not the fights everyone else sees. They're quiet struggles that test their patience, resilience, and commitment to purpose. While others deal with external issues and visible conflicts, chosen ones are wrestling with deeper, more personal battles, doubts, fears, inner limits, and the constant urge to transcend. These invisible wars shape them, forcing them to question everything, refine their mindset, and push through boundaries they previously thought were unbreakable. What emerges from these silent struggles is a wisdom and strength that can't be faked or copied. Chosen ones know themselves on a level most people avoid, and they carry the scars of these internal battles like silent badges of honor. They gain insight into human nature, understanding the nuances of ambition, desire, fear, and resilience. Through this relentless self-testing, they develop a unique perspective on life, one that's unshakable and unbreakable. It's what keeps them moving forward, no matter what the world throws at them. Others may look at chosen ones and see their calm, collected exterior, without realizing the intensity of the inner battles they faced to reach that point. This internal fortitude is their secret advantage.
Learn about crypto and get rewarded as you learn with Coinbase Learning Rewards. We pay out for which
Tuloy-tuloy pa rin ako kasi sabi niya sa Panamana, wag daw ako susuko.
Already faced their own shadows, confronted their deepest insecurities, and tested their own limits. So when they encounter obstacles in the outside world, they approach them with strategies and a clarity of mind that seem almost effortless. While others remain oblivious, wondering how chosen ones seem to glide through life with such confidence and insight, they'll never understand the unseen wars that refine them. This quiet power keeps chosen ones steps ahead, equipped with a depth and resilience that others simply can't replicate. Number 5, turning pain into pure power. For chosen ones, pain isn't something to escape from. It's a raw energy they harness and turn into power. When most people face setbacks, betrayal, or hardship, they tend to dwell on the hurt, letting it weigh them down and sap their strength. But for chosen ones, every wound and disappointment becomes fuel for growth. Instead of wallowing, they absorb the lessons hidden in their suffering and channel that experience into resilience. Each obstacle is a new layer of armor, each scar a reminder of their capacity to endure and overcome. Chosen ones have an uncanny ability to transform setbacks into stepping stones. They see challenges as essential parts of their journey, viewing every hard moment as an opportunity to sharpen their skills and deepen their understanding. This process of transformation is a kind of alchemy. Where others see obstacles, chosen ones see potential. They recognize that these experiences, as painful as they might be, are precisely what makes them stronger, wiser, and more prepared for what's ahead. This mindset turns them into people of unbreakable resolve. When they're knocked down, they rise with even more strength and clarity. Betrayal doesn't make them bitter, it makes them discerning. Disappointment doesn't crush their spirit, it refines their focus. Every painful experience becomes a tool, a skill, a source of inner power that they wield to navigate the world with greater purpose and precision. By turning pain into power, chosen ones don't just survive, they thrive. They emerge from every setback not only intact, but more formidable than before. Where others see scars as reminders of defeat, chosen ones see them as marks of victory, evidence that they have faced hardship and transformed it into something far more valuable than comfort or ease, pure, unstoppable power. Number 6, unattached to the opinions of others. Chosen ones move through life without the need for approval or validation from anyone else. They're not chasing likes, nods, or pats on the back. They're focused on something much bigger and deeper. While most people bend and sway to fit in, striving to meet the expectations of friends, family, or society, chosen ones know that those opinions are fleeting and often misguided. They understand that trying to please everyone only leads to distraction, dilution of purpose, and ultimately a loss of self. So instead, they let go of the need to be understood or liked, setting themselves free from the weight of others' judgments. This freedom is their hidden strength. By refusing to let others' opinions shape their lives, they remain true to their own paths, pursuing what resonates with their inner truth rather than following what's popular or acceptable. This unattachment keeps them focused, sharp, and undistracted, allowing them to pursue their goals with an intensity that others often can't match. They don't waste energy questioning if they're being liked or accepted. Instead, they pour that energy into becoming more skilled, wise, and resilient. While others lose themselves in a maze of expectations, the chosen ones stand firm, driven by a purpose that's clear and unshakable. This independence makes them seem almost untouchable, as if they're operating on a different wavelength. They don't waste time explaining themselves or justifying their choices. They're free to take risks, make bold moves, and pursue dreams that others might shy away from. And as they forge ahead, others can't help but wonder how they remain so steady, so unfazed by the opinions swirling around them. In truth, it's simple. Chosen ones know that true power comes from within, not from anyone else's approval. Number 7, seeing beyond people's masks. Chosen ones possess an uncanny ability to see straight through people's facades. While others may be dazzled by charm, drawn in by charisma, or comforted by a reassuring smile, chosen ones look deeper, seeing beyond the surface into what truly drives a person. They can read subtle cues, the quiet tells that most people miss, the flicker of insincerity in a friendly grin, or the tension behind polite words. This insight is more than intuition. It's a refined skill that chosen ones have honed through experience and a commitment to truth. This clarity keeps them protected in a world where manipulation and pretense are all too common. They don't get swept up in flattery or swayed by empty promises, nor do they place trust in people who show only their best polished sides. Instead, chosen ones approach each interaction with a discerning eye, filtering out the noise and seeing what's genuine. This makes them nearly impossible to deceive, which often leaves manipulators frustrated and unsure of how to proceed. With this understanding, chosen ones can strategize with precision. They know who's truly aligned with them and who might have hidden motives, letting them form alliances that are grounded in authenticity and mutual respect. This ability to discern intentions allows them to act from a place of clarity and control, sidestepping traps that others might fall into.
Starting today, anyone can monetize with ads. As part of the all-new Relive ad network, thousands of newsletters already monetized. And it's about to get
cucumber.
Manipulative agendas find it difficult to engage with chosen ones because their usual tactics simply don't work. And while others may spend time and energy dealing with the fallout of misplaced trust, chosen ones remain a step ahead, anchored by their deep insight into human nature. This perceptiveness isn't just an advantage. It's a kind of quiet power that allows chosen ones to move confidently through life, untangled by deceit. Number 8, their presence disturbs the status quo. Chosen ones don't need to announce their arrival. They simply walk into a room and instantly stir the air. Their presence alone creates a shift in energy, disrupting whatever environment they enter. People feel it whether they understand it or not. It's as if the very air becomes charged with something different, something that doesn't conform to the norms of the space. This energy, often unspoken, challenges the status quo, making the comfortable and predictable seem small in comparison. What others don't realize is that this disruption isn't intentional. Chosen ones don't actively seek to challenge the existing order or stir up trouble. They simply exist as they are with their authenticity and depth, and that in itself is enough to shake things up. They're unafraid of standing out or being different, and this naturally brings attention to them. People who are comfortable in mediocrity or have grown used to their routines feel uneasy around someone who represents a different possibility, a different way of being. And because the chosen ones don't apologize for their uniqueness, that discomfort can quickly turn into resistance, even hostility. However, this very resistance is what makes them 10 steps ahead. While others are scrambling to figure out how to react to their presence, chosen ones are moving forward, unfazed and focused. They don't need to force change or push agendas. They simply live in alignment with their true selves, and that authenticity disrupts everything around them. They don't need to fight for influence. Their mere existence shifts the paradigm, leaving others struggling to catch up. In the end, chosen ones don't just exist in the world. They redefine it by refusing to conform, and that's how they remain ahead. They force transformation without effort, making others either rise to meet them or fall behind. Number 9, masters of the long game, immune to instant gratification. Chosen ones have a unique ability to see beyond the immediate horizon, understanding that true success isn't built overnight. While most people are distracted by the allure of shortcuts and instant rewards, chosen ones are immune to the temptation of quick wins. They know that anything worthwhile takes time to cultivate. Their focus is on long-term vision, not momentary satisfaction. This foresight allows them to play the long game, even when the immediate payoff might seem out of reach. Where others might cut corners or fall prey to impatience, chosen ones understand that real growth, real power, comes from enduring through challenges, mastering patience, and building a strong, lasting foundation. They're not in a rush. They know that the road less traveled, the one that demands grit, sacrifice, and time, is the one that leads to sustainable success. And so, they invest their energy and resources in what will stand the test of time, rather than fleeting indulgences. This patience doesn't just keep them grounded, it gives them an edge. While others burn out or crumble when faced with their first real obstacle, chosen ones have already laid the groundwork to weather storms. They're not swayed by short-term wins or the surface-level metrics of success. They understand that true power is built on consistency, wisdom, and resilience. So when others are caught up in the rush of chasing instant gratification, chosen ones are steadily advancing, building something far more valuable, a legacy that cannot be toppled by the whims of the moment. In the end, chosen ones know that success isn't about how fast you can get there. It's about having the strength to endure, the vision to see what others can't, and the wisdom to understand that the best things in life are always worth the wait. Number 10, silent confidence that intimidates. Chosen ones don't feel the need to broadcast their capabilities or announce their worth. They simply are. Their confidence isn't loud or boastful. It's a quiet, unshakable certainty that radiates from within. While others rush to prove themselves, chosen ones remain composed, secure in their knowledge and power. This silent confidence doesn't need validation from anyone because it's not based on external approval. It's rooted in a deep understanding of self and purpose. For those around them, this calm assurance can be unsettling. It's the type of confidence that doesn't need to be affirmed by applause or recognition. It's in the way they carry themselves, the way they speak, often with few words but great impact. Their presence alone commands respect, and others instinctively recognize that this person is someone who knows exactly who they are and what they're capable of. This subtle yet powerful energy leaves people feeling both drawn to and intimidated by them, unsure of how to engage with someone who doesn't need validation to feel secure. The mystery of chosen one's silent confidence often leaves others feeling inadequate or curious about what they know that they don't. This can be especially uncomfortable for those who rely on external validation or need constant reassurance. Chosen ones seem to exist on a different level, one that others can't quite grasp but feel the pull of. It's this mystery, The sense that chosen ones hold secrets or truths that others don't, that keeps them one step ahead. They're not in a race to be understood. They're simply doing what they do, unfazed and unbothered, and that's what makes their presence so magnetic yet intimidating. Number 11, the power to create rules, not just follow them. Chosen ones don't play by the rules, they create them. While the majority of people are stuck following societal expectations and living within the confines of what's considered normal, chosen ones rewrite the script. They don't just accept the status quo, they challenge it, questioning the very foundations of what's deemed possible or acceptable. By rejecting these limitations, they free themselves from the constraints that tie most people down. They know that true power comes from being the author of your own life, not a character in someone else's story. Where others are confined by what's expected of them, whether it's career paths, social norms, or personal choices, chosen ones break free. They understand that success isn't just about fitting into the mold, it's about shaping your own path and setting standards that align with who you truly are. They don't wait for permission or approval from anyone. They create opportunities, redefine what's possible, and set the terms of engagement for the life they want to lead. This isn't arrogance. It's a deep understanding that the world doesn't get to decide their worth or potential. Chosen ones make their own rules, and by doing so, they show others that there's a different way to live, one that's not bound by the limitations others accept without question. And because they're not afraid to challenge societal norms, they don't just move through life. They shape it, transforming environments and systems to fit their vision, not the other way around. This power to create their own rules is what keeps them unbound, always a step ahead, while the rest of the world remains stuck following a path someone else carved out for them. Number 12, unshakable intuition. No need for permission.
If you shop at Walmart, watch this. Now it's a class action lawsuit against Walmart. The company agreeing to pay $45 million to settle that lawsuit.
Chosen ones are guided by an intuition that goes beyond logic or reasoning. It's a deep, almost primal sense that tells them what's coming, what's right, and what's wrong, without needing proof or validation from the outside world. While most people rely on facts, evidence, or approval from others before making a decision, chosen ones trust their gut. They don't wait for the world to show them the way because they already know the path ahead. This unshakable intuition allows them to move confidently and decisively, even in situations where others might hesitate or second-guess themselves. They can read situations, people, and circumstances with incredible accuracy, seeing things that are hidden beneath the surface. And because they don't need external validation, they act swiftly, often before anyone else has even figured out what's going on. It's this ability to trust and act on their instincts that keeps them one step ahead, always prepared, always in the right place at the right time. Most people waste precious time seeking evidence or waiting for the world to confirm what they already sense. But chosen ones don't wait. They don't need permission or approval to make moves because their inner guidance is all the evidence they need. Their instincts are a kind of secret weapon, an invisible force that keeps them ahead of the curve. While others struggle to catch up, chosen ones are already moving forward, trusting what they feel, not what they see. This intuitive confidence is one of the key reasons they stay 10 steps ahead. They never doubt themselves because they never needed anyone else to tell them they were right in the first place. In the end, chosen ones don't just survive. They thrive by operating on a frequency that few can comprehend. They are the architects of their own reality, unbound by the limitations that hold others back, driven by an unshakable sense of self and purpose. While the world is caught up in the noise of instant gratification, validation, and conformity, chosen ones remain 10 steps ahead, guided by intuition, wisdom, and a deep understanding of their own power. Their presence challenges the very fabric of what's normal, forcing transformation without lifting a finger. They're not just participants in the game, they are the game changers. And though others may not fully understand their path, one thing is certain. Chosen ones are always playing on a level that most can't even see, let alone reach. Their success isn't about waiting for the world to catch up. It's about boldly walking their own path, making their own rules, and knowing that every step is leading them exactly where they're meant to be. So, to the chosen ones, keep trusting that inner voice, keep pushing the boundaries, and keep leading with the quiet confidence that leaves the world in awe. You are 10 steps ahead for a reason, and the last laugh is always yours. If you've resonated with the power and vision of the chosen ones, then it's time to take your journey even further. Don't miss out on the next level of insight, wisdom, and truth. Hit that subscribe button and join this exclusive community. We're not here to follow the crowd. We're here to create the path others will one day walk. By subscribing, you're stepping into a space where you're not just learning, you're evolving, growing, and becoming the unstoppable force you were always meant to be. Trust me, you're exactly where you're supposed to be. So subscribe now, and let's keep moving forward. 10 steps ahead, together.
God,
Stay
flip the
blessed.
script on your
Don't trade
haters.
alone. Trade with me live.
Huh?
Using one
Tingnan
simple
natin to.
strategy.
Here's the secret billionaires have been hiding from us for years. For years, I struggled with bad luck and empty pockets. Then everything changed. A mysterious old man handed me a strange bracelet and told me to wear it. What happened? Welcome, the anointed ones. Be careful whom you dig graves for. You may find yourself at the bottom of them. Every ancient wisdom and modern fable echoes this truth. The traps we lay for others have a way of springing back on us when we least expect it. It's a cosmic irony, really, a brutal twist of fate that spares no one, especially those who thought they could get away with crossing a chosen one. Here's a little-known fact. 85% of plans driven by jealousy or malice backfire in some form. It's almost as if the universe has a sense of humor, a flair for setting up poetic justice where the tables turn faster than anyone can blink. Today, we're diving into the spine-chilling reality your enemies are facing right now. They may have plotted, schemed, and laughed behind your back, but little did they know they were setting up their own downfall all along. So sit back, because karma is a force with a wicked sense of timing, and your enemies are about to learn just how real it can get. Number one, their trap became their own cage. Your enemies thought they had it all figured out, carefully setting traps and weaving plans, expecting to watch you fall. But here's the irony. The very traps they crafted are now their cages, and they're finding out the hard way that when you mess with a chosen one, every move backfires. They wanted to pull you down, to humiliate you, to prove that they were smarter, stronger, or better. But in a poetic twist, the path they set to ruin you is exactly what's locking them into their own failure. These traps don't look like traditional snares. They're the subtle, manipulative games, the whispered lies, the attempts to create chaos around you. They were sure their plan was airtight, confident that they'd created something you couldn't escape. They assumed they'd be the ones in control, watching as you struggled. But they didn't account for the silent forces that work in favor of those with pure intentions. The truth is, every bit of negative energy they invested against you is now circling back, amplifying their own misery and stress. What they thought was their clever design is now a relentless reminder of their own failure. Now, they're stuck in a cycle, trying to patch up the mess they themselves created, desperate to escape the chaos they summoned. Every time they try to cover up one trap, another issue crops up. Each step they take only seems to tighten the chains they forged. They're left confused, angry, and wondering how their plans spiraled so out of control. That's the ultimate irony. In their obsession to set you up, they were actually setting themselves up all along. And now, they're the ones who can't find a way out. Number two, your absence is amplifying their downfall. When you walked away, you didn't just leave the room. You left an entire void in the lives of those who once thrived off your presence. What they didn't realize is that your energy was holding things together, acting like an unseen force stabilizing everything around them. They believed they were the ones in control, that they were the strong ones calling the shots. But the moment you stepped back, the truth hit harder than they could handle. Without you, their world was a fragile house of cards. Now, as they try to keep things from crumbling, they're slowly waking up to the fact that they depended on you more than they ever admitted, even to themselves. Your absence has created a gaping hole in their lives, one they can't simply ignore or fill with superficial distractions. They're realizing that all those things they took from you, whether it was support, inspiration, or even just your steady presence, weren't theirs to begin with. They borrowed it all from you, and now that you're gone, they're running on empty. They're feeling exposed and vulnerable in ways they never expected. The stability they thought they had wasn't real. It was a mirage sustained by your energy and efforts. Now they're scrambling, trying to find new sources of strength and security, but nothing quite fits. They've lost that grounding influence you brought. And no matter how hard they try, they can't seem to recreate it on their own. They're forced to confront a truth that's both humbling and haunting. The person they tried to break was the very person holding everything together. And now, they're left to face the collapse alone, realizing that they lost far more than they ever gained from pushing you away. Number three, they're haunted by a relentless inner voice. Your enemies thought they could get away with their schemes, but what they didn't count on was the weight of their own conscience. Now they're haunted, day and night, by a voice that reminds them of every single thing they did to you. It's the kind of guilt that creeps in slowly, at first just a whisper, something they can brush off or ignore. But as time goes on, that inner voice gets louder, more relentless, refusing to be silenced. They can't turn it off, and it's eating away at them from the inside out. No matter how much they try to distract themselves or convince themselves they did nothing wrong, their mind keeps circling back to the choices they made. It doesn't matter where they go or what they do, that nagging guilt follows them, shadowing their every move. They're constantly replaying moments, remembering things they did, things they said, and the realization of their own actions is starting to sink in deeper than they ever imagined it would. They feel unsettled, anxious, as if something is watching them, even in their quietest moments. That's the irony. They once thought they were clever, untouchable, even justified in their actions. But now, their own thoughts have become a prison. a cage where they can't escape the truth about themselves. They're learning that you can lie to others, but you can't lie to yourself forever. Their own mind has turned against them, painting a vivid picture of their wrongdoings in every idle moment. So while they might still appear calm on the outside, on the inside, they're battling with guilt they can't escape. It's as if every whispered insult, every deceptive thought is now replaying in surround sound, reminding them of just how low they sank. And with each passing day, that guilt only grows louder, drowning out any peace they once thought they'd gain from targeting you. Number 4, their success was always built on borrowed time. Your enemies might have enjoyed a brief taste of victory, but what they failed to realize was that their success was never truly theirs. Every step forward they took at your expense, every small triumph they thought they had won, was built on borrowed time. The progress they made wasn't sustained by their own strength or integrity. It was stolen momentum, fueled by the energy and opportunities they siphoned off you. They thought they could cheat their way to the top, oblivious to the fact that what isn't earned doesn't last. Now reality is hitting hard, and the balance is finally resetting. The advantages they took from you are slipping away, revealing a hollow foundation that can't support the weight of their ambitions. The victories they claimed feel shallow.
Want to earn cryptocurrency? Try Coinbase. Coinbase simplifies buying, selling, earning, and learning about crypto with a user-friendly design that encourages you to learn.
Even meaningless, because they lack the satisfaction that comes from real accomplishment. They tried to cut corners, take shortcuts, and undermine you, but life has a way of evening the scales. They're finding out that borrowed time has an expiration date, and theirs is fast approaching. One by one, the things they valued, their influence, their reputation, the stability they boasted about, are fading, losing relevance as quickly as they gained it. It's a humbling experience to realize that all the things they thought were secure were actually fragile, propped up by stolen efforts and fleeting luck. As the facade crumbles, they're left with nothing to show for all their manipulations and schemes. The hollow victories they once flaunted are turning to dust, leaving them standing in the ruins of their own making. Now, they're forced to confront the truth. Real success can't be built by taking from others. Every illusion they created is collapsing, and they're left watching helplessly as it all slips away piece by piece. Number 5, they can't escape the ripple of your growth. Your growth was never something they could contain, even though they tried to block, distract, or discourage you. While they wasted energy scheming and hoping you'd falter, you kept pushing forward, evolving into something stronger and wiser. Now your progress has reached a point where it can't be ignored. It's become a force that not only lifts you up, but shakes everything around you. The momentum you've built is powerful, creating a ripple effect that's changing the landscape for everyone involved, including your enemies. The irony is that the more you rise, the more they're forced to confront the uncomfortable truth of their own stagnation. Every new level you reach is a reminder of the heights they could have achieved had they spent their time building themselves up instead of tearing you down. It's as if your growth has become a mirror, reflecting their lack of progress back at them. They're watching you break boundaries they thought would hold you back, and with each step you take, they're left standing in the shadows of what could have been. This isn't something they can run from or deny. Your rise is like sunlight. It's there, undeniable, illuminating the gaps and insecurities they've tried so hard to mask. They're struggling to avoid the glow of your success, but there's nowhere left to hide. It's a humbling, even humiliating experience for them to see you thrive while they remain stuck in the same place, forced to face the reality they once tried so hard to ignore. Ultimately, they're realizing that your journey is unstoppable, a force too powerful to be dimmed. The more they watch you grow, the more it unsettles them, because it highlights exactly what they lack, and no amount of denial or distraction can change that. Number 6, the universe has turned their allies to doubters. Your enemies once felt confident in their power, bolstered by allies who stood by them and played along with their schemes. They believed that by gathering a circle of people who shared their resentment or bought into their manipulations, they'd have an unbreakable network to bring you down. But here's the twist. The universe has a remarkable way of bringing the truth to light, and slowly, those allies are beginning to see through the facade. The loyalty they once held to your enemies is weakening, as doubt seeps into their minds, and loyalty starts shifting. These allies are realizing they may have sided with someone who wasn't entirely honest. They're seeing cracks in the stories they were told, noticing inconsistencies that reveal the truth. Their allegiance was based on manipulation, not integrity. They now recognize that they've been pulled into someone else's vendetta, someone who isn't as upright or justified as they once claimed. And as that realization settles in, the loyalty they felt is turning to mistrust and skepticism. The universe is orchestrating a poetic shift, and your enemies are left dealing with the consequences. The betrayal they once aimed at you has cycled back, creating betrayal within their own circle. Allies who were once steadfast are pulling back, doubting motives, questioning intentions, and distancing themselves from a sinking ship. The ones they leaned on, counted on, and conspired with are now the very people walking away, leaving your enemies to confront the fallout alone. It's an unraveling they never anticipated. They assumed they could control the narrative indefinitely, but the truth has a way of making itself known. Now their circle is fragmenting. The loyalty they took for granted is disappearing, and the support they once wielded is vanishing, one ally at a time. Number 7. Every step forward for you is their reminder of failure. Every step you take forward is like a mirror reflecting their own failure back at them, and they can't look away. No matter how much they try to derail you, here you are, moving ahead with strength they underestimated and resilience they could never match. Your progress, each milestone, each success, is proof that they were never powerful enough to hold you back. And that's the bitter truth they're now forced to live with. Every single attempt to sabotage you only fueled your growth. As you keep rising, it's not just your achievements they're seeing. They're facing the reality of their own limitations. They threw everything they had at you, expecting you to crack. But all they see now is someone who not only survived, but thrived. It's an unspoken testament to your strength and a stark reminder of their own weakness. And what's worse for them is they can't seem to stop watching. They're drawn to your journey, compelled to see what you accomplish next, even though every new level you reach erodes their sense of self-worth a little more. Deep down, they're realizing that they lost the moment they tried to break you. Their attempts to undermine you have backfired, becoming a constant source of frustration, a reminder of all they couldn't achieve. With each of your successes, they're haunted by the realization that they wasted energy trying to tear down someone who was simply unbreakable. And now, while you're focused on reaching new heights, they're left replaying their failures, aware that every win of yours is a reminder of how completely they underestimated you and how utterly they failed. Number 8. They're forced to confront their own mediocrity. Your success has become a relentless mirror, reflecting back everything they wish they could ignore about themselves. They once saw themselves as powerful, capable, even exceptional. But now, faced with your growth and resilience, they're starting to see the limits of their own abilities, and it's hitting them hard. They wanted to believe they were ahead, superior, but your perseverance and progress reveal a truth they've tried to outrun.
Have you ever wished that you could create artwork to a really, really high level? You know, drawings and paintings that jump off the paper or the canvas with that real accomplished and skillful appeal to them. Wouldn't it be nice to have the consistency to know that
they relied on tearing others down to feel important, and without that, they don't have much to show for themselves. Every step you take forward reminds them of the gap between what they pretend to be and who they actually are. They're beginning to realize that while they were busy focusing on your path, they neglected their own potential and growth. They chose shortcuts and schemes instead of real work and genuine self-improvement. And now, they're forced to confront the result. An ordinary, stagnant version of themselves they never wanted to admit was real. The worst part for them is that they can't escape this realization. Your progress stands as a constant reminder that true power comes from within, from resilience, consistency, and integrity. They're seeing, possibly for the first time, that the strength they projected was built on nothing but illusion. They're left with the raw, uncomfortable truth that they are not the exceptional figures they once imagined. It's a brutal, humbling moment, realizing that they have to look up to you now, not just as a reminder of what they couldn't destroy, but of what they never had the courage or capability to become. Number 9. Their attempts at control now control them. In their desperate attempts to control you, your enemies have unwittingly chained themselves to the very tactics they once used to manipulate and undermine you. Their obsession with trying to dictate your moves, to trap you in their narratives, has turned into a prison of their own making. They're now caught in a never-ending cycle of plotting, scheming, and revisiting old grudges, all in the futile hope that they can still bend your will to their desires. But the reality is, the more they try to control you, the more they lose control of themselves. Their energy, which once could have been directed toward their own growth or building something positive, is now consumed by the need to control someone who is already free. They're constantly fixating on you, replaying the past in their minds, and trying to strategize their next move. But instead of moving forward with their own lives, they're stuck, trapped in the mental cage of their own bitterness and obsession. They're no longer in control of the situation. They've become slaves to their own vendetta, slaves to the negative energy they've invested in you. It's a tragic irony. They wanted to dominate, to reduce you to a mere player in their game. But all that energy they expended trying to hold you down has only served to bind them tighter to their own futile attempts. They're shackled by their need to control someone who, in reality, can't be controlled. Meanwhile, you've moved beyond their reach, free to evolve and thrive, while they remain imprisoned by their own destructive impulses. They're locked in a battle that they've already lost, and the more they fight, the more they prove they're only controlling themselves into a never-ending cycle of defeat. Number 10. The trust they manipulated has turned to mistrust. The very web of manipulation they once wove so skillfully is now starting to unravel before their eyes. The people they used to control, the ones they turned against you with lies and deceit, are now beginning to see through the facade. The trust they built by feeding half-truths and creating division has transformed into suspicion and doubt. Lies, no matter how carefully constructed, can only hold for so long before the cracks start to show. And now the cracks are widening, exposing the hollow foundation they tried to build their power upon. As those around them begin to question their motives, the illusion of trust that they manipulated is crumbling. People who once followed their narrative, believing the false stories and twisted truths, are now seeing the inconsistencies. They're noticing the manipulation for what it is, and it's no longer just about you. It's about the betrayal they feel, the realization that they were used as pawns in someone else's game. The lies they told have turned on them, and now the very people who once trusted them are pulling back, hesitant to give their loyalty to someone who was proven to be dishonest. Trust has shifted to mistrust, and those who once stood by their side are now questioning everything. In the end, their attempts to manipulate have only left them isolated, with the very people they depended on now seeing them for who they truly are. Their power was built on deception, but deception only lasts as long as the truth remains hidden. And now, as that truth surfaces, they're left standing alone, with no one to trust but themselves. And even that's a shaky foundation. Number 11, they are fighting shadows in the dark. What started as a calculated attempt to bring you down has morphed into an endless, unrelenting nightmare for them. They're no longer fighting you, they're fighting shadows, ghosts of their own making. Their obsession with harming you has spiraled into something far darker, and they don't even understand what they're up against anymore. Their every thought, every action is consumed by paranoia, by the false belief that you are still a threat. But the truth is, you're not the one they're truly battling. The real enemy is their own mind. In their desperate pursuit to control, to break you, they've created a reality where they're constantly on edge, unsure of what's real and what's their own fear projected onto the world. Their energy is trapped in a cycle of imagining dangers, seeing enemies where none exist, and feeling surrounded by threats that have no substance. Every time they make a move, they're haunted by the consequences of their own actions, haunted by the lies they've told, the manipulations they've set in motion, and the guilt they can't shake off. It's as if they're chasing a ghost that only they can see, becoming more frantic with every passing day. The more they try to control the situation, the more they lose themselves in it. Their grip on reality weakens, and they begin mistaking their own fears and doubts for tangible threats, creating an even more distorted version of the world they've built for themselves. They're trapped in a web of their own making, fighting shadows in the dark, and with every attempt to strike, they only entangle themselves further. Number 12, their own ambition is now their curse. Their ambition, once the driving force behind their every move, has now turned into a heavy burden they can't escape. What they believed was a noble desire to succeed and surpass you was, in reality, a toxic mix of envy and resentment. They didn't chase greatness for themselves. They chased it to outdo you, to prove something to themselves and others, but mostly to tear you down. And now that very ambition, fueled by comparison rather than purpose, has become a curse they can't escape. While you've moved forward with a sense of peace, grounded in your own purpose, they are stuck in a perpetual state of dissatisfaction. No matter how much they achieve, it never feels enough. The constant comparison, the need to one-up you, has hollowed out their sense of accomplishment. Every success they achieve feels like an empty victory because they were never competing against themselves. They were competing against you. But now, you're no longer their focus. You've evolved, you've found your peace, and they're left chasing shadows, grasping for something that feels elusive. The problem with their ambition is that it was never rooted in a desire to grow or improve. It was all about winning at any cost, proving something to an invisible audience, and keeping score of who was ahead. And now, every time they hit a milestone, it only reminds them that they've lost sight of what truly matters. Their drive has become a hollow pursuit, a void that no achievement, no matter how grand, can ever fill. Instead of building towards something meaningful, they're caught in an endless cycle of trying to outrun their own dissatisfaction, with nothing to show but emptiness and regret. In the end, everything that your enemies thought would break you has become the very thing that unraveled them.
If you shop at Walmart, watch the news. Announced a class action lawsuit against Walmart. The company agreeing to pay $45 billion to settle that lawsuit. ABC's Alexis Christophorus is here with what it could mean for some consumers and possibly some money back in their pockets, Alexis. If you live within 25 miles of a Walmart, then you can claim a gift card from them worth up to $750.
Their schemes, their manipulations, and their obsession with controlling you have only served to expose their own weaknesses and insecurities. Every step they took to undermine your progress has only accelerated their downfall. As you continue to rise, they are left to confront the ghosts of their own making, caught in a relentless cycle of jealousy, fear,
Kung
and
ginawa niyo,
dissatisfaction.
kayo din.
They thought they were playing the game, but what they failed to realize is that the game was never about competition. It was about growth, resilience, and authenticity. You didn't need to tear others down to rise. You simply kept moving forward, anchored in your
At
truth.
least ako, hindi na ako
As they fight
napapatuloy sa
shadows and
sarili ko,
wrestle with the
ibang tao
consequences of their
mismo.
own actions, they can't help but watch as their world crumbles around them. The universe has a way of balancing things, of bringing to light what was once hidden, and your enemies are living proof of this cosmic law. Their manipulation has transformed into mistrust, their ambition into a curse, and their desperate attempts to control you have only imprisoned them. As they struggle with the collapse of their false victories, their false proportions thrive. A reminder that true power comes not from tearing others down, but from elevating yourself in the face of adversity. So let them stew in their paranoia, let them face the consequences of their deceit. Because while they're stuck in the web of their own making, you are free, unshackled, and unstoppable. The tables have turned, and now they're the ones left in the shadows, watching as you claim the victory they never saw coming. If this message resonated with you, if you feel the energy of the universe shifting in your favor, make sure you don't miss out on what's coming next. Hit that subscribe button, join the family, and stay tuned for more truth, power, and the clarity you need to continue thriving while your enemies face the consequences of their actions. You don't want to miss what's coming next. Subscribe now and let's rise together. God bless you. God.
God's next move will shock your enemies. Ay, praise the
There's a
Lord.
hidden
Hallelujah.
5-minute credit trick that millions of Americans are using to send their scores soaring. Have you tried it yet? If
Pakinggan
you're one
natin
of the
bago lahat to
153
na-update.
it is no
Naka-monitor na
coincidence
sa
that
akin
you
yung
clicked on
mga
this
yan.
video today,
Maniwala
but
kayo.
rather it is part of the divine plan of the universe.
Kilala na nila
You're walking
ako.
a path that is completely different from those
Kilala
around
na
you.
nila kung
You
sinong
face difficult
prinsesa.
trials, struggles, and
Okay,
even
mo
personal
kumilos
setbacks
sila.
that test your resolve. No matter how
Yung
challenging or
pinapakita na nga
relentless
nila
your
yung
path may
video
seem,
babae.
remember that God is not
Isa
blind
may
to your
corona.
struggles. His divine justice will be revealed in His time. When God intervenes, He
Pinapatungkol
strikes
niya
back
sa
at your opponents,
malibit.
demonstrating His power and leaving no doubt that He is your Savior. This retribution will be public, ensuring that those who have wronged you see God's intervention. Throughout history, countless stories tell of how God has humiliated the enemies of His faithful. When the trials of the chosen one are over and victory becomes evident, there will be celebration. God's promise to reward believers with joy and abundance will be fulfilled. These celebrations are not just short moments of relief. These are important, life-changing experiences that show how far you have come and how many challenges you have overcome. When God declares change, no power on earth or in the spiritual realm can stand against it. Now that time has come in your life, now your life is going to change. Now God is going to bless you in a way you have never imagined. And God is going to humiliate your enemies publicly. Great celebrations are coming for you. In today's video, we will know how everything is going right for you, the chosen one, and what divine blessings the universe is going to give you after this test. Before the universe immerses you in this deep transformation, you can give your feedback to the universe by commenting 999. And if you are not connected with the energy of this channel, you can join by subscribing to the channel. And if you want to become a special member of the channel, you can take membership
Praise
from the
God,
join button.
amen, hallelujah. Lahat ng paghihirap ko sa inyong lahat.
Justice will prevail. Divine justice is one of the most profound assurances we can hold to, especially when life's challenges seem endless and overwhelming. When we face trials, it can often feel like we are going through them alone, bearing the weight of difficulties while others may misunderstand or even oppose us. Yet, in these moments, we must remember that God is fully aware of every burden, every tear, and every quiet plea we offer in the stillness of our struggles. His gaze never leaves His chosen people, and His way of judging is both patient and powerful. When we speak of God's divine justice, we are speaking of a power that is beyond human understanding. Unlike human justice, which can be flawed, slow, or even unfair, divine justice is perfect. It is fair, deliberate, and essentially transformative. You may wonder why God sometimes delays His response to injustice, allowing it to continue even as you continue to endure hardship. The truth is that God's timing is perfect, even when it doesn't align with our immediate desires. He looks beyond the present moment. He understands the full picture of what is needed for your growth,
and how to best demonstrate his power and love. When God's moment to act arrives, it is often surprising and awe-inspiring. It's not just about quietly resolving the situation or granting you personal peace, although those things are important. It's about changing the narrative so powerfully that everyone who observes your struggles can see the result. When God intervenes to make things right, he does so in a way that makes it clear who has the final authority. This is not a subtle move. It is like watching the tide turn in a way no one expected, with those who stood against you questioning their choices and realizing the power of the one who is defending you. In your darkest trials, it is easy to feel overlooked, as if your suffering is hidden or unimportant. But divine justice ensures that your endurance, honesty, and unwavering faith will remain unnoticed. God's intervention is like a spotlight that reveals the truth. Those who thought they could mistreat you or devalue you will see that you are not only protected, but uplifted by a power greater than
Bakit
any
nung
earthly influence.
dinilit ako ng
This is
Espiritu
when
Santo,
God's protective nature becomes
wala.
public.
Nung unang binigay sa akin yung pangalan ko, sabi niya, naalalaman namin, Santa Lilibet, na napakaruparugtog ang iyong pananampalataya sa Diyos. Yun parang hindi magiging napakarugtog eh. Paniwalaan ko na prinsesa ako kaysa isa akong prinsesa ng Diyos Ama. Oh, sino ba yun? Unwavering faith to believe. And ang ginagawa niya sa akin, dinidistract niyo ako lahat. Ngayon kung pumasok ako dyan, ang mundo ng kapatid ko. Kaya si Teta, hindi naman niya tatagalan dito dahil hindi maiintindihan yung kabuuan ng English niya eh. Nahirapan ka, Tekla. Kasi alam mo, hindi pinauunawa sa mga taong masyadong mahal at masyadong mataas. Diba? Sinasabi ko na nga, buti pa Espiritu Santo, ina-acknowledge ako na princess warrior ako. Tapos ikaw, gaganyanin mo ko, tapos tangan ka. Nakilala mo yung prinsesa, pero wala kang galang. Gusto mo, ako yuyo ko sa'yo? Be, kung ikaw pala ang lukulukan ng Espiritu Santo, di baka pa. Eh, yung ugali mong yan, kuday, nakatulong ka pa sa paghihirap ko, ha? Ba't ko sinasabi, yung paghihirap ko na, yung kalooban ko na, hinayaan mo ka akong api-apihin ng mga in your company dyan. Diba? Kaya mo? Kaya mo bang panagutan na lahat ng sinasabi mo sa akin? Ngayon na nagkakalat na lahat. Nilala ko na ako'y buang. Diba? Sabihin mo, bakit? Ano ka rin? Pareho lang na nakalista dyan sa dila ninyo. Mga ahas kayo. Kaya nila na pero. Manood pa kayo dyan. Malaman ninyo. Yan ang talagang
naghahawak ng kapangyarihan. Sa kanya, nang nakita siya ng malas ang tarumana, basang-basa agad siya. Hindi kayo makakapag-ibig sa malas ang tarumana. Ako, mahala ko ng Espiritu Santo. Tawag sa akin, anak. Kaya lahat ng paghihirap ko, kahit kung ano makakaya, wala ng ama yan. Maski si Francisco, alam na alam niya. Di ba, Francisco? Sige, iwan mo pa ako. Protect lang. Kasi parang pinuntahan. natin, nadadagdagan talaga yung ating knowledge ba? Yung wisdom na sinasagot na lahat yung mga ano nyo, pag-aalipusta nyo, mga ginawa nyo.
Silencing doubts and showing his faithfulness to those he calls his own. What is powerful about God's vengeance is that it does not spring from malice or vengeance, but from love and righteousness. God steps in to protect his children, to cherish them, and to glorify his name. This form of justice is both a consolation to you and a lesson to those who doubt. It is a reminder that no wrongdoing goes unpunished, even if it seems to last for a while. When God acts, he restores balance in a way that renews hope and reinforces that faith is never misplaced. When the day of reckoning arrives and God turns the tide, it becomes a moment of deep understanding for everyone involved. For you, it is the realization that all the prayers, waiting, and perseverance were not in vain. It is
It takes time to learn, of course, but once you get it down, this skill can be used over and over again to generate
relief of knowing that your suffering had a purpose and that divine justice is not just a concept, but a reality. For those who stood against you or watched from the sidelines, it becomes a warning, a visible demonstration that God is not just an abstract idea, but an active, present force protecting his chosen people. So, be patient. Trust that no matter how difficult your battle, God's justice will prevail. He will act, and when he does, his power and protection will be undeniable, and there will be no doubt that he was always with you. Humiliation of your enemies. Humiliation of one's enemies is a recurring theme throughout many stories in history and scripture, revealing the way God stands up for those who remain faithful to him. It is a powerful reminder that when you are on God's side, no adversary, no matter how intimidating or persistent, can ultimately triumph against you. The actions he takes to humble those who oppose his people aren't rooted in cruelty, but in justice and truth. They serve to remind everyone that there is a greater power at work, and that God's commitment to protecting and uplifting his own is unwavering. Think about some of the most well-known examples. Goliath, the giant warrior, stood with confidence against Israel, mocking their God and intimidating even their bravest soldiers. He was strong, equipped, and seemingly unbeatable. Yet when David, a young shepherd boy, stepped forward with faith in God, the tables turned dramatically. The defeat of Goliath was not just a victory for David. It was a public display of how God can use the most unlikely person to bring down what seems invincible. The giant's fall was an act of divine intervention that demonstrated to everyone watching that God's power is unmatched and no enemy is too great for him to overcome. Another compelling story is that of Pharaoh, who held the Israelites captive in Egypt. Pharaoh's heart was hardened despite numerous warnings, and he continued to oppress God's people. But God had not forgotten them. The series of plagues and the dramatic parting of the Red Sea were acts that humbled Pharaoh and his entire nation. What Pharaoh experienced was not only defeat, but humiliation. His false sense of power and control was shattered as he witnessed the true strength of the God of Israel. This story serves as a powerful example of how God's commitment to his people means that he will take action in extraordinary ways to free them from their oppressors and prove that no earthly power can stand against him. God's purpose in allowing the humiliation of enemies is not solely for retribution. It is to create a testimony that echoes beyond the immediate situation. When someone rises up against you, whether through words, actions, or schemes, they are not just challenging you, they are challenging the God who stands with you. When God steps in, he orchestrates events so that those who sought to harm or undermine you are confronted with the consequences of their actions. This often leads to a moment where others witness the humbling and understand that God's justice is real and active. It's as though he is saying, "This is my child, and I will not allow harm to go unanswered." The humility your enemies face can come in different forms. It might not always be as dramatic as a giant falling or a sea parting, but it is always unmistakable. It could be the sudden exposure of a hidden truth, the unraveling of a plan designed to cause harm, or the unexpected turnaround that leaves those who doubted speechless. God's intervention is about restoring balance, protecting his chosen ones, and making it clear that he is the ultimate authority. For you, seeing those who opposed you be humbled is not meant to fuel a sense of revenge, but to reinforce your understanding of God's faithfulness. It reassures you that he is deeply involved in your life and won't allow injustice against you to stand indefinitely. Each story and each instance of God defending his people is a testament to his commitment. He takes what is done in darkness and brings it to light. The downfall of your enemies becomes a moment that strengthens your faith, proving once again that God sees, God knows, and God acts. Celebrations of victory are on the horizon. Celebrations of victory are powerful moments that mark the end of trials and the beginning of new, brighter chapters in life. When you go through difficult times, whether it's facing personal challenges, enduring loss, or overcoming the odds, you may often wonder when it will all end. The struggles can feel long and unrelenting, testing your patience, faith, and resilience. Yet one thing remains true. If you stay faithful and hold on, there will come a time when the trials will end and the taste of victory will be sweet. When the season of hardship finally gives way to one of triumph, it is more than just a fleeting moment of happiness. It's a deeply significant turning point that brings a sense of fulfillment and gratitude. These celebrations aren't just about acknowledging that the struggle.
Starting today, anyone can monetize with ads. As part of the all-new Beehive ad network, thousands of newsletters already monetized. And it's about to get even better. More ad opportunities.
It's over. They are about honoring the journey you've taken, the strength you've built, and the faith that has carried you through.
Masaya
It's
ko
in these
nung
moments that you fully
pinagtatawanan kami
realize the
dahil iniisip ninyo mga siraulo kami, ba? Kaya si Francis hindi niya matanggap na isa siya sa spiritual eh. Ang nakikita niya lang yung pinakaparang bad character niya.
Instead, it's life-changing, transforming your perspective and making you stronger, wiser, and more grateful. These celebrations are filled with moments that highlight not only your victory, but also the immense power and faithfulness of God, who has been with you every step of the way, even when you couldn't see it. Imagine the feeling of standing on the other side of a battle that seemed impossible to win. Perhaps it's the culmination of years of hard work, prayers, and perseverance. When God rewards you with victory, it often comes with a renewed sense of purpose and hope. The journey may have been long and marked with obstacles, but when you reach the point of celebration, it serves as a reminder that none of your efforts were in vain. Every tear, every late-night prayer, every moment of doubt that you overcame, they all contribute to the celebration, making it richer and more meaningful. These celebrations of victory are not isolated. They ripple into other areas of your life. When you overcome one challenge, it builds your confidence and faith for the future. It reminds you that if you could make it through that season, there is no reason to doubt your ability to face whatever comes next. God's blessings are not just about immediate relief, but about setting you up for continued growth and joy. It's like He's opening a door to even greater opportunities, showing you that with Him, you are equipped for more than you could have imagined. What makes these moments even more beautiful is that they often inspire those around you. People who witnessed your struggles and saw how you endured them will see that your victory wasn't just luck. It was the result of faith, resilience, and divine intervention. Your celebration becomes a beacon of hope for others who might be going through their own battles, reminding them that their time will come too if they keep going. So when you finally stand in that place of victory, don't just acknowledge it quickly and move on. Embrace it. Let yourself celebrate fully, with the understanding that these moments are gifts that showcase God's promises being fulfilled. They mark not only the end of hardship, but the start of something new, where joy and abundance replace the weight of the past. It's a time to reflect on how far you've come and to look forward with a renewed sense of hope, knowing that God's plans for you are always good, and He will continue to guide you into even greater blessings. Spiritual season changes. Life often moves in cycles, much like the changing seasons. Just as the earth transforms from the cold, harsh stillness of winter to the vibrant, life-affirming warmth of spring, our spiritual lives also go through times of testing and seasons of joy. If you are going through a season that feels like winter, filled with challenges, difficulties, and moments where hope seems far away, it is essential to remember that no season lasts forever. When God announces a change in your spiritual season, that change is powerful, unstoppable, and full of promise. Times of testing can be very difficult. They may include moments of loneliness, confusion, or feeling burdened by never-ending challenges. These periods are designed to move you forward, strengthen your faith, and build resilience within you. During these times, you may feel like you are constantly striving, pushing forward against an unyielding force, and waiting for a breakthrough that never comes. It is in moments like these that perseverance becomes your anchor. But even though the days may seem long and the struggles continue, it is important to remember that winter is not permanent. It is simply a phase that sets the stage for growth and renewal. Then, as if overnight, a shift begins to take place. You may begin to notice small, subtle changes at first. Doors that once seemed closed begin to open. Opportunities that were rare begin to appear more frequently. This is the beginning of your spiritual spring, a time when God's promises come alive in tangible ways. A period of perseverance has prepared you for this moment, shaping you into a person who is ready to receive the blessings that now flow freely. Like nature's transformation from winter to spring, this change is profound, moving from barrenness to abundance. When God announces this change, it is not mere coincidence or a stroke of fate. It is divine intervention. His timing is impeccable, and when he says it's time for your circumstances to change, no power, whether earthly or spiritual, can stand in his way. This change is a demonstration of his authority and his ability to bring life and growth where there was once struggle and stagnation. It's as if he whispers, "Enough," and with that word, everything begins to change. The season of harvest and joy is more than just a relief from hardship. It's a time when blessings seem to overflow. You may find that the prayers you prayed in the quiet moments of your most challenging days are now being answered beyond your expectations. This season is marked by peace, joy, and provision. It's not just a reward for enduring hard times, but a celebration of God's faithfulness and his careful plan for your life. The fruits of your perseverance are visible, and you can reflect on how each struggle prepared you for this abundance. The shift into a season of blessing is also evidence of the fact that God's timing is not random. He knows exactly when you are ready to move from a season of difficulty to a season of fulfillment. Each trial you faced, each moment that required patience, was part of a divine process that strengthened you and prepared your heart. The beauty of this shift is that it reinforces your faith in a way no words can. When you see how each difficult step has led you to a place of joy and provision, it deepens your trust in the journey and the one guiding it. And as this new season unfolds, it's not just for you. Your testimony becomes a source of encouragement and hope for others who may still be in their winter season. They will see that change is possible, perseverance pays off, and God's promises are true. Your joy and blessings become a living reminder that when God changes the seasons, it is unmistakable and profound. No struggle lasts forever, and when your harvest time comes, it will be filled with more beauty and abundance than you could have ever imagined. An overflow of blessings. When God decides to bless his chosen ones, the impact is not small or subtle. It is profound and overflowing. Think of a cup being filled.
Don't trade alone. Trade with me live using one simple strategy, and I'll help you get results. For example, a stay-at-home mom made $310,000 in her first few months trading in her spare time.
So total 4 weeks of the total P&L, it is $310K. I'm so happy that I found you.
A writer was able to make $1,400 in 1 week after losing money with other methods.
So in 1 week, I recuperated over $1,400. I don't think I would have ever seen this kind of success had I traded before meeting you.
An engineer made $380,000 in his first year.
After everything's said and done, I got to 380K. That is also including all of the expense I had to pay. I think the experience that I have with you was like, it's not just an instructor, it's a friend.
This strategy is how I achieved the life I always wanted for my family, and I want to help you achieve
not just to the brim, but beyond it, spilling over with goodness that reaches every part of your life. This is what it means when blessings overflow. They are so abundant that they touch aspects of your existence that you never even considered could be revived or improved. These blessings come in ways that defy logic and exceed expectations, serving as a powerful reminder of God's limitless generosity and love. If you've been through a time of stagnation where progress seems slow or non-existent, it can be hard to imagine such a season of overflow. You may have faced situations where no matter how hard you worked, the results just weren't coming. Or perhaps you've been holding out hope for a breakthrough in your relationships, finances, or health, only to feel like you were met with more waiting. These periods can test your patience and shake your confidence, but they also set the stage for what comes next. When God shifts things in your favor, it's as though the floodgates of heaven are opened and blessings pour out in a torrent. These blessings are not just single moments of good fortune. They are comprehensive and life-enriching. Picture a life where each area that once felt barren begins to show signs of growth and vitality. Where you once struggled to make ends meet, financial relief and prosperity may suddenly find their way to you. Promotions or job opportunities could arise, reflecting not just your hard work, but the divine favor that amplifies it. These moments can be so surprising and fulfilling that they make you realize how intricately God has been working behind the scenes the entire time. Renewed relationships are another beautiful aspect of this overflow. Whether it's healing in a family that was fractured, or the arrival of new, meaningful connections that enrich your life, relationships are often a significant way that God's blessings manifest. You may find yourself surrounded by support and love in ways you hadn't experienced before, and it reminds you of the goodness that comes when God aligns things for your benefit. Even those relationships that seemed beyond repair can be transformed in this season, demonstrating that no situation is too complex for God to touch and restore. Health, too, can be part of this miraculous shift. For those who have struggled with physical or emotional well-being, a season of overflow might bring renewed energy, healing, and peace. It's not just about the absence of illness, but the presence of wellness that allows you to enjoy life fully. When God blesses, it's holistic, touching mind, body, and spirit. The overflow of blessings also serves as a testimony to the power of faith and endurance. For those who witness your journey, your story becomes proof that holding on through difficult times is worth it. The breakthrough isn't just for your personal joy. It is a way for God to show others that He is faithful and able to transform any situation. Your blessings can inspire hope in others, serving as a light that guides them through their own seasons of waiting. One of the most incredible parts of an overflow is that it's not just about what you receive, but also about what you can give. With abundance comes the ability to bless others, whether it's through acts of kindness, sharing resources, or offering support. When your cup runs over, the excess becomes a way for you to spread God's love and light. It's a cycle of blessing that not only changes your life, but can positively impact those around you. Your journey becomes a testament. Your journey through trials and triumphs is more significant than you might realize. While it can sometimes feel as though your struggles are only about your own growth or faith, the truth is that your journey becomes a powerful testament to others. The chosen ones, those who keep their faith strong even in the face of adversity, become living stories that inspire, uplift, and bring hope to those around them. When God steps in to vindicate and bless you in ways that are unmistakable, your story transforms from one of private perseverance to a public display of divine faithfulness. When people witness your struggles, they see the challenges, setbacks, and moments of doubt that come with them. They watch as you navigate difficult terrain, often wondering how you find the strength to keep going. You might even feel their questions pressing on you silently. Will they make it? Will they hold on? What they don't always see, at least not at first, is the internal work. Your quiet prayers, the late-night moments when hope is hanging by a thread, and the determination that pushes you to keep believing in God's promises despite the odds. Then something incredible happens. The moment arrives when God's intervention becomes clear and undeniable. It could be in the form of a breakthrough in your career after years of hard work and unanswered questions, a miraculous change in your health when things seemed bleak, or the restoration of relationships that had been frayed and broken. Whatever the specific blessing, when it comes, it's not just for you. It is for everyone who watched your journey, whether they supported you, doubted you, or simply observed in silence. When God publicly vindicates you, it serves as a declaration that He was always there, that your faith was well placed, and that His promises hold true. This is when your journey takes on a new dimension. It becomes a living testament that faith works.
This AI tool will take your idea and create a complete book, complete with design, images, layout, everything, including the content, literally in a few minutes. Watch this.
That resilience is rewarded and that God is faithful to His word. People who might be facing their own battles, feeling the weight of waiting and the sting of disappointment, look to your story as proof that their own trials are not in vain. Your victory becomes their inspiration, a living example that whispers to their spirits, if they can endure and come through this, so can I. Your story, marked by moments of struggle, surrender, and divine intervention, is a beacon of hope. It shines a light on the truth that no matter how dark or difficult a season may be, God's power and faithfulness are constant. This visibility transforms your pain and perseverance into a form of ministry. It touches lives in ways that words alone often can't, because people see the realness of your experience, the vulnerability, the doubts, and then the unmistakable turnaround that only God could bring about. But being a living testament goes beyond inspiring others. It also deepens your own understanding of why you went through what you did. The trials you faced become the foundation of your gratitude and your testimony, allowing you to speak from a place of authenticity and compassion. You are able to tell others with confidence, I know how hard it is to wait, to keep believing when everything points against hope. But I also know that when God moves, he does so in ways that are worth every tear and every moment of uncertainty. This realization can shift your perspective on suffering and challenge. Instead of viewing your hardships as isolated or unfair, you start to see them as chapters in a story that has the power to impact others long after your season of victory begins. Your journey holds meaning that extends beyond yourself, becoming part of a larger tapestry that God uses to show his glory, love, and unwavering support for those who trust in him.
Amen.
Strength and resilience are rewarded. When you face life's toughest challenges, it can often feel like you're fighting an uphill battle with no end in sight. You push through days that seem unrelenting, moments of exhaustion that test your limits, and nights filled with prayers whispered in desperation. But what may not be immediately obvious is that in the midst of every hardship, you're growing stronger. Each trial you encounter is refining you, building your resilience, and shaping you into someone capable of withstanding life's storms with grace and determination. And though it may not seem like it at the time, your unwavering strength and faith do not go unnoticed by God. Every struggle you face is part of a greater plan. It's easy to look at a difficult period in your life and wonder, why me? But in hindsight, these moments of testing often reveal their purpose. They're not just random difficulties, they are shaping experiences that fortify your character, deepen your faith, and prepare you for what's ahead. Through each setback and challenge, you're learning patience, developing empathy, and gaining a resilience that cannot be built in comfort. These qualities are invaluable, forming a foundation that sets you apart and makes you ready for the blessings that are on the way. God sees every moment you've endured. He knows the weight of the burdens you've carried, the prayers you've sent up, and the quiet tears you've shed. Nothing escapes his notice. And while it may feel as if those struggles have gone unacknowledged, the truth is that every act of faith, every instance where you chose to keep going instead of giving up, has been counted. God honors that kind of resilience because it reflects your trust in him, even when the evidence of his intervention hasn't yet appeared. Then comes the moment when your season shifts and God moves in a way that changes everything. Suddenly, the battles that felt endless begin to show their purpose. God's blessing comes, often in ways that exceed what you could have imagined, and it's a testament to his recognition of your perseverance. This isn't just a private blessing, it's one that others can see. It's God's way of making sure that your journey, with all its pain and persistence, becomes an undeniable testament to his faithfulness. The blessings you receive, whether in the form of career breakthroughs, personal joy, restored relationships, or newfound peace, are not only for your comfort, but also a public acknowledgement of your endurance. This open blessing is a powerful reminder that your struggles were not in vain. Every tear you shed, every silent moment where you fought to keep faith, has been seen and valued. In the moment of triumph, you can finally look back and see that God was there all along, orchestrating things in his perfect timing. The reward you receive is not just a prize for enduring, but a signal that resilience is powerful, that choosing faith is never wasted. There's an undeniable beauty in seeing how your perseverance has paved the way for blessings. It validates the hard days and strengthens your conviction that God's promises are real and tangible. The blessings that come after seasons of trial are deeper and more fulfilling because they are steeped in gratitude. You know what it took to get there, and that makes the victories so much sweeter. A reminder of who holds power. In public victories, God reminds everyone that he alone holds true power. By humbling your enemies and exalting you, God reaffirms that he is sovereign. It serves as a reminder not only to you, but to all who witness it, that God's authority is unmatched. He can take any situation, no matter how bleak, and turn it into a moment of divine glory. Final words. Chosen ones, take heart. Your struggles have been seen, your prayers have been heard, and your time for celebration is coming. God's promise to you is that he will prepare a table for you in the presence of your enemies. Psalm 23, verse 5. Trust that your victory will be as public as your trials were, bringing glory to God and joy to your heart.
Oh, yan. Ang dami pa.
God sent them no mercy. One time sinabi ko wala akong mercy ngayon.
Welcome the anointed ones. Some people play with fire and then wonder why they're burned. But here's the twist. This wasn't ordinary fire. They were warned. Stay in your lane, they were told, or prepare to pay the price. But guess what? They didn't listen. It's a fact as old as time. Crossing paths with the chosen isn't just risky. It's reckless. History has shown that those who ignore divine warnings end up regretting it, often in ways they never saw coming. It's like trying to outrun a storm, only to find out that the storm has your name on it. And now, here we are, watching the inevitable unfold. Those who thought they could bend fate, shape outcomes, and mess with the divinely protected are finding out the hard way that karma doesn't do favors. If only they'd realized they were setting their own traps. But hey, sometimes it takes a little burn to learn, right? Today we're diving into what happens when people ignore the ultimate warning. Spoiler alert, it doesn't end well. Grab a seat because this is going to be a lesson in cosmic consequences with a dash of poetic justice. At number 1, they ignored the warnings and built their own downfall. When people try to interfere with a path that's already set, they often do it with a false sense of control. They think they're clever, maybe even invincible, and believe they can bend the rules to fit their own ambitions. But here's the thing. When the chosen are involved, fate already has a plan in motion, and any meddling just adds fuel to a fire that's destined to turn on them. They might think they're orchestrating someone else's downfall, only to find they've been tightening their own noose all along. It starts off subtle. Maybe they get away with a few small actions and feel a rush of success. They ignore every inner warning and every chance to walk away. They keep pushing, convinced they're one step ahead. What they don't see is that their actions are weaving together into a trap of their own making, piece by piece. They're so focused on outsmarting or outmaneuvering the chosen that they miss the irony. The more they try to control, the more they're sealing their fate. Then, almost without warning, the trap snaps shut. Suddenly, the plans they crafted backfire in ways they never expected. Every step they took to harm, manipulate, or undermine someone else rebounds on them with tenfold force. And by the time they realize what's happened, it's too late. They're caught in a fallout of their own creation, unable to undo what they set in motion. It's the ultimate twist of fate. They thought they were building a win, but they were really just building their own downfall. In trying to disrupt the chosen, they've walked themselves straight into the very chaos they intended for someone else. And now, there's no way out. Just the consequences they tried so hard to pass on. Number 2, blind ambition comes with a price they didn't expect. When people set out to mess with someone they envy, they rarely see the full picture. Their ambition to climb higher, often at the expense of others, blinds them to the actual cost. They think they're just pushing someone out of their way, but in reality, they're stepping into a game they don't fully understand. A game with stakes that go far beyond anything they anticipated. Their actions may bring a quick thrill or a fleeting sense of power, but they're signing up for consequences that are way out of their control. Driven by this ambition, they end up feeding a fire that, instead of propelling them forward, pulls them deeper into chaos. They believe they can just outsmart, outmaneuver, and outshine those they're targeting without any repercussions. But ambition that's rooted in envy is rarely clear-eyed. It clouds their vision, making them see victory where in reality, they're sowing seeds of their own defeat. Every small win only emboldens them, leading them further down a path that's bound to unravel. And then, when the fallout hits, it doesn't just chip away at their plans, it dismantles them entirely. Suddenly, the very things they were desperate to hold on to, status, control, influence, start slipping through their fingers. They're confronted with a brutal truth. Their ambition was always an illusion, a mask for insecurity that's now being laid bare for all to see. They thought they could manipulate others without consequences, but the cost is higher than they ever expected. In the end, their ambition has led them straight into the very loss they tried to avoid. The power they tried to steal, the spotlight they wanted so badly, has turned against them, showing them just how out of depth they truly are. Now, they're left to face a reality they created.
If you shop at Walmart, watch this immediately. Now to the class action lawsuit against Walmart. The company agreeing to pay $45 million to settle that lawsuit. ABC's Alexis Christophorus is here with what it could mean for some consumers and possibly some money back in their pockets, Alexis. If you live within 25 miles of a Walmart, then you can claim a gift card from them worth up to $750. They owe customers $45 million and are required to give out gift cards as compensation to customers who answer a survey and qualify themselves. All you have to do is follow the link we attached to this video and answer some simple questions, then complete a few tasks. This only takes a few minutes.
Created, but can't control. Number 3, underestimating the spiritual armor around the chosen. When people go up against the chosen, they often underestimate the spiritual protection that surrounds them. They might see someone who appears quiet, unassuming, maybe even easy to manipulate or overpower. But what they don't see is the armor of unseen forces guarding that person. This isn't just about luck or coincidences. It's a protective energy that shields the chosen from harm, often in ways that defy explanation. Those who try to disrupt this divine alignment usually end up inviting that same energy to turn against them. It starts subtly at first. Little setbacks, frustrations, and obstacles start popping up in the lives of those who tried to interfere. Plans that once felt solid start crumbling unexpectedly, and the control they thought they had slips through their fingers. They're caught off guard, unable to explain why things keep going wrong. It doesn't matter how clever, resourceful, or powerful they think they are. None of it stands up against the unseen protection that surrounds the chosen. The irony is, the harder they try to push through, the more intense the backlash becomes. This isn't karma that waits quietly in the background. It's an active, powerful response that mirrors their own energy back at them. Every attempt to interfere is met with a setback, and it soon becomes clear they're facing something far greater than themselves. They start to feel a sense of being watched, opposed by forces they can't control or manipulate. By the time they realize they're up against something beyond their reach, it's usually too late. The spiritual armor surrounding the chosen was never just a myth. It's a real, undeniable force that's now pushing back with full strength. They're left to face the consequences of messing with something they could never overpower, an energy that was meant to protect, but now serves as a relentless reminder of the boundaries they crossed. Number 4, they thought they knew the chosen's weaknesses. They were wrong. People who set out to undermine the chosen often do so with a sense of confidence that borders on arrogance. They believe they've figured out the chosen's weaknesses, thinking they can use these so-called flaws to gain the upper hand. Maybe they see vulnerability in the chosen's kindness or assume that patience is a sign of passivity. They believe they're spotting cracks, weak points they can exploit, but they're blind to a powerful truth. These weaknesses are illusions, and every one of them is a lesson the chosen have already learned and risen above. The chosen didn't get to where they are by being naive or blind to their own shortcomings. Each weakness has been faced, examined, and turned into strength. The patience they display isn't a lack of backbone. It's a quiet, unshakable power that knows when to act and when to hold back. The kindness they show isn't a door left open for others to abuse. It's a choice they make consciously, knowing that the greatest strength often lies in remaining true to themselves, even in the face of aggression. So when people try to exploit these qualities, they walk right into a trap of their own making. They assume that kindness means permission, that patience means inaction, that compassion means weakness. But this is flawed logic. In trying to strike at what they see as weakness, they're the ones revealing their own lack of insight. They expose their insecurities, their envy, and their hunger for power, all while the chosen stand firm, untouched by the pettiness of it all. In the end, those who seek to bring down the chosen are left facing themselves. They realized too late that the weaknesses they thought they could use were never weaknesses at all. They were mirrors, reflecting back every flaw, every insecurity they tried to hide. And that realization, it's a weight they can't escape. Number 5, the cycle of karma is speeding up. No escape, this time. In this era of intense spiritual acceleration, the cycle of karma is moving faster than ever before. People who think they can act without consequence are finding themselves caught off guard, watching their actions rebound almost immediately. They may have been accustomed to a slower pace of cause and effect, thinking they had time to maneuver, make excuses, or escape responsibility. But now, karma isn't waiting around. It's responding with a swiftness that leaves no room for denial or delay. For those who tried to bring harm to the chosen, the backlash is immediate and unavoidable. Every choice, every intention, every action carries weight, and the consequences are hitting them like a wave they never saw coming. They sowed seeds of deceit, envy, and manipulation, thinking they could outrun the outcome. Now, they're facing the reality that what they put out is returning to them in record time, and they're entirely unprepared to handle it. They may feel like they're running in circles trying to dodge the inevitable, but this time, there's no escape. The universe is moving faster, its rhythms more intense, and it's closing in on those who thought they could manipulate others without repercussion. With each attempt to sidestep responsibility, they're met with another consequence, each one harsher than the last, until they realize they're stuck in a self-made trap with no exit. This acceleration isn't random. It's a reflection of a new energy, a heightened awareness that demands accountability now, not later. Those who acted with malice toward the chosen can no longer hide behind time. They're being forced to face exactly what they tried to avoid. And as the weight of their actions bears down, they're left with no option but to confront the truth.
I was working more than I've ever worked in my entire life. I was preparing for Victoria's Secret show. I was looking for really healthy nutrition.
Number 6, they tried to play God and are feeling the backlash. Some people get it into their heads that they have the power to shape someone else's destiny. They believe they can decide who rises and who falls as if they hold the ultimate authority. When it comes to the chosen, this belief is even stronger. They see someone living in alignment with a higher purpose and decide they want to control, change, or even destroy that path. It's a dangerous illusion, thinking they have the right to play God. But here's the truth. There's only one true orchestrator of fate, and it's not them. When they tried to take on that role, they invited forces far beyond their control. This arrogance builds a false empire around them, one built on manipulation, control, and the belief that they are untouchable. For a while, they might feel invincible, surrounded by structures of influence they've spent years creating. They pull strings, set traps, and move others like chess pieces, all in a bid to force their will onto the chosen's life. But they don't see the cracks forming underfoot, the quiet unraveling that begins the moment they cross that line. Every action they take to assert their godlike power over others only strengthens the force now gathering against them. And then, just when they feel most secure, the backlash hits. Their empire of control starts crumbling piece by piece as everything they relied on for power slips out of reach. Relationships sour, alliances turn on them, and plans that once seemed certain fall apart. They're left facing the hard reality. They tried to bend fate to their will, and now fate is reclaiming its power. The force they invoke doesn't just remove their control, it exposes the emptiness behind it. Their empire collapses, and they're left to witness the complete undoing of everything they thought they could command. Number 7, divine patience has its limits, and they just hit theirs. The chosen walk a path protected not only by unseen forces, but by a patience that extends beyond human understanding. This patience is often a shield, a grace that gives others room to change, to reconsider their actions, to make amends. Those who test the chosen may sense this patience as an opportunity, mistaking it for weakness or passivity. They believe they can continue pushing boundaries, confident that they'll never face true consequences. But what they fail to realize is that even divine patience has its limits, and once those limits are crossed, there's no going back. For a long time, this patience allowed them to make choices freely, to face their own reflection and perhaps turn things around. They received subtle warnings, moments of discomfort, chances to pause, signs that something wasn't right. But instead of heeding these signs, they dismissed them, pushing further into actions that served only their own desires and insecurities. The more they ignored the chances they were given, the closer they came to a breaking point they never saw coming. When that patience runs out, the shift is unmistakable. What was once a quiet, graceful energy turns into an unstoppable force, moving with a precision they can't escape. Suddenly, the choices they made in the shadows are brought to light, and the consequences they ignored become unavoidable. Every act they thought would remain hidden now stands in full view, and the shield of patience they once mistook as softness has been withdrawn entirely. Now, they're left to face the full weight of their actions, with no more room to maneuver. The chances are gone, the warnings have passed, and the path they're on is one of their own making. Divine patience allowed them time to choose wisely, but they chose to ignore it. And now, they must face the reality they can no longer control. Number 8, they thought hiding in the shadows would protect them. There are people who believe that working in the shadows grants them immunity. They plot and scheme in secrecy, confident that their actions will remain hidden. When it comes to the chosen, they assume that their covert moves will go unnoticed, believing that they can manipulate without consequence. They take comfort in the idea that they're protected by the dark, an illusion that gives them the courage to cross lines they wouldn't dare to face openly. But what they fail to realize is that the chosen are deeply connected to a higher awareness, a spiritual intuition that sees through facades and uncovers truth from beneath layers of deception. The chosen may not confront their opponents directly at first. They may appear unbothered, almost as if they're unaware of what's happening behind their back. But it's not ignorance. It's knowing that all things come to light in time. The chosen sense when something is off, feeling the ripple effects of intentions set against them, even when those intentions are hidden. This awareness may not reveal specifics, but it reveals enough for them to understand that they're being targeted and to prepare for what's to come.
The new folding revolver by Standard Manufacturing has been officially released today. No documents or procedures are required. Just see this video and you can buy one. This revolver is the size of a cod and can easily fit into your pocket in an emergency. It can be unfolded and fired in 1 second.
The patience they exhibit isn't passivity. It's a quiet confidence that the truth will reveal itself, with or without their intervention. Now, those who operated in the dark find themselves exposed. What they did in secrecy is being pulled into the open, and the chosen's quiet, unshakable energy shines a light that no shadow can contain. Those who thought they were safe realize, often too late, that there's no hiding from higher awareness. The very forces they tried to manipulate have turned against them, shining an unforgiving spotlight on their actions. the chosen stand firm, no longer needing to do anything more than let the truth speak for itself. In the end, those who sought refuge in the shadows are left facing the very consequences they thought they'd never see. Number 9. They played small power games but stirred a giant. The chosen are often seen as peaceful, composed individuals who walk their path with grace and wisdom. To some, this calmness is misinterpreted as weakness, a signal that they can be controlled, manipulated, or played with. But what these people fail to realize is that the peace the chosen embody is not a reflection of passivity. It's a manifestation of inner power and spiritual strength. When others try to push their boundaries, manipulate their decisions, or control their path, they misjudge what they're dealing with. They believe they're playing small power games, thinking they can win with tricks and schemes. But what they fail to see is that they've just stirred a giant force they cannot comprehend. The chosen's energy is not something to be underestimated. They don't need to raise their voice or assert dominance to make an impact. Their mere presence, their connection to a higher purpose, is more powerful than any game of manipulation. Yet when others test that, when they think they can control or sway the chosen through deceitful tactics, they trigger something far more powerful than they can imagine. It's as though they poked the bear, unaware that they were messing with something ancient, something unstoppable. Now the small games they thought they were playing have backfired in the most monumental way. The forces they tried to provoke are now gathering momentum, and the consequences they face are not just setbacks. They are life-altering. What seemed like a harmless attempt to outsmart or dominate the chosen now looks like a catastrophic mistake. The game has shifted, and the ones who tried to control are left in a state of bewilderment, watching as everything they once thought they could control unravels before them. Number 10. Ignoring the divine blueprint. Backfired spectacularly. Every chosen one is born with a divine blueprint, a higher calling, a unique path that they are meant to follow. This blueprint isn't just a concept, it's the very essence of their purpose, woven into their being from the moment they were conceived. The chosen might not always have a clear picture of it at first, but as they walk through life, they begin to feel its pull, guiding them toward their destiny, pushing them toward greatness. And for those who stand against the chosen, the idea of this divine plan is often incomprehensible. They see an opportunity to manipulate, to control, and they believe they can rewrite the chosen one's path, thinking they can impose their will on something greater than themselves. But what these people fail to understand is that you can't just disregard the divine blueprint. It's not something that can be altered with a few manipulative moves or forceful actions. When they tried to interfere, they didn't just miss the mark. They disrupted something far bigger than their comprehension. They assumed they had the power to control fate, to change the course of someone's life, and in doing so, they triggered a chain reaction that would lead to their own undoing. Now they're seeing the consequences of their actions unfold, and they're realizing something crucial. Disregarding the divine blueprint isn't merely futile, it's destructive. The more they tried to steer the chosen off course, the more they derailed themselves. Their efforts to impose their own will have not only failed, but they've also set in motion a sequence of events that are now spiraling out of their control. They're facing the harsh reality that no amount of manipulation can undo what was always meant to be. And in their attempt to block someone else's divine path, they've only destroyed their own. Number 11. They became addicted to negativity, and now it's devouring them.
In just over 2 minutes, I'm going to show you how I created this ebook using a feature called Word Genie from Designer. Firstly, when you're in Designer, all you need to do is enter in your niche or your idea. So I'm going to type in coaching. Then I want to get a bit more specific about the niche. So I'm going to choose wellness coaching. And then following that, I'm going to identify what audience I want to target my ebook towards. So in this case, I'm going to type for women. Now, Word Genie will come back and suggest a whole load of titles for my ebook. So I'm just going to choose the one that I think is really catchy. So this one here, the mind-body connection. And now what happens is Word Genie suggests a complete outline for my ebook, including all the chapters and sections.
Some people can't help but be consumed by envy, especially when they see the chosen walking a path of success and peace. They start small, thinking a little resentment is harmless. But before they know it, their negativity grows, becoming a full-blown addiction. It starts as a quiet grudge, a passing thought of jealousy or contempt. But over time, it takes root in their psyche. Every thought, every conversation, every action is filtered through this lens of envy and hate. They feed on it, feeding off the idea that the chosen have something they don't. Slowly, it becomes their identity, shaping their world and their interactions. They can't stop comparing, judging, and resenting. It's no longer a momentary lapse. It's an all-consuming obsession. What these people don't realize is that this addiction to negativity doesn't just stay on the surface. It starts to warp their perception of everything, clouding their judgment and twisting their reality. What once was a fleeting emotion now defines them. Their entire existence revolves around feeding this dark need to bring others down. But here's the cruel truth. The more they indulge in this darkness, the more it controls them. It may have started as a reaction to the Chosen's rise, but now it has become their master. The darkness they unleashed, thinking they could wield it to hurt others, has turned back on them. The very negativity they used to try to tear down the Chosen has now become their prison. It's devouring them from the inside, eroding their peace, their joy, and their sense of self. They can no longer escape the bitter grip of their own toxic addiction. As they try to cling to their hate, they find themselves losing everything they once had: their clarity, their happiness, and ultimately, their identity. The more they try to hold on to the darkness, the more it takes from them, leaving them hollow and unrecognizable. Number 12. The warning was a gift, not a threat. They misinterpreted. When the Chosen offer a warning, it's not a threat. It's a gift. A moment of grace meant to give others a chance to pause, reflect, and change course before they dig themselves deeper into destructive behavior. The Chosen, connected to higher wisdom and purpose, see the bigger picture. Their warnings are often subtle, delivered with the intention of offering insight, a chance for redemption, and the opportunity to correct their path. But far too often those who receive these warnings misinterpret them. Arrogance leads them to see the Chosen's caution as weakness or an empty threat, dismissing it with the belief that they are untouchable, invincible, and above the consequences. They refuse to accept that the warning is for their benefit, not as a challenge or an ultimatum, but as an act of compassion. In their arrogance, they ignore the message and continue on their reckless path, convinced they can outsmart fate or that they're immune to the natural laws of the universe. They fail to recognize that the Chosen are not just giving them a heads up. They're offering them the gift of time to change, the opportunity to see their own flaws before it's too late. Now, as the consequences of their choices unfold, they realize that the warning was not just a casual remark, but a turning point. The chance they were given, the opportunity to redeem themselves, is gone. What they thought was a passing moment of weakness was actually their last chance to step back, reconsider, and alter their course. And now they are left with the bitter realization that by ignoring the gift, they've sealed their own fate. The door they had to turn things around has closed, and they're left facing the aftermath of their own choices. In the end, those who sought to challenge the Chosen never truly understood the magnitude of their actions. They thought they could manipulate, control, or outsmart a force far greater than themselves, misjudging the quiet power and divine protection that surrounded the Chosen. Every step they took to disrupt, to attack, or to undermine was met with the universal law of cause and effect, karma, coming back to strike faster and harder than they could have ever anticipated. What they failed to realize was that every time they ignored the divine blueprint, dismissed the warnings, or indulged in negativity, they weren't just testing the Chosen, they were setting themselves up for a fall. The path of the Chosen is one of strength, guided by purpose and protected by forces they could never hope to understand or control. Their enemies thought they were dealing with individuals they could break, but what they were truly up against were the very forces of fate, and these forces never lose. The Chosen stand in the light of divine destiny, and every attempt to derail them only fuels the unstoppable power within them. Now, as the consequences unfold, the ones who acted against the Chosen are left to face the truth they couldn't escape. What they thought was an opportunity to play God, to manipulate destiny, or to indulge in their own envy was their undoing. In their arrogance, they ignored the warnings, and now they must reckon with the reality that the universe always has a way of restoring balance. The Chosen were never the ones in danger. It was always the ones who tried to take them down who were playing with fire. And now they're left to watch as everything they built crumbles under the weight of their own misguided actions. If you felt the power of this message and the truth behind every word, don't let it stop here. Hit that subscribe button because you won't want to miss the next time we dive deep into the real stories, the hidden truths, and the forces shaping our world. Join this journey of awakening, because if you're here, you're one of the Chosen. Let's keep this energy flowing. Subscribe now and stay tuned for more revelations that will keep you one step ahead. You don't want to be left out. Stay blessed.
The best resource that helped me improve my American accent is an app, Bold Voice. Bold Voice is a wonderful app that helps all non-English speakers improve their pronunciation, improve their American accent, but most importantly, it helps them speak English with confidence. I personally love this app because it provides me with so...
Si Tekla. Wait lang.
back, guys. Eh, Tapos na pala yun. They will know you are the boss. Parang alam na alam nila, no? Ang the boss talaga. Hmm. This was 13 days ago.
Kevin thought he was living the dream after marrying his college sweetheart, but his mother-in-law turned it into a nightmare. Welcome, the anointed ones. When God decides to shine a light on you, he doesn't bring a candle, he brings the sun. And that's when the world realizes who's truly in charge. It's a fact. When you're chosen, you don't blend in, you stand out. But this isn't your typical spotlight, and it's definitely not the kind you can turn off. Nope, this one was divinely dialed up just for you. Suddenly, you're center stage, and everyone, your biggest fans and even your quietest critics, are watching wide-eyed, maybe a little nervous, and probably wondering how you got here. But here's the kicker. This isn't just about showing off. It's about showing up. God's not just trying to make you popular. He's setting the record straight on who's the real boss. So buckle up, because if you thought you were just here to play it safe or keep a low profile, let's just say, God has other plans. Number one, unmasking hidden strengths the world feared. God isn't putting you in the spotlight just for applause. He's doing it to unveil a power within you that's been kept under wraps, hidden, or even intentionally buried. For a long time, people either ignored this strength or didn't want to see it, maybe because it unsettled them, challenged their perceptions, or forced them to confront their own limits. But now, that's no longer an option. This isn't about showing off or being the star of the moment. It's about God bringing to light exactly what you're made of, with all its raw, unfiltered energy. There's something about this kind of revelation that catches people off guard. Suddenly, everyone around you has to reckon with the reality of what they tried to deny. You're not just another face in the crowd anymore. You're someone who carries a strength they didn't see coming, and it's a strength that demands respect. This isn't a quiet emergence. It's as if the universe is pulling back the curtain and saying, here, this is who you underestimated. Look closely. And here's the twist. It's not just about proving others wrong or setting the record straight. It's about establishing a new level of truth. This moment is forcing people to look at you through a different lens, one that they can't deny, ignore, or dismiss anymore. Every look, every whispered reaction, every subtle shift in the room, it's all acknowledgement of a force they've been too comfortable ignoring. You're in the spotlight now, and it's not something they can dim. This is a turning point, a revelation they won't be able to forget, and for the first time, they're seeing who you truly are. Number two, disrupting the comfort zone of mediocrity. God putting you in the spotlight isn't a feel-good moment meant to boost egos or entertain an audience. It's a direct disruption of everything comfortable, predictable, and mediocre. When you're chosen, your presence shakes up the whole room, and it's not because you're trying to make a scene. It's because you are the scene. This new visibility rattles people, especially those who have settled comfortably into life without ever pushing boundaries or questioning their own potential. Your emergence is like a loud wake-up call that people can't hit the snooze button on. They're forced to confront something they'd rather avoid. The truth that mediocrity is no longer the standard. Just by being who you are and doing what you do, you're raising the bar in ways that make others uncomfortable. People who are used to the bare minimum don't know how to handle this. They've built their lives around routines and expectations that your energy simply blows apart. You weren't called to make them feel safe or validated in their choices. You're here to challenge those choices, intentionally or not. What's ironic is that while some might be inspired, others are threatened. The ones who've coasted on half-hearted effort see your drive, your conviction, and it forces them to question why they're still standing still. You've become a disruptor just by standing in your own light. The spotlight on you doesn't just elevate you. It shakes everyone else, forcing them to look at the gaps in their own lives. And whether they like it or not, they're now faced with a decision. Either rise to the challenge or stay in the shadows of comfort. But make no mistake. After this, comfort will never feel the same. Number three, define labels and expectations society tried to assign. The world loves to throw labels around, putting people neatly into categories so they're easier to define, understand, and honestly control. But when you're chosen, those labels don't stick. People may try to box you in, calling you this or that, trying to fit you into their version of acceptable. But no label can capture the depth of who you really are, and that drives people crazy. God's spotlight on you is a direct challenge to every expectation and assumption others have placed on you, forcing them to face the fact that you can't be pinned down. What's happening is that you're breaking free of the roles others tried to assign you, revealing layers they never thought you had. Maybe they called you quiet, reserved, or even insignificant, labels that at best only skim the surface of your true self. But under this spotlight, all those labels fall away, and people are left facing the real you without the neat package they've come to rely on. And let's be honest, that unfiltered truth can be intimidating. As they watch, they realize they've underestimated you, misjudged you, or just plain didn't know you at all. It's a wake-up call that's as uncomfortable for them as it is empowering for you. Now, they have to reconcile their limited view with the undeniable reality in front of them. They can't throw you into a box marked average or predictable anymore. You've shattered those limits, showing everyone that you're far more complex, capable, and bold than they ever imagined. The spotlight doesn't just reveal you, it exposes how narrow-minded others have been. Now, as they scramble to make sense of it, one thing is clear. They'll never see you the same way again. And maybe that's exactly what was meant to happen. Number 4, becoming a living proof of divine favor. When God puts you in the spotlight, it's not about showing off wealth, status, or anything superficial. It's about showing the world what true, unshakable divine favor looks like. This kind of favor isn't something you can earn, buy, or manipulate. It's something higher, something rare, and it makes people take a step back because it's undeniable. You're not just someone who made it. You're living proof that there's a force beyond this world that chooses, protects, and empowers certain people for a purpose. It's like God saying, watch closely, I'm working here, and there's no way to ignore it. This favor doesn't always mean your life has been easy. In fact, it's often the opposite. People see the spotlight, the success, or the growth, but they don't know what it took for you to get here. They might not see the battles you fought, the obstacles you've overcome, or the moments when it felt like everything was falling apart. Yet, here you are, standing stronger than ever. That's divine favor. And it's different from the ordinary path because it's something that carries you when nothing else can. It's what kept you moving forward, even when things didn't make sense. People around you can sense this, even if they don't fully understand it. They feel that there's something extraordinary about your journey, something that defies logic or explanation. Some are drawn to it, inspired even, while others feel a quiet discomfort, maybe even envy. Why? Because they realize it's not something they can achieve through effort alone. It's something they can't quite grasp, but can't deny either. In this spotlight, you're not just a success story. You're a walking example of a higher plan, a reminder that life is more than just what we see or understand. And for those watching, that's both unsettling and awe-inspiring. Number 5, exposing those who oppose you. When God puts you in the spotlight, it doesn't just reveal your strengths. It also exposes the hidden intentions of those around you. The people who have quietly opposed you, doubted you, or even hoped you'd fail can no longer stay in the shadows. Suddenly, your rise to visibility becomes like a mirror, and they're caught off guard, forced to confront their own feelings about your success. It's almost as if this spotlight is designed not only to elevate you, but also to shine on the truth of who's been for you and who's been against you all along. What makes this so powerful is that in a way, you're no longer alone on stage. People who might have once whispered behind your back, spread doubts, or waited for you to stumble are now standing in the same light. They might have operated under the radar, but now there's no place left to hide. It's as if the universe is saying, okay, here's the real story. And every hidden agenda comes rushing out. That subtle jealousy, the quiet judgment, the passive aggression, it's all visible now, plain as day. Some people, even those you considered friends, might find it hard to celebrate your rise. They may mask their discomfort or dismiss your success, pretending they don't care. But this spotlight reveals what's genuine and what's fake, peeling back layers of pretense that they've hidden behind. Now they have to reckon with their own reactions, while you get a clear view of who's really in your corner. And here's the truth. The spotlight might feel intense for you, but it's twice as uncomfortable for those who've harbored negativity or resentment toward you.
It takes time to learn, of course, but once you get it down, this skill can be used over and over again.
In the end, this visibility is a gift because it not only highlights your growth, but also exposes those who never truly supported it. Now you know who's who, and that knowledge is priceless. Number 6, your journey is a mirror to others' insecurities. When God places you in the spotlight, it doesn't come without a cost. Suddenly your life is under a magnifying glass and people begin analyzing your every move, every decision, even things that never mattered before. What's wild is that many of these people never paid attention before, never really cared. But now, with you in the spotlight, they're watching closely, dissecting details, looking for flaws or reasons to bring you down. It's like they're on a mission to prove that you're no different or no better than they are. The truth is, this attention isn't because they're truly interested in you. It's because your elevation makes them question their own choices, their own lives. When they see you rising, achieving things they didn't think were possible, it makes them uncomfortable. They start to wonder why they haven't reached that level, why they're not in that same spotlight. And instead of looking inward, some choose to direct that discomfort at you. They want to find a crack, a fault, anything that allows them to dismiss your success as a fluke or undeserved. This scrutiny can be exhausting, even frustrating. You might feel like you can't make a single mistake without it being blown out of proportion. But here's the thing. This is part of the process. When God elevates you, he also fortifies you. This pressure isn't meant to break you, but to refine you, making you even stronger and more resilient. The closer they look, the more they realize that you are not here by accident. You're here by purpose. And no amount of scrutiny can take away what was divinely given to you. So let them watch, let them analyze, let them dig. Because at the end of the day, their judgment doesn't change a thing. They're still moving forward, still growing, and their opinions can't diminish what's been set in motion. The spotlight isn't about them. It's about you stepping fully into who you were meant to be, no matter who's watching. Number 7, wielding influence without begging for validation. When God puts you in the spotlight, something incredible happens. People you never expected suddenly want to be around you. They're drawn to the success, the strength, the energy you carry. And some of them genuinely want to support you. But let's be real, others are just hoping to catch some of the light you're standing. Any of the effort. And the tricky part? These people can be hard to spot at first, especially when they're good at pretending. But over time, the truth comes out. The ones who are genuine will celebrate you without needing anything in return. The others, they'll show themselves when things get real, when being by your side isn't easy or glamorous. And that's when you'll know who's truly
Pag
there for you
nagkatotoo lang,
and who's just here for
dyan,
the ride.
pero
Number 8,
yung
breaking
mga
free
hindi
from
pa
conventional limits
nakikita,
of
hindi
success.
pa
In a
nagkakatotoo
world
yung mga
obsessed with
sinasabi mo,
neatly packaged definitions of success,
yung mga
big shiny
nandyan, yun daw
awards,
yung
corporate
totoong
titles, and
mga
Instagram
ko.
vacations, you're here to throw a wrench in the system. Forget what society has taught you about success, because you're breaking free from all those conventional limits. This spotlight isn't about achieving a cookie-cutter version of winning. It's about transcending those shallow expectations and redefining what it truly means to be successful. While others are busy chasing after the latest trends, you're setting your own pace, dancing to a beat that resonates with your soul. You realize that true success isn't measured by the number of zeros in your bank account or how many followers you have on social media. It's about creating a legacy that leaves a lasting impact on the world around you. You want to be the person who is universally admired, not for superficial accolades, but for authenticity, creativity, and the courage to live life on your terms. Let's be honest, the conventional definitions of success can feel as outdated as a flip phone in a world of smartphones. Who wants to be confined by societal expectations when you can break the mold? You're not just climbing the corporate ladder. You're building your own playground. You're taking risks that may baffle those around you. But you know that true greatness often lies outside of comfort zones. As you navigate this uncharted territory, you invite others to join you on this journey. Your willingness to redefine success empowers those around you to rethink their own paths. Instead of feeling pressured to conform, they'll start to ask questions like, what does success mean for me? And how can I create a life that reflects my true self? So while others are busy comparing their achievements and keeping score, you're out here breaking the mold, showing that success isn't a destination, but a continuous journey of growth, exploration, and self-discovery. And let's face it, who wouldn't rather be the trailblazer than just another face in the crowd? In your quest for an untouchable, deeply impactful version of success, you're setting the stage for a new era, one where personal fulfillment takes precedence over conventional accolades. Because at the end of the day, wouldn't you rather be celebrated for your authenticity than just another trophy on a shelf? Number 9, defining the new blueprint for true success. In a world where many equate success with flashy cars, large bank accounts, or social media followers, you're setting a new standard that challenges these superficial measures. Your presence in the spotlight reveals that true success is about so much more than material possessions or fleeting recognition. Instead, it's rooted in a deep spiritual alignment with your purpose. purpose and a commitment to making a meaningful impact in the lives of others. While others scramble for external validation, you're cultivating an inner wealth that transcends the physical. This redefinition of success forces those around you to reevaluate their own values and priorities. It can be uncomfortable for many, as they built their lives around the pursuit of external markers of success, often at the expense of their true selves. Your journey shines a light on this disconnect, revealing that many people are chasing illusions rather than their authentic paths. True success isn't just about personal achievements. It's about how you contribute to the world, how you uplift others, and how aligned you are. You understand that success is not a destination, but a continuous journey of growth, learning, and service. This perspective can be jarring for those who see success as a checklist of accomplishments, and they may struggle to grasp the depth of your understanding. As you walk this path, your spotlight highlights a truth that many are unprepared to face, that real fulfillment comes from living authentically, embracing vulnerability, and cultivating connections that enrich both your life and the lives of others.
Parents, are you doing enough to get your child into a top university? Do you worry whether or not you're doing enough to help your team?
This shift in perception can inspire those around you to embark on their own journeys toward true success, even if it challenges their long-held beliefs. In a way, you're not just redefining success for yourself, you're paving the way for others to find their own deeper meanings and purposes, ultimately shifting the collective understanding of what it means to truly thrive. Number 10, unwavering integrity that survive the shadows. When you step into the spotlight, it's not just your achievements that are illuminated, it's also the journey that brought you here. The light shines on the shadows you've navigated, the struggles that have shaped you into the person you are today. Those moments when no one was watching, when you face challenges alone, are the true test of character. Your unwavering integrity during those times speaks volumes about your strength. It's easy to show up and shine when everything is going well, but the real measure of your spirit comes from how you conduct yourself in the dark. This spotlight reveals a legacy of resilience, showing that your foundation is built on authenticity and perseverance. Each setback you faced was an opportunity to reaffirm your values, to stand tall even when circumstances tried to knock you down. While others might have compromised their integrity for quick wins or sought validation from the outside, you held true to your principles. This commitment to doing what's right, regardless of who was watching, is what sets you apart. Your story becomes a powerful narrative that resonates with others who may still be wrestling with their own shadows. When people see you in the spotlight, they're not just witnessing your success. They're recognizing the struggles you've overcome and the integrity that has carried you through. This authentic strength can inspire them to confront their own challenges, encouraging them to find their inner resilience. The legacy you're building is not just about personal triumphs. It's about demonstrating that integrity can survive the darkest moments. It shows that true strength is not loud or flashy, but rather quiet and steadfast, rooted in a commitment to oneself and to a greater purpose. In a world where many are tempted to bend their values for the sake of acceptance or success, your unwavering integrity serves as a beacon of hope. It reminds others that they too can emerge from their shadows, carrying forward the lessons learned and the strength gained. Number 11, unleashing an apologetic confidence. When the chosen step into the spotlight, there's no room for apologies or second guesses. This is not a humble brag session or a desperate attempt to make others comfortable with your success. Nope. This is about unleashing an unapologetic confidence that's as fierce as a lion on a Monday morning. You've risen to heights that many only dream of, and you're not about to downplay it for anyone's sake. This newfound visibility isn't just a blessing, it's a game changer. You strut into the room with a presence that makes heads turn and jaws drop, and let's be real. Some might even need to pick their jaws up off the floor. You're here to make waves, not tiptoe around the edges, and that can be a little jarring for those still stuck in the shallow end of the pool. Your confidence is unfiltered and undeniable, like that one friend who shows up to a party with an outrageous outfit that you can't help but admire, even if it's a little much. People can either step up or step back. They may feel uncomfortable because you challenge the status quo, shaking up their complacency, but that's not your problem. Your rise isn't meant to placate others. It's about embracing the truth of who you are and the greatness you bring into the world. You're not here to dim your light so others can shine brighter. Instead, you're setting a fire that encourages everyone to bring their best selves forward. And let's be honest, anyone who can't handle your unapologetic vibe is probably still stuck in their own insecurities. Your confidence shines a light on their fears, and instead of cowering, you're inviting them to rise alongside you. It's a reminder that confidence isn't about arrogance. It's about owning your worth and celebrating your journey without hesitation. So go ahead, strut, shine, and let the world feel the impact of your unapologetic confidence. After all, if you don't own your success, what's the point of having it? Number 12, elevating you as a catalyst for radical change. When you find yourself in the spotlight, it's not just about personal glory. It's about embracing your role as a catalyst for radical change. This transformative force is a divine calling that is far beyond your own journey. It's about inspiring others to look at their lives differently, to question the status quo, and to dare to make the changes necessary for growth. People are drawn to you because you embody a purpose that resonates on a profound level, and that purpose ignites a fire in those around you. In a world often consumed by superficial pursuits, your presence serves as a powerful reminder that true leadership comes from a place of authenticity and intention. The boss isn't the one who holds the highest title or the biggest paycheck. It's the one who leads with purpose. When you walk into a room, people feel that energy shift. You have a way of making them consider their own paths, urging them to step out of their comfort zones and embrace the possibility of something greater. This role as a catalyst isn't always easy. It can be messy and uncomfortable, as change often stirs up resistance. But that's part of the process. As you challenge others to grow, you might encounter pushback or discomfort, not just from those who fear change, but from those who simply don't know how to navigate it. Your job is to help them understand that discomfort is a sign of progress, a stepping stone toward transformation. By leading through example, you empower others to embrace their potential and challenge their own limiting beliefs. Your journey becomes a source of inspiration, showing that growth often requires taking risks and facing fears head on.
This AI tool will take your idea and create a complete book, complete design, images, layout.
As you elevate others, you create a ripple effect that can lead to a broader cultural shift. People will begin to realize that they too can be catalysts for change in their own lives and communities. This spotlight isn't just about making your voice heard, it's about creating a chorus of voices that echoes the call for transformation. The more you own your purpose, the more others will be inspired to find theirs. You are not just a participant in your life's journey, you are a revolutionary force urging the world to awaken, evolve, and embrace a brighter future. Your impact goes far beyond yourself. It's a legacy of empowerment that encourages others to step into their own roles as agents of change. As we wrap up this exploration of what it means to step into the spotlight as a chosen one, it's clear that this journey is about so much more than personal achievement. It's about breaking down the barriers imposed by society and redefining what it truly means to be successful. You are not just a spectator in your life. You are a catalyst for radical change, inspiring those around you to question, to grow, and to embrace their own unique paths. This spotlight has illuminated your unwavering integrity, your unapologetic confidence, and your determination to challenge conventional limits. You've realized that true success isn't defined by trophies or accolades, but by a profound alignment with your purpose and the positive impact you have on the world. In doing so, you're not just elevating yourself, you're elevating others, creating a ripple effect of inspiration and empowerment. As you continue to walk this path, remember that every step you take is a testament to your resilience and authenticity. Your presence is a beacon, encouraging others to break free from their own constraints and pursue their dreams without hesitation. Embrace the fullness of your power, knowing that your journey is not just about you, it's a collective movement toward a more authentic and impactful existence. So go ahead and shine brightly. Own your narrative, disrupt the norms, and unapologetically claim your place as a leader in this world. The journey ahead may be filled with challenges, but it is also rich with opportunities for growth and transformation. As you break down the walls of conventionality, remember that the true essence of being chosen is not about the accolades you receive, but the lives you touch and the change you inspire. This is your time, your spotlight, and it's time to show the world just who's the boss. If you enjoyed this journey into redefining success and embracing your power, don't forget to subscribe to the channel for more thought-provoking content. Like and share this video to inspire others on their paths, and leave your thoughts in the comments below. I'd love to hear your perspective. Your engagement helps spread the message and build our community. Thanks for watching. God bless you.
I'm going to show you a way to potentially make money by pairing Amazon with the power of AI without ever selling physical products. And I promise you've never heard about this before. I just created some simple digital products, then I put them up on Amazon. And it was so exciting. The first time I tried it, I made $14.
Welcome, the anointed ones. Some debts can't be paid in cash. They're settled in sleepless nights, lost opportunities, and regrets that haunt like shadows. Chosen ones, there's a rare kind of karma that doesn't just balance scales, but crafts a bespoke luxury package for
Yan
those
ang
who
sabi,
dare to walk.
many will regret wrongly.
Because you're not just anyone.
Your
You're an
names
echo in higher realms,
echoing
a force
in
with divine backing.
higher
And when people cross
realms.
that line, it's no small
Luxury
affair.
karma
We'll soon learn that some mistakes come with recurring reminders that strike where it hurts most. It's almost like the universe has a wicked sense of humor, right? Imagine the guy who tried to sabotage your success now stumbling over his own failures like watching Karma herself on a popcorn break. But this isn't about revenge. It's about the cosmic justice reserved for those of us who carry a calling. Higher realms keep receipts, and the consequences, let's just say, are designer-made and unforgettable. Stay tuned, because we're diving into the kind of luxury karma that leaves a lasting impact. And trust me, some will regret wronging you in ways they never saw coming. Number 1, karma's intimate design for the chosen ones. Karma for the chosen ones isn't the simple, what goes around comes around. It's like the universe has a unique plan for every person who has wronged you, one that goes beyond basic payback. When someone tries to break down a chosen one, it's as if they've unknowingly signed up for an advanced, soul-targeted lesson. Unlike random consequences, these are precisely tailored to dig deep, exposing hidden insecurities, fears, and the very flaws that drove them to act out in the first place. This isn't about just teaching them a lesson. It's about awakening them, one way or another, to the impact of their choices. For someone who tried to undermine you, life may suddenly feel like a mirror, showing them all their weaknesses. Maybe they'll find themselves in a situation where they're judged, betrayed, or doubted, experiencing the very energy they threw your way. They'll find it harder to get ahead in the areas they thought they were strong. Where they once had confidence, there's now hesitation. Where they felt control, there's now chaos. This is karma getting personal, hitting them right where it hurts, and forcing them to confront the parts of themselves they'd rather avoid. It's not just about setbacks or bad luck. It's like the universe gives them an unrelenting, unavoidable life lesson that hits close to home. They're forced to experience not just regret, but a deep, lasting understanding of the harm they tried to inflict on someone who was protected by forces beyond their comprehension. And as they're thrown into this spiral, they begin to realize that messing with a chosen one isn't just a mistake. It's a transformative journey they never signed up for, but desperately need to complete. In the end, they won't forget. They can't. The lesson is engraved in their path forward. Number 2, the magnetic echo of your name. When a chosen one's name resonates in higher realms, it's no small thing. It's like their energy is permanently woven into a sacred frequency. This resonance means something powerful. Their presence is protected and cherished, even by forces beyond our world. So when someone tries to tear down or harm a chosen one, it's not just a personal attack. It's a disturbance in that higher vibration, like trying to disrupt a sacred song. And in doing so, the offender unknowingly calls a response from spiritual forces ready to defend that energy. This isn't just about payback. It's about balance. When someone brings harm to a chosen one, it's as if the universe has to act to restore the energy they disrupted. The name of a chosen one doesn't fade away or get lost. Instead, it echoes, stronger, growing louder in the realms that recognize and honor it. As this happens, the person who wronged them feels a shift in their life. Small things start going wrong. Relationships grow strained. Opportunities slip away. They might not see the connection at first, but it's like life itself is sending them warning signs. You mess with something bigger than you realized. As the chosen one's light grows brighter, the remorse in the person who wronged them grows too. They start to feel the consequences on a deeply personal level, a sense of being haunted by a mistake that never fully leaves them. It's a powerful reminder that when you harm someone with a higher calling, you're not just hurting them. You're disrupting an energy that carries divine significance. And for that, there's a price to pay that's far deeper than any simple regret. It's a reminder they carry with them, like a shadow, unable to escape. Number 3, their personal growth is stunted until they acknowledge the damage. For people who have wronged a chosen one, the consequences aren't just random or unlucky setbacks. They're life-altering roadblocks that seem to freeze them in place. When someone crosses a chosen one, they unknowingly cut off their own path to growth. Life begins to feel like a loop, repeating the same frustrating challenges and keeping them from moving forward. No matter how hard they try, they can't seem to break free from these patterns. Promotions fall through, relationships fall apart, and opportunities slip away, all because they've disrupted something much bigger than themselves. It's like they're standing in quicksand. Each attempt to escape only pulls them deeper into the same struggles. This isn't punishment in the traditional sense. It's a force of the universe holding them accountable. The path of growth and success is only available to those who act with integrity. By hurting a chosen one, they've stepped out of alignment with that flow, and now they're stuck, unable to progress until they understand what they did wrong. Every time they think they've finally moved on, life throws them back into that same lesson, pushing them to reflect on the harm they caused. And here's where it gets even more complex. The more they resist acknowledging their mistake, the more intense these setbacks become. Their personal and professional lives are affected in ways they can't explain, as if an invisible force is redirecting every step. Eventually, they begin to sense that their struggle is somehow tied to the chosen one they wronged. They might even start to regret their actions, feeling haunted by a realization that they're stuck until they truly grasp the weight of their choices. For them, growth will only begin again when they confront and correct the wrong they've done. Until then, they're locked in a cycle, facing the same harsh lessons, unable to evolve. Number 4, luxury karma brings unique losses and deprivation. For those who have wronged a chosen one, karma doesn't just knock at the door. It walks in and makes itself at home, rearranging their life in a way they never expected. But it's not the usual payback. It's targeted, precise, and hits them where it hurts most. This isn't just a case of bad luck. It's as if the universe looks deep into their heart, finds what they hold most dear, and makes that the center of their regret. If their pride was in their career, their professional life might unravel. If they valued their social standing, relationships could start to crumble. It's like everything they place their worth in begins slipping through their fingers. What's particularly intense about this type of karma is that it's not random or scattered. There's almost an artistry to it, as though the universe itself is teaching them exactly how it feels to have something valuable stripped away. They might start losing the things they believe define them. Success turns elusive, people they trusted turn their backs, and the secure ground they once stood on starts feeling shaky. They're left wondering why everything they've built feels like it's slowly being dismantled. This isn't just a coincidence. It's the universe mirroring the harm they inflicted, showing them firsthand the emptiness they tried to create for someone else. The regret becomes consuming because they're watching their own life lose the very things they assumed they could count on. Every loss, every setback, every betrayal is a mirror reflecting their actions back at them. Over time, they realize that these losses aren't just unfortunate events. They're messages, a constant reminder from the universe of the harm they caused. This targeted karma makes sure they experience the same sense of emptiness and loss they once tried to impose, making sure they understand that every action leaves its mark. Number 5, the weight of watching your glow rise. When someone tries to take advantage of or betray a chosen one, they don't realize that they're setting themselves up for a relentless, haunting regret. It's a type of karma that doesn't just disappear over time. It lingers, sticking to them in ways they can't shake off. Instead of moving on, they find themselves haunted by constant reminders of the person they wronged. And it's not just fleeting thoughts. It's as if memories, situations, and even people start to trigger reminders of the chosen one. This isn't just some guilty conscience. It's like the universe is actively replaying the past, forcing them to confront what they did. They may find themselves in conversations that loop back to what happened, hear songs that bring back memories, or even bump into people who somehow remind them of the chosen one. These aren't accidents. It's as though life is pressing on a bruise, reminding them of the pain they caused over and over until it becomes impossible to ignore. Over time, this regret becomes like a shadow they can't outrun. It shows up in quiet moments, gnawing at their peace. They might even try to cover it up, burying themselves in distractions, new relationships, or anything that helps them avoid facing what they did. But no matter how much they run, it keeps coming back, pulling them into the same uncomfortable space. It's a cycle that doesn't end until they're willing to acknowledge the harm they caused and feel the weight of it. This regret isn't a quick pang of guilt. It's a lingering ache, a relentless reminder of a choice they can't undo. And in this endless loop, they come to understand that some actions have consequences that never fully fade, no matter how hard they try to bury them. They're left with a haunting realization. They may have hurt someone unique, someone who carries a divine purpose, and that mistake now marks their own path forward in a way they can't escape. Number 6, powerful manifestations from other realms against them. When someone wrongs a chosen one, they're not just up against earthly consequences. They're facing forces from realms they can't see or comprehend. These aren't simple setbacks or coincidences. They're roadblocks that feel as if they materialize out of nowhere, stopping every move, every plan, and every intention. This is more than karma. It's the direct intervention of unseen entities who fiercely protect those marked by higher purpose. These forces don't operate by human rules or timelines, and for the one who wronged you, there's no way to escape or bargain with them. The protection granted to a chosen one doesn't end where the visible world does. These entities, whether guides, guardians, or even ancestral spirits, intercede with an unyielding energy that only amplifies over time. The person who tried to harm you will begin to experience obstacles that don't make sense, projects that stall without reason, relationships that deteriorate out of the blue, and a constant feeling of being blocked, no matter what they try to accomplish.
Watch this before drinking plant-based milks.
Oat milk latte.
Protein and oats acts almost exactly like gluten and oats in this.
These roadblocks seem to come from nowhere, but they're precise and powerful, crafted by forces with a singular purpose, to shield you. This experience goes beyond a guilty conscience or a run of bad luck. It's as if an invisible barrier rises up every time they try to move forward, as if something beyond this world is watching and responding. These forces don't just protect, they actively enforce a balance, making it clear that any attempt to disrupt the chosen one's path will come with relentless consequences. Those who cross this line learn, often the hard way, that they're up against powers they can't understand, let alone control. And that realization that there's no escape becomes a haunting lesson of its own, a reminder that some boundaries aren't meant to be crossed. Number 7, isolation from authentic connections. When someone wrongs a chosen one, it often triggers a unique kind of isolation, a loneliness that goes deeper than being alone. This isn't a typical rift or just bad luck with relationships. Instead, the offender starts to notice that people around them begin to drift away one by one without any clear reason. Friends stop reaching out, family members grow distant, and even colleagues become less receptive. It's as if an invisible force is slowly but surely creating a divide, isolating them from genuine human connection. This isolation isn't about punishment, but rather a kind of energetic echo. The emptiness they intended for you now surrounds them, leaving them unable to find the kind of deep, authentic connections that make life meaningful. The people in their circle may start to feel something off without understanding why. It's like an unseen signal that subtly pushes others to back away, leaving the offender in a strange, almost eerie solitude. Over time, they find it harder to connect, and any new relationship or friendship feels hollow and fleeting, lacking the warmth they once took for granted. This forced solitude becomes an intense mirror, reflecting the harm they tried to inflict. The more they try to bridge the gap with others, the wider it seems to grow, leaving them in a space where they're forced to confront the emotional distance they once tried to impose on a chosen one. Without meaningful relationships, they're left with an aching loneliness that they can't fill, a constant reminder of the energy they unleashed. This isolation doesn't just leave them alone, it leaves them in a silence that weighs heavy, making them realize that genuine connection is not something to take for granted, and harming someone of purpose has left them adrift, with no easy way back. Number 8, repetition of life's hard lessons. When someone chooses to wrong a chosen one, they unknowingly sign themselves up for a relentless cycle of life's hard lessons. It's as if the universe is holding a mirror, forcing them to confront the very struggles they tried to create for someone with a higher calling. They find themselves stuck in patterns they can't seem to break. Relationships fall apart for similar reasons, no matter how different each new connection seems. Businesses fail, not because of a lack of effort, but due to obstacles that feel strangely familiar, almost as if they're walking in circles, unable to break free from the same set of challenges. This isn't random bad luck or a temporary rough patch, it's a repetitive loop that keeps throwing the same problems back at them until they're willing to understand the lesson behind it. Joy becomes something they only get in glimpses. They may achieve a milestone or feel happy for a moment, but before they know it, that satisfaction slips away, leaving them empty once more. It's as if life refuses to let them find true peace or fulfillment until they've come to terms with the harm they caused. This cycle isn't just a punishment, it's a forceful push for them to face their actions. Every setback, every failed relationship, every fleeting moment of joy is a nudge from the universe, pressing them to finally understand and own up to the energy they put out. Life will continue to serve them the same lesson in harsher forms until they truly absorb its message. Only then, when they acknowledge the weight of what they did and the impact it had, might they find a way out of this loop. Until that day, the repetition remains unyielding, a reflection of the spiritual imbalance they created by trying to harm someone whose path was divinely protected. Number 9, constant, unavoidable reminders of you everywhere. For those who wrong a chosen one, regret becomes a constant companion, leaving reminders of their actions into nearly every corner of their life. They may try to move on, but echoes of the person they wronged begin to surface in unexpected places. Conversations, news stories, even in casual encounters with people carry a hint of the same energy they once tried to undermine. These reminders aren't just random coincidences. They seem to follow them, becoming unavoidable markers of a path they tried to derail. Every success story they encounter, every person living freely or achieving a dream, reminds them of what they tried to take away from them. These glimpses into lives thriving against odds will cut deeper, bringing them back to the moment they chose to interfere with someone who was walking a higher path. It's not just guilt, but an aching realization of what they lost in trying to hold someone else back. They'll notice your influence in places they least expect, people wearing a similar style, having a mannerism or an energy that's unmistakably reminiscent of you. The universe, in its own subtle way, keeps you present in their life as a reminder of what could have been if they had chosen a different path. They'll see, again and again, that the light they tried to dim continues to shine, but now in places they can't reach. This constant, unavoidable presence of you in their surroundings becomes a haunting awareness that they can't escape. It's a lasting consequence, as though life itself is whispering, reminding them of the purpose they tried to disrupt and the lasting impact of that choice. They're left with the haunting knowledge that you're flourishing elsewhere, untouched by their actions, and that your essence, unstoppable and resilient, will forever serve as a reminder of what they lost in the end. Number 10, an unbreakable blessing shield around you. For a chosen one, every attempt at harm only amplifies the unbreakable shield of blessings surrounding them. It's as if the universe has a built-in defense mechanism that doesn't just block negativity, but converts it into strength, clarity, and opportunity.
Learn languages faster with AI. Hi, I'm Emma, your personal AI language teacher. I can help you learn languages in TalkPal using fun and engaging methods. We use various modes such as chat, call mode, role plays, and debates to let you practice speaking, writing, reading, and listening. AI provides real-time feedback and corrects your mistakes. With active practice, you will reach fluency fast while enjoying entertaining and immersive process. Join hundreds of thousands other learners at talkpal.ai.
Each negative intention aimed in your direction becomes fuel, reinforcing your journey and ensuring that no ill will can break through. This is the essence of luxury karma, a kind of cosmic protection that grows stronger the more it's challenged. This blessing shield isn't just passive protection. It's an active, strengthening force. When others attempt to bring you down, their energy meets a barrier that sends it right back to them, multiplied. You don't have to lift a finger or retaliate, because the shield transforms those negative actions into blessings. Your path becomes more fortified with every attempt against you, making your progress feel effortless, even in the face of opposition. This isn't simply luck. It's a direct reflection of the divine favor surrounding you, a constant reminder that your purpose is protected by forces beyond what anyone can understand. In this luxury karma season, your blessings become untouchable, and your rise unstoppable. Each setback meant for you is deflected and turned into something beneficial, bringing you closer to your goals with surprising speed. Those who try to interfere will watch in frustration as you only grow stronger, your life increasingly filled with opportunities they can't touch or influence. This blessing shield ensures that, no matter what anyone does, your journey will be uninterrupted, and you'll continue to rise, proving time and again that a chosen one's path is protected by an unbreakable force that defies all opposition. Number 11, their own doubts and fears amplified. For those who harm a chosen one, karma doesn't just come in the form of outward setbacks. It takes root deep within their own mind, amplifying their doubts and fears until they become overwhelming. This isn't a simple case of feeling remorse. Rather, it's a powerful, inescapable storm of insecurity that grows louder and more persistent, mirroring the very harm they tried to inflict. It's as if every shadow they tried to cast on you now looms over them, feeding their anxiety, amplifying their weaknesses, and making their mind a battleground of inner turmoil. This amplified self-doubt gnaws at them in the quiet moments, filling their mind with questions they can't easily shake. Are they truly enough? Will they ever find satisfaction? Every insecurity they've buried starts to resurface, making them feel smaller and more vulnerable with each passing day. Their confidence, once strong enough to think they could disrupt someone else's path, begins to erode, replaced by a relentless sense of inadequacy. They find it hard to escape this inner chaos because the very energy they used to harm you now fuels the intensity of their own fears. This internal struggle becomes a kind of psychological punishment, a constant, self-inflicted reminder of the imbalance they tried to create. As they navigate life, the simplest tasks feel more challenging, and every decision is clouded by doubt. Their mind becomes a relentless critic, holding them back from experiencing true peace or clarity. This turmoil isn't something they can run from or numb away. It's a karmic mirror, reflecting the energy they projected. And as time goes on, they come to realize that this haunting self-doubt is a consequence of their own actions, an unshakable reminder of the harm they caused and the protection that guards a chosen one's path. Number 12, visionary power and influence granted to you as their regret peaks. For those who wronged the chosen one, the real sting isn't just seeing you succeed, it's watching you succeed with style. While they're scratching their heads trying to figure out where it all went wrong, you're effortlessly rising, collecting influence, power, and the respect of people who once overlooked you. It's like the ultimate cosmic joke. The very energy they put into blocking your path somehow turbocharged your journey instead. Now they're left watching in bewilderment as you move forward, and it must feel like you're holding up a "thanks for the boost" sign just for them. As your reputation and influence grow, those who doubted you suddenly start singing your praises, realizing that maybe, just maybe, they missed the memo. They're trying to act like they knew all along you were destined for greatness, but you see the panic behind those forced smiles. It's as if the universe pulled a little prank on them. The harder they tried to knock you down, the higher you bounce back. In realms unseen, your rise is creating ripples, echoing as a testament to resilience and karmic justice. And for those who tried to mess with that path, The reality of your success is like a never-ending rerun of a show you didn't want to watch. It's a bitter pill wrapped in poetic humor. They thought they pushed you down, but they ended up on the sidelines, popcorn in hand, watching as you ascend.
If you have saggy skin, don't eat bananas.
I'm a 50-year-old plastic surgeon in Beverly Hills. People never believe how old I am. So I decided to share my secrets to getting smooth skin, minimizing sagging and maintaining that youth.
Sinabi lang,
All that effort to
huwag
dim
kayong
your light, and
magbibiro
now
sa
you're
amin.
practically glowing neon, a beacon of success they can't ignore, or
Andiyan yung mga
left only
yung
with the taste of regret
consequences.
and the punchline that they were the ones who helped light your way. In the end, the journey of a chosen one is a testament to resilience, purpose, and the unyielding support of higher realms. Every attempt to dim their light only amplifies their glow. Every obstacle transforms into fuel, and every wrong done to them ricochets back with a force that leaves an undeniable impact. For those who attempted to stand in the way, regret is inevitable as they watch a destiny unfold that their actions could never touch or alter. As a chosen one, you carry an aura fortified by more than just personal strength. It's protected by forces unseen, a cosmic shield that turns every setback into a stepping stone. With every success you achieve, you embody a life of purpose that resonates across realms, a life that defies the limits others try to impose. Those who wronged you are left not only with regrets, but also a sense of awe and disbelief, witnessing a rise they could never have anticipated. This journey isn't about revenge or vindication. It's about the unfolding of your true path. In the face of doubt, betrayal, or sabotage, you don't just survive. You ascend with grace, leaving behind a trail of light that only grows stronger with each step forward. This is your story, a story of resilience, unbreakable purpose, and a destiny that could never be derailed. For those who doubted or tried to harm you, watching you rise is a reminder that true power doesn't come from control, manipulation, or fear. It comes from authenticity, alignment, and a spirit that cannot be shaken. They may carry their regrets, but your focus is on the limitless heights ahead. You're not just protected, you're propelled, with every move resonating as a testament to your calling. And that, ultimately, is the sweetest truth of all. They played their part, but your journey was, and always will be, untouchable. If you enjoyed this exploration of the incredible journey of chosen ones, and want to dive deeper into the magic of resilience and empowerment, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Join our growing community where we unlock the mysteries of life, sprinkle in some wisdom, and have a little fun along the way. Your support means the world, and trust me, you won't want to miss what's coming next. Let's keep this journey going together. God bless you.
Why is Amazon paying me $20,000? Well, I didn't make this kind of money selling.
O, tingnan mo, double-edged sword daw. Oh. Ako may double-edged ako eh.
Welcome,
Tingnan
the
natin.
anointed ones. Authenticity is a revolutionary act. It doesn't just free you, it rattles those who still cling to their masks. Imagine this. You're in a room full of people, everyone's smiling, nodding and playing their part, pretending they're perfectly okay with how life's been scripted. Then in walks someone who's unapologetically real, like a gust of fresh air breaking through a stale, crowded space. They're not concerned with approval, don't care about fitting in, and aren't interested in pleasing the crowd. Suddenly, people shift uncomfortably, laughter becomes nervous, and the once charming small talk fades. Why? Because truth, when it walks into the room, makes everyone question the lies they've been telling themselves. Did you know research shows that being true to yourself actually impacts those around you, like a ripple in a pond? It's a phenomenon that's both healing and, for some, outright terrifying. Your authenticity doesn't just belong to you. It's like holding up a mirror that exposes others' own unfulfilled dreams, insecurities, and hidden fears. And for those who aren't ready, that reflection can feel like a bit too much free therapy they never asked for. So, why does being real, being true, you both heal and haunt others? Let's dig deep into the power of authenticity and why it's something the world needs, whether they're ready for it or not. Chosen ones, I implore you to watch until the end to better understand and perspective. At number one, you mirror their unresolved shadows. When you're authentic, people sense it immediately, and for some, that's like staring into a mirror they didn't ask for. Your presence reflects the raw, unfiltered truth that many have spent years trying to avoid, things they bury, deny, or excuse just to get through the day. It's not just that you're being yourself, it's that your very existence brings up parts of their lives they've tried to suppress. Standing next to someone who doesn't hide, people feel exposed. like their insecurities and regrets are out in the open. That's a level of discomfort they didn't plan on, and it rattles them. The irony is that it's not personal at all. They don't actually have a problem with you. They have a problem with the parts of themselves you unintentionally highlight. Your authenticity makes them question the choices they made out of fear, the paths they took to fit in, and the dreams they let die. Your presence becomes an uncomfortable reminder of everything they told themselves they didn't need or couldn't have. For some, this feels like a threat. Instead of owning up to what's lacking in their lives, it's easier to deflect that tension back onto you. They might distance themselves, criticize, or even label you as too intense or too much. That's the power of authenticity. It's both a spotlight and a trigger. Your rawness confronts their carefully maintained illusions. And for those who aren't ready, it can feel like a kind of judgment, even if you've done nothing but be yourself. The truth you embody shakes them, not because you're pushing it on them, but because they can't ignore it. You're the reminder that their buried shadows are still there, waiting to be faced. Number 2, your existence forces people to reconsider their life choices. When you live authentically, it shines a spotlight on the lives of those around you, pushing them to question their own choices, whether they're ready or not. To them, your life isn't just different. It's a silent challenge, a question hanging in the air. Could things have been different for me too? People often live with the quiet, nagging feeling that they settled at some point, took the safer path, or made choices to meet someone else's expectations. But seeing someone who didn't do that, someone who stayed true to their own voice, brings those unspoken regrets to the surface. It's not just that your life looks different. It's that it reminds them of the dreams they tucked away in the corners of their mind, the ambitions they had as kids, the passions they once poured into, the parts of themselves they left behind. All of it rushes back unfiltered. For some, that's inspiring, like a nudge to re-examine what they're doing and maybe even make some changes. But for others, it stirs a deep resentment. Admitting they've compromised is painful, so instead of facing that, they project their frustration onto you. They see your choices as a threat to the life they've tried to convince themselves is just fine. Instead of asking why they feel uneasy, they convince themselves that you're too intense, unrealistic, or self-centered. Your way of life, even if you're not saying a word, becomes a reminder.
Minamali mo ako, Tekla. Dahil naman pinapakita dito yung ginagawa mo sa akin, ha?
Of everything they once wanted but convinced themselves was out of reach. It's easier for them to make you the problem, rather than confront the possibility that they let their own potential slip away. In that sense, your authenticity doesn't just make people uncomfortable, it pulls back the curtain on the compromises they don't want to acknowledge.
Away.
You defy the social conditioning they've invested in. When you live authentically, you're stepping outside of the roles and scripts that society has set up for everyone to follow. People are often conditioned from an early age to follow these predefined paths, be it career paths, relationships, even what they believe to be true about themselves. This conditioning creates a predictable, structured way of life that feels safe and comfortable, but it's a comfort that comes at the cost of individuality. So when you show up unapologetically yourself, it's not just refreshing, it's disruptive. You're living proof that life doesn't have to follow the rules they've been programmed to respect, and that stirs something unsettling in those who are still bound by them. People who invest heavily in society's expectations do so because it
Chosen one, your authenticity heals the collective, but scares those who aren't ready. O, tingnan mo, tama. Dapat takutin daw kayo, yung mga hindi kayo handa. Hindi kayo handa eh. O. Yan o, sinasabi dito, tama pala yung ginagawa ko talaga.
gives them a sense of control. They believe that by following the rules, they're securing a stable, acceptable, and normal life. But when you step outside those boundaries, it challenges the illusion that these rules are necessary. Your choice to be real, to live without asking for approval, shatters the belief that people have to conform to find happiness or success.
So, ibig sabihin ng apologetic. Hindi ako mag-aano sa inyo. Mag-a-apologize na para lang paboran nyo ako. Maniwala kayo o huwag kayo magalit sa akin. Tingnan nyo nga eh. Talagang kung gusto nyo palang Armageddon eh, bibigay ko sa inyo. Diba? Lahat kayo. Sabi ko nga sa inyo, no mercy na yun. Francis nga, pinagsasabihan ko ng gusto eh. Kayo pa, mga supporter na matitigas ang ulo. maging apologetic para lang paboran niyo. Kaya lumalaban ako, nakita niyo? Nasabi na dito lahat eh, sagot eh.
It's threatening. You're reminding them that they too have the option to question everything they were taught, but that requires them to confront the life they've built on those assumptions. Instead of embracing this possibility, they often react with discomfort or even resentment. They may view you as unpredictable, rebellious, or out of line. But that's because your authenticity pokes at the fragility of the life they've constructed on society's terms, a life that suddenly seems less stable and secure. In reality,
Nasabi, on society term, ibig sabihin lang dyan, para bang kailangan magko-conform ka sa tao. Kasi sila, kailangan, at ikay alagad ng Diyos. Ganito ka dapat, ganun. Mali. Maraming mga disipulo ni Kristo, naging masama muna eh. Why are you guys to judge me? That's the question. Diba? Ngayon, ginagawa niyo, kinukontin niyo. Marami kayong ginawa na hindi niyo kahit tanggapin. At hindi ko kailangan mag-explain. Dahil ito lang, oh. Buti pa tong mga taong to, hindi ko kilala, hindi ako kilala. Sa kanilang pananalita, it was all explained very well. Guro lang, medyo mataas lang ang ng average ang pag-English nila. Nandyan yung qualities, yung description ng mga chosen of God. That's why ako, sasabihin mo sa akin, huwag magtanim ng galit. O, di ba? Pero binanggit din dyan, hindi ibig sabihin na lumalabang kami sa katotohanan. Ibig sabihin nun ay galit na yun, hatred. Tekla, huwag mong mamaliin. Mali ka. Ikaw ang may galit. Tingnan mo. Kung wala kang galit, hindi mo ako dapat ganyan. Tinathumbnail mo pa ako. Oh. Eh ako, pinariringgan kita kasi baka naman Lord. Baka naman matauhan ka sa katotohanan na ang gawa mo sa community ng FLA talagang very drastic. Nawala na sa alignment dahil ay naku, hirap lang magsalita kasi ang mahirap sa'yo, hindi ka makamuntong.
they're not resisting
Sabi ni
you. They're
Brother,
resisting the uncomfortable truth you represent. And
Rando,
they're saying
yan
the
ang
rule is a
galing.
choice, not a rule. And for many, that's a truth they're not ready to face. Number 4, your peace is unnerving to those trapped in chaos. When you live with a calm, unshakable peace, it stands out like a beacon to those who are constantly surrounded by drama and chaos. Many people are so used to a life
Unshakable peace. Ito na ako. Pakanta-kanta lang. Masaya-sayo. Ibig sabihin, I'm not bothered. Diba? Eh, ikaw. Bothered na bothered ka. Yung kilay mo, nakaganon na. May anxiety ka na. Nandun na yung worries mo. Hindi mo na kaya labanan sa tao. Nangungusap ako sa katotohanan. Traitor ka eh. Traitor ka eh. Dinabo ko na sa'yo ang Diyos. Gaganyanin mo ako. Ay, naku. Baka ako ipopropound. Tapusin mo muna to.
with turmoil, stress, conflict, and endless cycles of unresolved issues that they've come to accept it as normal. This chaos can become an identity, a comfort zone that distracts them from facing their deeper issues. So when they encounter someone who's centered and calm, Someone who doesn't react to every provocation or get pulled into every emotional whirlwind, it unsettles them. Your peace serves as a quiet mirror, showing them how deeply entangled they are in their own
Tingnan
unresolved.
mo. Ngayon ko lang napanood to halos. O, nagpipikit ako. Hindi ko pinag-aralan to, nakita ko. Bakit yung mga sinasabi ko na ako ang magiging mirror ninyo para ibanta ko sa inyo yung mga pagkakamali. Tapos ibubuntod mo sa akin dahil napapahiya ka, dahil sa katotohanan na wala kang pakakakumbaba sa pagkatao mo. Sabi ko, ayusin mo yung mga anak, akala na sakit. Kung kaya mo ayusin, wala. Di ba dati yan, yung mga nakakausap din, alam mo yung number nila, di ba? Di ba? Tsaka, yung drama mo, alam na alam ko. Tagal na kitang kilala, halos 2 taon tayo nagkukwento. Type. Tuloy.
Storms. It's not just that you're unaffected by their chaos. It's that your presence shines a light on just how chaotic their lives truly are.
Diba? Yung chaotic life nyo daw, mas kayo daw nandun. Hindi ako nababali. Yung chaos, yung gulo na ginawa nyo kasi, mas kayo ang Miss just sabi niya, nanatilihan lang, diba?
You become a living contrast to their own patterns of stress and drama, making it painfully clear that the constant noise they live with isn't as inevitable as they thought. This realization is uncomfortable because it forces them to confront the reality that they are, in some way, choosing this chaos rather than addressing the underlying issues causing it. For some, this peaceful energy is inspiring, a sign of what's possible if they let go of what doesn't serve them. But for others, it's unnerving. Instead of seeing your calm as a reminder that they could find peace within themselves, they see it as a threat, an irritating contrast that brings their own turmoil into focus. Rather than admitting their
turmoil na sa inyo, problema na yun. Di ba, problema yung hatak mo, Tekla? Ang haka na, hindi na kaya kaya. Hindi nyo talaga kakayanin mo. Sige, dito. Kung nakikinig kayo. Kasi, malalaman nyo na, napakadami nyo kami. Yung binuksan nyo yung FLM community. Wala nga ako katakatakan na ako sa inyo. Ito na nga ako. Ay, mahirap na sa akin. Galing na. Pero ito, nagugulat ako. Tama pala yung mga lahat. Kinabayan ako. Tama yung sa amin ng Espiritu Santo. Ang talilibig. Ay, nahita. Lahat na ng basbas. Lahat na ng bendisyon ay pinagkaloob na ng sa ibig sabihin lahat ng authority. Yung dito sa social media, ito ang sovereignty ko eh. Meron na sinabi sa akin, sovereignty. Diyan ka pinamahal. So, diyan ka. Diba? Hindi ka naman yung kapatid ko eh. Kasi kung meron ng imperfections, alam kong hindi eh, pahintulutan ng Panginoon na mas lalo pa siya. Mapunta sa hindi. Ako nga lang dyan, bumabangga in a way na may pangmamagsak. Hindi na kaya explain.
Thinking in chaos, they may criticize you or dismiss your piece as boring or out of touch. It's easier to blame the light for being too bright than to face the fact that they've been drowning in their own storm. Number 5, authenticity triggers a deep primal fear of abandonment. When you live authentically, you naturally gravitate toward deeper, more meaningful connections and have little patience for superficial bonds. People pick up on this even if they can't always articulate it. They sense that you aren't someone who's willing to stick around just for appearances or convenience. This creates an unspoken pressure because, in your presence, they realize that if they don't show up fully, honestly, and vulnerably, they might lose your respect or attention. You value depth and sincerity, and that means anyone who thrives on shallow attachments starts to feel a hidden fear, the fear that they could be
Sarap
left
po
behind.
talagang kausapin.
For many, this fear runs deep. We all carry a primal instinct to be accepted and belong. But people who have relied on surface-level connections to maintain a
Hindi
sense of
lang tayo
belonging feel
nagmamadali
this fear even more intensely. They've built their social circles, often even their identity, on staying within a safe but shallow space, where they don't have to reveal too much or risk true vulnerability. Your presence, however, subtly challenges this. It suggests that there's more to relationships than just the surface, and that isn't comforting to someone who's invested in keeping things light and easy. So instead of embracing the possibility of deeper connection, they may start to resent you. They might label you as too serious or say that you're too intense because it's easier than admitting they're afraid of what true connection might reveal. Your authenticity triggers a fear that if they don't evolve, they may eventually be left behind. Not just by you, but by anyone who values realness over pretense. It's a quiet but powerful truth, and for some, it's too much to bear. They'd rather keep things shallow than face the vulnerability that true depth demands. Number 6, your energy is a natural lie detector. When you're authentically yourself, your energy becomes a natural lie detector, and people sense it immediately. Those who rely on facades and play roles to navigate life feel exposed in your presence. Your authenticity cuts through pretense, and they can't hide behind the masks they usually wear. Even if you're not actively calling them out, just being around you makes them feel uncomfortably transparent. They sense that their carefully constructed personas won't hold up, and that's unsettling. It's like standing in front of someone who can see through their every word and action, straight to the parts they try so hard to keep hidden.
This Christmas, be legendary. When you give up.
For people who live with these facades, maintaining them has become second nature. They rely on their masks to fit into different social circles, to gain acceptance, or to protect themselves from being vulnerable. But your honesty and transparency challenge that approach. Your energy speaks to the truth underneath, the real person behind their masks, and that can feel invasive to those who aren't ready to drop their defenses. They fear that you'll see the cracks in their stories, the inconsistency in their actions, or the insecurity behind their confidence. This is why some people may distance themselves from
the insecurities behind confidence. Mga iba din. Hindi ka sigurado sa sarili mo. Ano ba? May mga bagay ka na. Hindi mo mahanap sa sarili mo. Kaya dinadaan mo na sa parang yun yung confidence mo. Gusto mo makapit. Gusto mo
without explanation. They feel exposed, like they're standing under a spotlight, and it's easier to avoid you than to confront the discomfort of being truly seen. They may dismiss you as judgmental or too intense, as a way to deflect the fact that it's their own inauthenticity that's being highlighted. The truth is, it's not what you say that makes them uneasy. It's the fact that your very presence calls out the parts of themselves they're not ready to face. Number 7, you break the narrative that misery loves company. When you refuse to participate in the cycle of complaining and blame, you're breaking a social norm that many people rely on for connection. Misery often loves company because it offers a sense of belonging. People bond over shared struggles, venting about what's wrong with their lives, or pointing fingers at others. These interactions create a comfort zone where they feel validated without having to change. But when you step out of that pattern and refuse to entertain victimhood, it disrupts that comfort. Your decision not to engage in these shared grievances sends a clear message. You're choosing to see life through a different lens. This rejection of the misery loves company narrative can be threatening to those still clinging to it. They may feel abandoned or even judged, as if your refusal to complain is somehow a reflection of their own choices. Instead of recognizing that you're offering a healthier perspective, they interpret your stance as a rejection of them personally. They don't see it as a path out of their negativity. They see it as you turning your back on the only way they know how to connect.
Ito yung
What they often
pinapakita
don't
dito, yung horse na merong pakpak.
realize is that you're offering a way forward, A choice to find solutions rather than focusing on what's wrong. By stepping away from the blame game, you're choosing to take ownership of your life.
Solution, finding solution. Hindi yung maghanap ka ng sisi. Pagkakamali ng isang tao.
No matter how challenging things get.
Kaya nga solusyon, kung sa akin yan sila karuba. Pero yun, hindi niya binibigyan ng katahimikan sa tao.
It's foreign, even intimidating. They're so used to bonding over struggles that they can't imagine connection without it. Rather than embracing the possibility of a life not defined by complaints, they may resent you for breaking the cycle they're stuck in. They misinterpret your strength as indifference, missing the truth that real growth begins where blame ends. Number 8, your unbending integrity is a constant reminder of their compromises. Your unwavering integrity serves as a constant reminder of the compromises others make in their own lives, and that reminder can be both enlightening and threatening. When you stand firm in your values and principles, you illuminate a path of courage that many have strayed from in pursuit of comfort and acceptance. Every time you choose authenticity over convenience, you highlight the choices others have made to conform, fit in, or avoid conflict. Instead of inspiring them to elevate their own standards, your integrity often triggers discomfort and defensiveness. For those who compromise their values for the sake of ease or social acceptance, your authenticity can be a harsh mirror reflecting their choices. They may realize that they've sacrificed parts of themselves, be it their beliefs, desires, or dreams, to keep the peace or maintain relationships. Instead of recognizing your integrity as a model to aspire to, they may feel threatened by it. Your strength challenges them to confront their own compromises, and this introspection can be incredibly uncomfortable. In some cases, this discomfort manifests as resentment. They may view you as self-righteous or holier than thou because you refuse to bend your principles. Rather than embracing the opportunity to grow and reassess their own values, they might lash out at you, labeling your authenticity as arrogance. This reaction is not a reflection of your character, but rather a defense mechanism to shield themselves from the reality that they are living beneath their potential. Your integrity serves as a powerful reminder that it's possible to live a life aligned with one's true self. And for those who are unwilling or unable to do so, this realization can feel like a threat. Instead of being a source of inspiration, your steadfastness may become a painful reminder of everything they have sacrificed for comfort, leading them to either avoid you or push back against your presence. In this way, your authenticity not only reveals their compromises, but also offers a challenge to rise above them, a challenge they may not be ready to accept. Number 9, they feel your boundaries even when you don't announce them. Authentic individuals exude a powerful energy that establishes boundaries instinctively, even without explicit declarations. This silent communication can be unnerving for those who are accustomed to overstepping limits. Your very presence sends out a message that asserts, here is where I end, and you begin, creating an invisible barrier that some people find difficult to navigate. For many, this line is unsettling because it challenges their tendencies to disregard personal space and emotional limits, leading to discomfort and defensiveness. Those who have long operated without regard for boundaries may feel an instinctive pull to test yours. They've grown accustomed to situations where their needs take precedence, often at the expense of others. When they encounter someone like you, who is self-aware and clear about their limits, it can feel like a disruption to their usual dynamics. Your energy makes it clear that you won't tolerate being pushed or manipulated, which puts them in a position of having to reconsider their behavior. They might react with irritation or resentment, feeling cornered by your unspoken rules, rather than recognizing that you're simply taking care of yourself. For these individuals, confronting your boundaries can be daunting. They may prefer to operate in a space where the lines are blurred, where they can encroach on others without much thought or consequence. Your boundaries force them to acknowledge that their approach isn't acceptable, which can lead to feelings of inadequacy or frustration. Instead of seeing your authenticity as an invitation to engage more genuinely, they may perceive it as a threat, prompting them to either withdraw or react defensively. Ultimately, your ability to maintain boundaries without verbalizing them serves as a reminder of the importance of self-respect. It challenges others to rethink their patterns and may inspire them to establish their own boundaries, but not without discomfort. The tension created by your presence can reveal their insecurities, and while it may be unsettling for them, it also opens the door for growth and self-reflection if they're willing to embrace it. Number 10, you expose the shallowness of the status quo. Your mere existence serves as a powerful critique of the status quo, challenging the norms and predictability that many people cling choose not to conform, you shine a light on the hollowness of lives built around societal approval and superficial measures of success. This unflinching authenticity disrupts the comfortable narratives that others have constructed around their identities. It's as if you're holding up a mirror, reflecting back to them the emptiness that often lies beneath their surface level content.
Gawin nun, tsaka na nito. At mag-asakas pa tayo. Inis ko na. Zero. Basta ako pa. Bye-bye, Ellen. God bless. Babalikan na rin ito isa-isa. Wala kailangan ko i-explain. Bye-bye.
Just be yourself. People don't have to like you, and you don't have to care. You can't change how people feel about you. So don't even try. Just live your life and be happy.